because we're going to turn it around and we're going to start winning again. We're going to win so much. We're going to win at every level. We're going to win with every single facet. We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
More. I'm working. That means you're watching. Good evening, good afternoon, good whatever. Hello, everybody. Another drawing stream. I've got to get back into the grill. Back in the grill. That doesn't make any sense at all. Back in the gist of art streams. It can't always be. Look at this. Wow. It's like the thing from Star Wars, the medical torture droid. Come and get me. Excuse me. What's up, Gigantic Android, Rhaegar, Wraithulu, and Awful Redneck Gaming. Hot 2020 confirmed. Baby. This is what we're doing here on the Black Art of the Hero with Mike S. Miller this year. So today, page, I don't know what page I'm on. Hold on. Where's my script? Page 6. Rush Limbaugh transforms into El Rushbo. And so liking, sharing, doing this fun stuff. Take forever to let me hit the tweet button. Don't know why. All right. So you guys are actually going to be able to. You saw DLive notifications are my notifications apparently at this point. So if you're not signed up for me on DLive, do sign up for DLive. Follow me at Underdog Mike on DLive, and you will get notifications even if you want to come watch me over here on YouTube. Bianca fights the zombies. Bianca, I swear I'm gonna freaking kill you. Stop saying I'm 40 pounds overweight. This guy. Is Mark Dice anywhere in there? I'm sure he'd get a kick out of it. I need to put him in there. I do need to put him in there. Let's see. What do we have? Where is... I'm always looking around this whole thing trying to find stuff. There it is. So here's my other screen. I'm setting up the landing page for this so I can start collecting emails. I'm starting to think what I might do. Since I do love my variant covers, is do an exclusive variant cover for people who sign up for the mailing list. What do you guys think? What do you think about that? All you have to do is sign up for the mailing list. It doesn't cost you a dime. You sign up for that, and then mailing list. Exclusive variant cover. It might be cool. Maybe 5 and some change. Do it. All right. It looks like I got... I hate variant covers unless they are drawn by Elliot Fernandez. Elliot's really busy. I don't know if I could get him to do a variant cover for this project. Ryan Hawk says, Mike, what was it like working on Injustice? It felt unjust.
Wait, what?
No, it was that was sort of my dream come true. I mean, life goals, right? Life goals was getting a singular project and working on it. Oh my gosh. Why do you have to have Lay's chips here? I shouldn't be eating these because, you know, I am 38 pounds overweight, apparent to some. According to some people.
You're not lying.
Do I need to stand up and do a 180 turn around for you guys?
Yes. Where is guys?
It doesn't matter. I could get myself down to $150 and I would still have this double chin thing. I know.
Can I not only
I'm
fight
sensitive about it
Danny?
because I can't show your abs. Fuzzy Creature, are you allowed to use these guys' likeness without permission in a commercial venture? Mad Magazine did it for 70 years, I think. So, I think so. 50 years? 50 years. 60 years? However long Mad Magazine was around, they were doing it. So, yeah, it is parody. So, I haven't weighed 150 pounds since I was in middle school. I haven't weighed 150 pounds. I weighed 155 pounds when I got my first driver's license at 17. So, I think I'm at 175 now, which is actually 5 pounds lower than I've been for like the last 10 years. I've been 180 like constantly, 180, 182 for like 10 years. And last time I weighed myself, I was 175. I was like, what did I do? What did I do? I got to do more of that. I do need to actually try. I want to work out. I want to bulk up. I just don't have the time for it. You know what? I don't need this kind of abuse. I really don't. Darn it. If I take my sweater off, it's going to be cold in here.
That's pretty cheap.
I'm not taking my t-shirt off. Sorry. It's not going to happen. I weigh 180, but I'm 5'11". I'm 5'7". Muscle just weighs more, Farmer Dan. All right. So, like I said, today's page, you know what? Let me W this out. No, I don't want to save it. W that out. Let me find this page. You know what? Gosh. Maybe before I do that, I do want to fix Dean Cain's face here. Actually, that does look like Donald Trump. He's giving a speech right now, by the way. His first CAG speech. Keep America great. What's up, Trash Fire? All right, Dean Cain. Let's get a good sort of 3/4 shot of Dean Cain and see where all his facial parts line up.
That's a word, right? Okay.
I think I need to do the opacity back up to normal. Brush. Brush needs to be 5 pixels black. Opacity full. All right. Yeah.
I get it.
No, that doesn't feel right either. Now it looks like he has dentures. You know what's weird about art? It's a game of micromillimeters. You know, stuff needs to be just in the right spot or it just doesn't look right. Particularly when you are doing likenesses. That's why I have such a hard time with likenesses. So what is it about this person that makes them unique when the differences in anybody's face, any two people on Earth, the differences between their facial features is a matter of millimeters, centimeters, millimeters, not even centimeters. You know, somebody's nose is like 5 millimeters lower than somebody else's. It just changes their look. So it's just difficult to be consistent. Now I'm thinking of Dune because I was listening to Dune while I was drawing this. Or while I was laying it out. Or while I was drawing it.
Hmm.
Is his nose too high? I think I gave him too high of a pug nose. Hold on. So let's try.
Oh my. Oh
Millimeters. You know what I'm saying? Millimeters. Millimeters.
Millimeter. Millimeter.
Millimeters.
Millimeter.
Millimeter. What is that from? Is that from Dead Men? Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid? Someone. Oh, here. You know what I need to do? I need to pop out the chat. Pop out the chat. Pop out the chat. Pop out the chat. Dance. Nanometers. Cheater. How am I cheater? Because I selected and moved Agent Reagan. Oh my god, it's TV's Dean Cain. Less forehead. Is less forehead?
How'd you get
No,
this
Dean's
pink
got a
sheet?
decent forehead. Decent
How'd
size
you get
forehead. It's not a 5 head,
Mm.
but it is indeed a forehead. Maybe it's because this eyebrow is too high. His eyebrows are not particularly high up on his head.
Jink. Dun, 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 dun. Dun,
I mean, this is only going to be like
dun, dun, dun.
half an inch tall, so I don't know if it's that important that I get this little bitty one dead on accurate. DOA. Siege. His eyebrows are at the wrong angle. There's a down shot. Maybe they do need to be lower angle. Is it raining?
I don't know.
I think it might be raining.
I think so.
It sounds like it's raining. Siege. Skeegee. I can just delete his eyebrows. Man, what is gacking me up here?
Yeah.
What is gacking me up here? You know what? I should send.
Wow,
I should
beat
message
Cameron.
Elliot. Ooh, I wonder how his wife's doing.
So
Oh,
easy.
that's. I don't know if he. If you guys want to pray for Elliot's wife, she's having some problems. I don't know if I'm at liberty, but you know, prayers are prayers. So prayers be prayers. Where's the Gary robot? I don't know. I opened it and stuff, but do I have to have that on screen for it to work? Speechchat.com platforms. Oh, do I have to? Do I have to connect something?
Is it the speech box?
Connect
JD, I was thinking-
Google Drive. Continue to speech chat. Okay. Now what? I really don't know how to do this. So maybe I'll just ignore it.
Just a speech box. I have something you don't want set on screen.
Close that out. Get an episode of Lois and Clark out.
You go into a battle when you fight.
Elliot has a worse run. I know Elliot's been having a hard time. Indeed. So prayers for him too, not just his lovely bride. You know what I should do though?
Good.
I should do a make sure one S curl kind of sticks out. Because he's Superman. He's Superman. Dane Keen. Dean Cain. Dane Keen. Dane Cook. Dean Cain. Oops, that's not the Alt button, is it?
Where's this evil robot?
Yeah, for some reason that just did not look like Dean Cain.
Ah,
Whatever. It ain't gonna be perfect.
VR. It's super weird. It doesn't really work though.
Can't all be perfect. So let me save this one out. Oh, I
played Roblox on
don't know
VR.
what happened here.
It's really weird though. Like you can't move. Only with the keyboard.
Save. Zoom. Zoom. Oh yeah, I was gonna change the size of this football too. Journey all day heek.
Busy. I know it.
I know you wanna leave me, but I refuse to let you go. If I had to beg and
Can you get,
plead
like,
for your
guns?
sympathy, I won't mind, 'cause you mean that much to me. Ain't you gotta plead, baby, baby, please don't leave me, girl. Dun 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 dun.
Can the robots hurt you?
Oops.
Ow, 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 ow. I'm dying really fast. Ow.
What's happening?
Dang it, robots, you're too weak.
Ruma, zoom. I should probably check once in a while to see if anybody's in the room with me. Nope. I don't think so. Nope. Siege has the link if she wants to pop in here. That is fine. Yeah, I'll just do this the lazy way. Finish the line out. Who's the guy with the football? Sean Hannity. Bad likeness? Michael Savage
What?
surely taking a call from Boca Raton. Is this live? Says Nighthawk Warrior. No, this is a recording, Nighthawk. Sorry. Maybe I should
Work, slave robots. What's this stupid robot doing above me and shooting?
Oh yeah, I forgot. I totally forgot. I was gonna put brush. Shapiro is supposed to have his watch light up as well. Ben Shapiro. The Shep Hero. He's got hero in his name, man. Are you getting a robot? No. Probably best not to. All right. So let's merge this up. delete,
There's
delete,
like 10 evil
delete,
robots.
save, and
There's like 10 evil robots.
JPEG, Maga page 5. This is page 5, right? Yeah, page 5.
Oh, no.
What was that?
Okay, I'm dead.
Why are weird things popping up on my computer now?
Let's jump with my gears.
How am I, Nighthawk? I'm well. How are you? I get that, Gotham. It's probably best to make yourself honestly if you want to get good practice in Irish. I had more when I was younger. Says the 20. Were you 25, 28, something like that? I forget. 23? 20 something. Says the 20 something. It looks more like George Bush. Oof. Oof. Terrible. That doesn't make me feel good at all. All right. Image mode bitmap. Okay. Oof. No. Z. Control layers first. First, I need to convert into bitmap. Then image mode bitmap. Okay. Save as TIFF. And that is what I send to the colorist. All right.
Oh, goody.
Zoom alt. Now I have to delete this all. Save this as page 6. And save it as a JPEG.
Dun, dun,
No,
dun,
Photoshop
dun,
5.
dun, dun, dun.
Image. Okay. Oh, not a PDF. Cancel. Save as Mega 6. Photoshop. EPS? No, Photoshop. Save.
Cole, diamond.
Grayscale.
Diamond.
That's fine.
Lucky pickaxe.
How is everyone? Everyone's good, man. Everyone's good. Get C John so she can trash talk Mike. Thank you. Thank you. So nice. She can be my robot.
Robo.
34 watching. Guess you can finally claim you won. Claim I won. There's nothing to win. I'm not in competition. I don't go in for unfriendly competition. If it was friendly competition, that's one thing. Unfriendly competitions. Well, that's just called fighting, isn't it? Pass. I'm done with that. Jeff Potts wants Kanan to do his cover art. See, now I'm getting cold again, but this, you know what? I'm going to go get a thinner sweater because this thing is just, it's got like lining in it. So it's like super warm. It's just too much. That's better. That's better.
Okay, come back to the surface.
You have the exact same watchers as the Drink and Draw show. Do I?
Where are you?
Wow, that's astonishing considering they have Joe Quesada on their show. What's a Drink and Draw show, Farmer Dan? That's Dan Panosian. Dan Panosian. Did I just? Oh my gosh! I just put my hood string through my ponytail.
You know you can just reset.
Dan Panosian, Jeff Johnson, Dale Johnson, and former Marvel CEO Joe Quesada, the biggest of bigwigs in the comic book industry, do a show where they all sit around drawing and drinking. But it's really, I don't know. There's no. I don't know. I don't want to talk smack. It's whatever. Bianca Fat Zombie says, Drink and Draw is 4 dudes who are terrified to speak wrong thing. That's accurate. That is accurate. Gigantic android. Mike can sport that samurai top knot.
Wait.
Cheesy Joe. Anyways, let's do that. Mike showed the Indiegogo vid. I did. That was a very good video. All right. I may need some help here. Because frankly, I've never designed El Rushbo. I want him to have a rapier because he's got rapier wit. So something along the lines of a Zorro, but Rush Limbaugh. So let me start a new layer here. So I'm going to be drawing and designing at the same time. Maybe I should do settings for the boundaries of this page, though. All right. Oops. What the heck is that? Why is that doing that? Should be here. Brush.
Wait, what?
There we go. Well, no, that's still... Why is it not lining up with where I want my freaking brush to
I
be?
know I smelled those noodles.
What the heck? Why am I
So
misregistering like this? Anybody know how to re-register your
you have to go to the
stylus with the ruler? Doesn't make any sense. All right, I'll just eyeball it then. I'm like a 16th of an inch too high. More than a 16th of an inch too high. That's bizarre. Oh my gosh, look how low that makes it look. I'm like an 1/8 of an inch too high. I am a full 1/8 of an inch too high on my register. Bizarre.
It just keep easier
Bizarre.
for me. I think it's because
Oh, I'm trying to get rid of the roll. All right. So, and then add another layer on top of that. El Rushbo. If a Cape Girardeau doesn't have alligators, it does now. What? You have to incorporate talent on loan from God. El Rushbo here. Talent on loan from God. You could always draw Rush as the Incredible Hulk with a rapier. I don't know. I wanted him to be sort of. I had this sort of a Zorro feeling to El Rushbo, you know. Photoshop View tab, then turn on rulers. View tab. Oh no, I had rulers on. See, bing. Oh wait, did I had rulers on here. That's Control R. Zorro is live. Rush is not. I know, which means he's not gonna look exactly like Zorro, but
I don't care about Mr. Waddle.
I would need him to be. Do you know if Rush is left or right-handed? Anybody know if Rush is left-handed or right-handed? I kind of just make everybody right-handed because most people are right-handed. But what kind of an arrogant look to it? You know what? I need to blow this. Does the project have a name yet? Yeah, I've got a name. I haven't announced the name. Probably ask a couple people what they think about it before I do launch.
Why is this speaking mission have to do so long?
Shark-like designs. See, thanks, Mike. You got it. The rapier. The rapier. He's so rapier. Ooh, that doesn't really sound good. Who's rapier? His rapier. Make him the Grinch. Megageddon. Ooh, Magageddon. Magageddon.
Only if they were sprinting.
Well, you guys kind of have the basic gist of it, so I'm open to suggestions. Magageddon kind of sounds cool. Oh wow. Shoot. Hold on, I gotta get mommy's phone number here. Why can't I copy this?
Oh my.
Copy. Paste. Doing it now.
Wow, thank
Let
you.
me see if Elliot's up for.
About your problems.
All right. Would El Rushbo as Zorro make the EIB logo with his sword? Yeah, that'd be pretty easy. Like, and then just a slash down the middle. You know he would. You know that he would. I'd have to give him big. Everything would have to be like fancy. Fancy. Shark fins on his arms and back.
Dude, I just got a tie.
Why would I put shark
A
fins
draw.
on his arms? That doesn't make any sense at all.
My level 5 is wrecking these level 15 dudes.
I actually don't know how fat Rush Limbaugh is
My
now.
level 2 is level
He might
10.
not be
The heck?
this large at all. I just always pictured him as fat. I don't watch him. I listen to him occasionally. I was on a live stream of a guy drawing cartoons gets 6 thumbs down. Oh, Jeff.
Never mind.
That's
Kane
not
is the
important.
hardest.
That's just not important at all, is it?
Breaking, speaking. How do you get candy? Whatever candy.
I will make his feet.
Oh,
Make his legs a little longer.
that's not.
Don't be shy. El Rushbo. Rush Limbo.
Speaking of music, slime.
Does sharks eat these characters? Maga? No, that would be Mega. Megalodon. Liam, where... No. I'm not interested. If you want to know, go watch the video where I have the discussion with him. It's on there. It pretty much explains everything. But I'm not regurgitating. I'm over it. All that stuff is done. Waste of time and energy. And honestly, who knew it's just going to be interested in that? I'm trying to build my audience, not just talk about old stuff that doesn't matter anymore. Big swashbuckling boots and Shazam cape. Yes. I just need him to have a air of arrogance. Fatty cigar. Ah ha ha. Rush still smokes, doesn't he? Still sucking the stogies. I need a mask. What kind of a mask should I do, though? I don't want to do just a little goofy Zorro mask. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do the Zorro mask from the Antonio Banderas Zorro. Kinda like that.
Can you sell like candy parts in that? Ooh.
Gimp mask. Or should I just have the stogie in his hand? Like this. Yeah, I'll probably do
That's
that.
nice to know. My dad was flickering. That's great.
Have the smoke spell EIB. On the golden EIB rapier.
Name robot. That's great.
And then should I give him like a cummerbund type of
Why
thing?
didn't my thing create?
And then wait, somebody said a Shazam cape?
Dang. Limit reach.
Nicotine stained hand. Formerly, oh, he doesn't smoke anymore because he calls them his, formerly nicotine stained hands.
How do you get rid of
But that's all right. His alter ego can still smoke.
robots? Delete them.
Because when you're fighting crime, a nice Havana cigar really makes it all worthwhile.
Never mind. I just unencrypted it.
El Rushbo.
Stop, you're going too fast. I'm trying to crash.
Shut your mouth. And what do you think? Pirate sort of boots or
Where
like
is the
up
salvage
the leg
button?
boots? I'm gonna go with pirate. I like the
Not
old
the
school
stats
Chris
right now.
Claremont pirate booties.
Mm.
Arr, the pirate booties.
There we go.
What's the name of the character in The Princess Bride that wears the black outfit and has the cape and the sword? Oh yeah, the Dread Pirate Roberts, right? That was right. Was there a Beavis and Butthead episode? I don't know. I know you decided on a rapier, but how about a microphone on a stick, which he uses as a club to beat Democrats? Well, they're all going to be using. I mean, they're all. You know. They all use microphones in real life, so why use that? I just don't think it makes work. It's just a little too kitschy for everybody. The rapier, however. I do like the idea of the cape.
Yes, much.
Oh, you know, it'd be funny is if I reference Zoro the Gay Blade instead of like regular Zoro.
Eh.
El Rushmo. All right, suggestions from the Peanut Gallery. Please keep them coming. Liam Hardy, do you believe in creation? 100%, Liam. I'm going to go draw more robots. All right, Nighthawk, peace out. Something related to a sound power would be cool. Well, they can't all be. That's again, that's the thing. They're 6 different characters. They all work in media. So just to like play up one of them having like some sort of power relating to that, it's got to be something a little different. Like the Ingra hammer, she's actually going to be sort of like a female Thor with a hammer, right? Liam Hardy, we're talking about this right now. You feel free to join us on Cross Examinations, and we'll talk about dinosaurs in the Bible all day long. Alex Jones as the Hulk. Shep Hero's power can be the
That's what I said.
half his. What's what you said? Oh. Alex Jones is the Hulk. That's what Elijah said. Yom Hebrew for day. Thousands of occurrences in the Bible. Only one time its question is Genesis 1. Rushbow sounds like a speedster. Give him little wings on his boots. It's
Yeah, on Discord, just look up our whatever. Just click on add friends.
Enjoying one of the most delicious bags of fries ever. How are you? Russia, shut your mouth. Let me check something real quick.
his parkour skills.
I don't know. I don't know. A speedster. Rushbow sounds like a speedster. I've always pictured El Rushbow as like Zorro. So I'm going to stick with Zorro. I'm just asking for additional ideas on this. What happened?
I said you have to make a group call.
Where has 7 been? I don't know. Maybe working?
Whatever.
Saw him on tweeters. Can you incorporate a golden mic? I was thinking about making the rapier transform from the golden mic. No? Yeah? No? That is his tool. I could do like the full, like, well, no, that looks stupid.
Yeah, I know.
What are the other media figures being drawn? Well, Hannity becomes the Hannitizer. Laura Ingram becomes the Ingra Hammer. Steven Crowder becomes a strange animal with his sidekick, Quarter Black. I could see the mic turning into a rapier, yeah.
What?
Savage.
I know.
Michael Savage becomes Dr. Savage. Give him a bow and arrow. No. And Shapiro becomes Shap Hero.
Joker, well.
Hannity the manatee would have probably. And then this, he has to be like surrounded with smoke. Smoke whirling and twirling and swirling and swirling around him as he.
No. No. Just join me, I'm playing a game. I already left. Just join me.
Somehow turns the golden EIB microphone stretches out.
Is there anyone in the chat who's good at drums?
Have you played with Micah?
Shapiro would just use his laser vision like
Played this
in the
Micah
Freedom
before.
Tunes.
Ben Shapiro literally destroys the group.
So
Call him Rush Limb Cutters.
Shapiro should be a leprechaun? That's crazy. Kid Kosher. Kid Kosher.
Were you climbing up the ladder?
That's not bad, actually.
At the top. Dude, I can already see your rage. No, there's a lot of lasers everywhere.
Ninja Shapiro. What did he say? Jeff Potts. Who? What? Where? When? Too Jewish. Are you going to add Shapiro's little hat? It's called a yarmulke or a kippah. Yes, I already added it. I put it in the first page.
What?
Or not the first page, the first
Well, yeah,
Whatever.
When? Fuck this.
Bulko. Oh, you know what? Darn it. I need to do a little bit of him hitting his watch.
Yeah.
How about if I move this?
Yes. I know, I heard you. Oh gosh, yeah, you're gonna hate this level.
Wait, did I save this as?
You're gonna hate the second level.
96, yeah. This is, yeah.
The second level's like 1,000 times worse.
Make Shapiro a ninja with a yarmulke. Shapiro should have a lot of guns. Stephen Crowder turns into Tranny Bane.
You'll have to see it. I'm just gonna spectate here. See how you do it.
I can't! He's Strange Animal. He turns into Strange Animal.
No.
Wait, Silas.
What are they playing in the background? Liam Hardy.
Yeah,
He's playing Roblox, and Elijah is working, right? You're working on something? Right? You can't possibly just get up and start playing.
What do you mean get up? It's 5 to 6 o'clock.
I know.
What are you doing?
Try to explain to Elijah that playing games should be a reward for finishing work.
How about work should be reward for time period?
That is incorrect. I'm going to cut you guys back down to an hour a day unless you freaking earn it.
Where'd you
I passed the
go?
second level.
Dang
Dang it, I went too early.
When does Lone Star, The Meg, and God Squad appear? They don't. They don't.
That third level? Really?
So this goes from
You just have to
microphone.
hold down the W.
Golden EIB microphone becomes. Well, you know what I could do? I could put that same microphone pattern. Well, I don't have to do that. Money outside the Blacklist universe.
Hold that move.
Crack into whip, baby. That's right. Doggo loves his cheeses. Don't be like Awful, Elijah. That is correct. Awful, do you even sleep? I have to ask, man. What is that? Somebody knocking.
It's not.
Go check on it. Elijah,
Elijah.
That's always me.
Someone
because
else-
I'm
Somebody else
actually
people
doing
in the front.
something. You're not doing anything, you bum.
What do you always think? Isaac's playing video games.
I'm actually moving.
Isaac finished his homework today.
Yeah, I have homework on the 27th.
You have other work now.
I was working this
All right, 1 hour of games. Elijah.
Making music
1
is
hour.
easy.
1 hour.
We just have to play. Whoa. Be right back.
Kind of looks like Rushbo is wearing a crop top. No, this will be red. This will all be red here. Or, yeah, red. I don't know. I fight with whether or not they should just like appear in their costumes, or if they should don their costumes like he's pulling on his mask. Who was it?
Hmm?
Who was knocking?
Mommy.
Mom, the door was locked?
I'm back.
Grant says it's a lot later over here, so it may seem they stay up later than they do. just appear in the suit. The golden, I call upon the golden EIB rapier.
I'm kind of swaying for a new level.
Slams down his watch.
Okay. I like the sun more. The sun seems a lot easier. Oops. I didn't even jump on. Disappointment. Disappointment.
Disappointed, haunted all my dreams. And then I saw her face.
Well, I
And
accidentally
I'm a
fell the first
believer
time.
without a trace.
Your arm touched the laser.
No doubt in my mind. I'm in love. Ooh, I'm a believer, like a believer.
Ow.
I
Let's
try.
jump too far. That's fine.
Where's Gary? Probably having dinner with his family. What about a horse for El Rushbo with a branding of the golden EIB Mike logo on its
You're
hind
supposed
quarter?
to be jump
Named
stairs.
Name the horse Revere. Maybe I'll have maybe when they appear as a group, I'll have him appear on horseback.
I had to do something dope.
All right, peace out, Gotham. Terrible games.
Whoops. Jumped in the wrong one.
Let's do sort of a
I'm just walking up.
something more impressive than just a horse.
Okay. Okay. Boom. I've never seen that level before. Oh. I almost side jumped way too early.
Do you guys know the original Zorro mask as described in the the Curse of the Capistrano? It was described more like the Grifter mask. It was actually sort of a kerchief that covered his entire face and then just had eye holes in it.
Right, I
Let's see what's going on here. Liam. Dang it, man. Hold on, let's get
Whoops.
no swearing, please. Val Kilmer did a great Zorro radio play, did he? Captain Hills bought a Lone Star Heart of the Hero cover B on the secondary market for a good deal. We finally be able to read it after all this time. Right on, Captain Hills. Congratulations. Oh, you're talking about Rise of Skywalker. No, DM. No one will explain to you what Comicsgate is. You can go to...
I just won right
I don't care. It's not something I want to discuss on my channel.
Speed it.
It's an off topic.
I'm already one. Oops. Almost died.
Do.
Yeah, you get to the storm door.
I don't want to get too detailed in this version. You were gonna go to EBS. No, because that's his
Well, that's
version.
happened so many times. I'm just jumping. I can't.
Although I guess that's the only version that's.
Ugh.
I don't know. I don't even want to talk about it because I'll friggin' say something that will be misconstrued by someone, and then it'll all start all over again. I just don't want. It's.
Oh, it started.
I'm in a no-win situation with that, so zip it. Not worth talking about.
Well, this first one was really easy. Oh, great, the second level. I hate this level. Especially if my guy have a big add-on. I should probably turn on a different skin. Okay. I got changed that skin.
I only barely deleted what I was about to say. What is that? What I was about to say.
I wasn't talking to you.
Comments gate. What is comments gate? I haven't heard that one before.
Crap, I jumped way too late.
You know what? Let's just leave all the gates
When you get to
out of my channel. This is a gate-free zone. Keep your gates behind closed doors. Ah. Get it? Oh, you're here? It's Gary.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Gary.
How are you be?
I'm doing well. How are you, buddy?
Oh, crap. What the heck?
I'm doing better now. I got some sleep.
What was wrong before?
I was exhausted.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Is that why that's why you begged out yesterday?
yeah, I was feeling really weird. I got like 4 or 5 hours of sleep the night before,
I can't see anything.
and but I'm good now.
Awesome. Good to hear, young man. Good to hear.
So what are you drawing?
This is El Rushbow.
Oh, nice.
He is a hero of the people. He uses his golden rapier wit, or just his golden rapier, to fight for truth and justice. Jim Carney for $5 says, "Everyone go back Gary's Titan." Yes, indeed. Please, everybody, keep dropping that link in the old chitty chat bang.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Dang it! Here I go rendering stuff.
Hello, Grant. And Fly Fox Pro says, "Did you see what I drew for you last night?" Yeah, didn't you see my little "This is awesome" thing?
I'm at the red level.
You didn't make your "This is awesome" public enough.
I didn't.
So the red level.
I posted it. I thought I did. Maybe I was so out of it I didn't even do it. Forgive me. But I did see it. It was really cool. I'll have to go back and repost something, I guess.
There you go. I won.
Liam Hardy says, "I hear Mike is a fan of Brie Larson, though. I'm a fan of Brie cheese, and I'm a fan of Gary Larson. But don't confuse the two."
You don't like her as an actress or a person or what?
Nothing about her as a person has struck me as
Fantastic.
fantastic. Yeah. And as an actress, I've never seen her in anything memorable.
I think she was Captain Marvel.
Was she?
I think so.
Yeah, just blanked that on my head. Weird. Just total blank, Gary. Thanks for bringing it up.
Someone just said, I got more wood.
That you're blank, or that she was in that movie?
Yeah. Yeah.
Both.
Yeah, Gary. Yeah. So how's Titan going? What page you on? 15?
This is page 15.
Insane.
It is insane. I didn't
Oh,
know that I could do a page a day.
Yeah.
It's like you and whatever.
You've been working on it for 2 weeks?
Yeah, about that. I think I may have had like I had that first like that title page where it says like Titan and he's jumping off a wire and running on the ground.
Yeah.
I had that one done, but then once I actually started, I've been able to do a page a day, except I take like one day off to rest.
As it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is page 6. I started this a week ago today.
Page 6?
Yeah.
You've been working on page 6 for a week?
No, I started the project a week ago today.
Oh.
I came up with it a week ago today.
And you're on page 6. So you're crushing out a page a day.
I didn't start drawing it a week ago. I started drawing it on Saturday.
Whoops.
So and today's Thursday. So you're doing more than a page a day.
Yep.
What's your secret, Mike?
I just don't care.
You don't care about what?
Anything.
You don't care about the art style?
I
What?
don't care about the art. I don't care about the subject. I just don't care about anything. No, I'm just kidding.
Helps you to fly through.
My secret is I'm not inking it. I'm just doing it all digitally. So
Oh, I see.
It's literally impossible.
So when you do Lone Star, how many pages are you able to do a day?
There's a laser right above it.
most of our pages usually take me about a day and a half each.
So, Silas. Hey, buddy.
Usually.
Forgot how to do this one. The yellow block.
And so do you have somebody else do like lettering and all that stuff?
Yeah. Yep. Oh, gosh darn it. Oh, I got some colored pages for Lone Star today. That's good.
The jump forward.
Sweet. Is the same person who colors it lettering it?
No.
Oh yeah, everyone has the way.
So you have a whole team of people then.
A small team.
Someone up the grab.
Yeah. People I gotta pay, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I feel like it's gonna kill me. Yeah, it just killed me. It grabbed me. Stop it.
Should I give El Rushbow? I don't know. Should he be all black or should I make him a different color? Because if he's gonna be all black, I gotta start coloring. I gotta spot my blacks first. I just don't care. Mike is starting to sound like Charlie Brown. Flat Fox Pro says my Porco Rosso drawing last night seemed to be pretty well received. I had the idea for him standing next to a plane and think all the work I've been doing to improve paid off. Think. White Mask. Isn't his suits always blue? Been a while since I watched it. White Mask, huh? Gary, what do you think?
I'm not. This is the first I've seen. All I see is his head.
Oh, here. He's kind of like Fat Zorro.
Fat Zorro. So regular Zorro. Then no, I'm just
Hey.
kidding.
Whoops. I looked away from my screen. I was like, huh? And I looked at the chat.
So what you're wanting to know is should his mask be white or black?
That down.
I was trying to just figure out a color scheme.
Not red, white, and blue.
I can't. I don't know. You think that's a little too? I could do that.
Well, yeah.
That would make sense. Red, white, and blue.
There's tons. Item all.
The old rapier wit.
What the heck?
See, this is my problem.
Mm-hmm.
I get into details. I can't get bogged down on details, Gary.
I know it's
You
hard.
gotta stop me.
It's hard. I have a problem with it too. I always want to do things super tight,
Yeah.
and so it's like a constant. I'm constantly trying to make things look not tight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have to force myself to draw that way because I want to draw like probably the main influence that I had when I started was Arthur Adams.
Mm-hmm.
I still like his work, but that's what I modeled myself after, and it's like it's so hard to break that habit. It's like relearning, and so for many years I've been trying to, like, I'll try to not draw with a pencil sometimes and just freestyle it with ink because I like that better actually.
Yeah.
Like the Bill Waterston kind of loose.
Did we meet up with Jessica?
Oh my gosh.
It's hard to do though.
I know. They were trying to get a hold of you.
Well, I told him that I was. Maybe he didn't phone.
No.
Your contact here.
Did you die?
Through Facebook.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Which one did you die on?
I'll check my phone, but they didn't.
I can't see it.
I gave her your phone number. Did you answer your phone? My niece is in town from Germany. We've only seen her twice. Actually, I've only seen her once. Cool story, right, Gary?
What's that?
Yeah, never mind.
About your niece?
Yeah,
It's a very cool story, Mike.
thank you. Yes, I know what a rapier looks like because I used to have a set of fencing swords, believe it or not. I don't have any idea what happened to them.
Hey, don't look at me.
I know. Gary? Jeremiah says L. Rushbow. That is correct, Jeremiah Jones. I am drawing L. Rushbow. And if I get this done early enough, I will start on Strange Animal next.
What?
Not Tranny Bane.
Sure.
Mike, do you have the SJW lady from the inauguration?
What?
I seriously thought about putting her in there,
Wait, what?
but I don't have her in there yet. You talking to me?
I'm gonna hate it.
He's not talking to me.
I knew it.
All right.
I've heard this name before.
So how are we doing on Titan on funding?
We're at 5,065.
Oh man, that hasn't moved since this morning. We gotta hustle you. We need to get some Gary hustling on, man.
It's like not-
Tell everybody why they need to back Titan, Gary. Here, I'll put it on your
All
screen.
right. The reasons why. So many. Titan is like amazing. That's the first reason. Well, maybe it's not the first reason. It's one of them. Also, you're going to help me be able to continue being a comic book artist.
What's that happening?
So this is
Money going
support your starving artist.
Yes,
Plates.
definitely.
Right.
But I think it's a pretty cool, cool idea. I think if I can get my pen on it. I don't know.
Oh, down here.
I think it's a good story. I think it's a good design. I'm putting everything I got into it.
Yeah.
Art-wise, I'm trying to do a quality product.
The first one's the hardest.
Got a lot of cool ideas that are coming out as I write it, as I go, and then sometimes I have to go back and make some alterations to the pages
Wow.
prior, and it just makes it that much better.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think it's a cool little project. And if you want to give it a look, it's on Indiegogo called Titan Mouse and Might.
Link is in the chat. Captain Heltz, thank you very much.
I'm pink. How about you?
What's a strange animal look like?
What?
I don't know. I was thinking, yeah, now that someone
Wait,
mentioned
are you a yellow wizard?
someone from Street Fighter or something,
You
I was
look
thinking, my strange animal design that I did before, I did one a long time ago for
He's being really dumb.
Steven, and when Not Gay Jared was on there, and so I had them together, Strange Animal and the Not Gay Kid. But what?
What?
The Not Gay Kid.
Okay.
Strange Animal and the Not Gay Kid. Because his name on the show is Not Gay Jared. You don't watch Crowder?
I don't watch anything.
You don't watch anything.
It's hard to stay out of trouble.
But now it's Quarter Black Garrett is his producer instead of Jared. And so I'm gonna do Strange Animal and Quarter Black. Quarter Black is gonna be his sidekick.
This is really annoying.
But now I'm thinking of doing something a little different for Strange Animal, making him
How am I supposed to do
more
it?
animal like, since that's the name. Strange Animal, Gigantic Blanca.
How am I supposed to
Yeah,
do
something like
this?
that. Jared left a year ago.
How am I
A
supposed
year
to do
ago.
this?
Well, I'm glad he left. Because now my friend is on there.
I did it.
I didn't know Jared. I know Garrett.
How do you do this one?
No offense to Jared. I like
On the
Jared.
right.
But if it's who you know, then it's better to
Oh,
actually
yeah,
know
the
someone.
jump
You're a strange animal.
Oh my gosh, this.
Quarter black quarterback.
I can't stay.
That's great. Quarter black quarterback. I just make it turn him into a tight, because he's gonna be a quarter-sized human being. But quarter black quarterback, turn him into, put him in a little football uniform. That'd be great. I wish both Jared and Garrett were there. Yeah, I don't really know why Jared left. Elijah, you know? No. He says no.
Who's that? I don't want to explain.
Thank you for your input. What size is my brush right now? 15. Wow, that's actually pretty big.
What the heck? That was supposed to work. Why is that not working anymore?
All right. Oh, Jared had a kid. Jared had a baby. Best reason to stop.
Something wrong here.
Rhaegar. Jared and his lady had their first baby, and he left to be a family man, like Gwyl. What's a Gwyl? I don't know what the Gwyl is. Yeah, that's why. What's her face?
Jump around.
what's her name? She married Kevin Kline. She was from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Phoebe Cates. That's why Phoebe Cates left Hollywood to be a mother.
I
like those stories. I'm gonna give up my career to do what's actually important in life.
I just can't do this.
Don't you like those stories, Gary? You're being very quiet today.
I'm quiet every day.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I do like those stories.
You done any ship's log lately?
I haven't.
Heck,
Gary.
how does this work?
Yeah,
People need you, man.
I don't know about that. But if I get enough of a, I don't know, stirring, I will do it. But sometimes it just doesn't flow, you know?
Mm,
Easy.
it feels like a commitment to me,
That's stupid.
Maybe.
but that's because I've committed to it.
Second, I'm gonna check outside.
3 minutes till paranormals. Oh, that would be why. I didn't even check my. Oh, I did get answers from people. Won't. Oh. Won't. Oh. You're a strange animal. Jeez, I need to plug this phone in. Is there a charger down there? Where'd the charger go? Oh, it's right there. Can you plug that in and then give me the other end? No. Right there. Left. Nope. The other end. Plug that in. Titan Mouse. If Gary didn't have his robot voice, then all you could hear are crickets on Gary's live stream.
Hey, that thing has helped me a lot.
I can't get it to work on mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's helped me a lot because I just get in the zone when I'm drawing. Like if I wasn't drawing, I could sit here and I could talk and I could read the chat and we could have a combo. As it is, though, I have to all my attention. I guess because I'm a male and I have a one-track mind.
Wait a second. You know, I'm a man too.
Well, men have one-track minds.
We're not good at multitasking, you're saying?
Correct. Correctamundo.
You're a strange animal. That's what I know. I didn't think about Thursday nights with the boys on the other show.
Say again. What?
Oh, you know, Elliot and Brian doing their show on Thursdays. Normals.
I've never seen it.
Really?
Yeah, I did see it. What's that?
I said we could stream snipe it while we work.
If you want to. I did see Brian did drawing with Michael Caine.
Drawing with Michael Kai.
That was hilarious.
Was it?
Yeah,
What was Michael Kai doing this?
I was thinking that you do such good impressions that it would be funny if you did like a drawing stream or whatever, just in some, I don't know, Christian Slater or something like that.
Drawing with Christian Slater. Oh, that reminds me of something I heard today. You ever seen the movie Cuffs?
No.
This movie came out like in 1989. It's a Christian Slater movie where he plays
Is he a cop?
He's kind of a cop.
I think I did see it actually.
He's a personal or a private, basically a private police officer. Private, you know. It was like it was supposed to be a futuristic story where the police department was privatized, and so rich people could hire their own police because the city wasn't doing anything. And it took place in San Francisco. And I'm watching, or I've got a video on by Tucker Carlson this morning, and he's talking about San Francisco and how the rich people in San Francisco are hiring private cops
Oh wow.
because the city won't do anything about the homeless and the drug users and all that garbage. And I'm like, how is this movie prophetic? It's like,
That's nuts.
right? It's tripping out. Of all movies you could ever think, that's probably pathetic. Prophetic.
I know.
So that tripped me out. So now I'm here in Tripsville, tripping out. Demolition Man is prophecy. San Francisco SoCo does have private cops in the city charter or something. Oh, really? SoCo, south of what is that? SoCo. I think this was in Soma, south of Market Avenue. From what I remember in the story. But yeah, man, friggin' cops aren't able to do jack. People, like homeless people, just going into stores and they'll go in droves and just walk out with stuff because cops ain't gonna do anything.
Well, what are the cops doing?
Nothing.
Whether they feel like that's not enough of a crime and they have to go focus on other things, or what?
I guess. It's like, yeah, okay, this guy stole, $15 worth of food from me. You really want us to waste our
Oops,
time?
I just walked off the edge.
Waste our time doing our jobs. Our jobs. Yes, please do waste your time doing your job.
That was more entertaining than the game.
Hey, I'm wasting my time doing my job.
Right? I mean, come on. I feel you, Gary.
Oh my
Right
gosh.
now.
So
I'm right there with
so
you, man.
space.
I do likewise. All right. All right. I'm gonna send Terry a link too. Invite. Copy to clipboard. Because at least if Terry's here, neither of us have to talk.
Yeah, I was gonna say you'll never hear from me again. You want to really shut Gary up?
Oh, darling, boom, boom. Please believe me. Boom, boom. I'll never let you go. Let's see if Walden wants to come on. Walden's great.
Is Terry still doing cons and stuff?
Yeah, of course, man. That's where he makes all his money.
He's still crushing it.
Still crushing it. Believe me when I tell you, I'll never do you no harm. Bring in Quinn. We can watch his Sims double go full on junkie. All right, I'll drop it to him. Where's Quinn? Wait, isn't Quinn in the green room? Quinn's in the green room, so he should have the link. Or the bullpen. Wait, is he in the bullpen? I have too many
Jump to the next
rooms.
platform.
You have too many names for rooms.
I have too many names for.
Do it.
Where's my blacklist green room? It's like disappeared. I'm gonna send JJ a link too, just in case he's near his Twitter, which he's probably not. Do, 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 do. I don't know where
To go.
to go.
Show you where to sit.
Okay, let's see if Titan went up.
Rob Willis.
Boom! No.
Boom! Nothing. Gosh, how long has it been since I did use the blacklist green room? Ah, well, screw it. I'll just send it to him individually if I can find it. Should I send it to Dean Kane?
Yeah. Get him in here.
Have you already invented villains for this project, or are they part of the Blacklist universe? Grant, yeah, the villains are
The villains are you and me.
these guys. Well, first of all, the Sorosian, or the Sorostilian. I'm not
How
sure.
long did it take you to do that? That's crazy.
Not that long. Look how sloppy the back is.
It looks great. Mike, if that is sloppy to you, you're wasting your time on other stuff.
I had to clean this stuff up. It was just too sloppy.
It looks good.
So that's the main bad guy, but he takes control of the Democrats, essentially, and merges them into one mighty beast called the Red Menace. So, yeah. You can't spend hours doing backgrounds. Ah ha ha ha. But I can.
Mike
Onion
will
Business
find
says,
a way.
whoa, racist. What's racist?
You, Mike.
A codpiece on the Sorosian. Well, we've got a belly, an umbilicus now on the Sorosian. You like that word? Umbilicus.
I do.
No more PPAP machine. Now, an umbilicus. Yes, they turn into a collective known as the Red Menace. Either no tube or further south, says Farmer Dan. Well, this one allows him to. It doesn't have to go through his all of his bowels. It just comes right out his belly button.
How did you survive?
It's going to be a movement. Hashtag bring back the PPAP. Some people really like the PPAP machine. My wife hated it. So, happy wife, happy life, right, Gary?
Indeed, my friend.
Deedly doo. All right, let me. Terry said he wanted to come on, but no, don't update my system right now. Stupid phone. Dare you say Swamp Thing? Why would you not dare say Swamp Thing?
What?
Someone said, "Dare I say Swamp Thing?"
Do it.
I'm just wondering why he wouldn't. What's the dare here? Left is typically no. Communism is red. That's the Reds, yo.
I heard that they're filming New Mutants.
I'm just reading the chat.
Really?
What?
Again?
Yeah.
We gonna die.
Do you know that the Republicans used to be blue, and the Democrats were red?
Are you
Remember
asking me?
Like in the 80s?
Are you asking me?
You're the only one here, Gary.
No. Well, you're talking to a lot of people.
Oh, the lava's rising.
Oh,
I hear voices too in the background.
those are my children.
I hear your children.
Okay. Did you hear my question?
This is one
No, I did not know
worst
that they used to be red.
Yeah, and for some reason, the media started switching the red and the blue. I
Jerks.
can't remember what year it was, but I think it was because Democrats being red was too on the nose.
Good point.
That's my speculation as to
Actually,
their.
wait a minute. No, I thought Democrats were red.
They are now.
Oh,
Oh no, Democrats are blue.
really?
Yeah,
Oh, I guess I do remember it being the other color then.
it was
Because
just moments ago in my head.
yeah, just moments ago, they were blue.
They are blue.
I mean red. Sorry.
Yeah, you did. I'm right next
We'll
to
get this.
you.
We'll get there someday. Did you know that Harper's Weekly came up with donkeys for Democrats and Republicans as elephants? Hmm. Is that where they got the term blue dog Democrats? I wouldn't doubt it because that term is from like the 70s, right? Blue dog Democrat. And they changed the blue and the red around, I think, in the 80s. Yeah, definitely too on the nose, I think. Too on the nose. Yes, for blue for blue collar. No, I don't think that's it, is it?
I have no idea.
Oh, great.
Doo-doo-doo.
Goody, goody. Jump. Hi, Silence.
They can be pinkos. No, that's true. That's true. We can make them all pink, except they're red. Giant red menace. Funny thing is, someone was pointing out how Tim Lim used a red Soros in his comic Trump Space Force, and I had never even seen it, but you know, it's just that's the color. That's the right color for these commie SOBs. Right, Gary?
I'm colorblind, right? I think that it doesn't matter what color they choose for them. Or if they're going to be doing stupid things, the color is stupid. Just
Okay. They have by default made the color stupid.
yeah, exactly.
Chick, baby one, 2. All right. So are you drawing and inking? Like drawing? No, you're just inking, right?
I have some little blue roughs down here to kind of give me, but mostly it's all coming out in the
Oh,
ink.
well.
But isn't that the part where you have to think is when you're drawing, and then when you're inking, it just kind of like flows.
No,
No?
I don't think ever.
You
No,
what?
I think that that's why I'm so quiet is because I'm using the ink as a pencil.
Ah.
Okay, that's just a theory. I have no idea if it holds water.
All right, we'll go with that.
I'm good with it. Yeah.
Man, can't believe my phone decided to freaking reboot now and reinstall stuff. Terry's probably like, "What? What? You invited me on? Now you're not talking to me." Check your Facebook, Terry.
Does he not have YouTube?
Does he not have a what?
Does he not? Can he not get on YouTube and see and just like chat right here with you?
Terry doesn't have a YouTube channel.
But does he ever watch YouTube videos?
Yeah.
Well, then he could watch the video and then he could pop in the chat and say, "Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?"
Terry, if you're out there watching this right now, go to Facebook. Like that?
Exactly.
Right how. All right. Lord is the King of Israel. I live in Pennsylvania. While the big cities are liberal, most of the metro countries are blue dog martyrdoms. Comics legend hates politics. Well,
What
you can
about
ignore them, but they do affect your life. So,
the politics of dancing?
On what?
The politics of being cool,
Feeling good.
feeling good. Right. The politics of feeling good.
Oh my god.
Politics of moving. Oh, something understood.
Well, watch regenerates so fast. You only kill people in this.
Terry, Mike's phone is holding him hostage. Many apologies. It's at 68% of system update. Just home from church. Hey, all, what's up, Roscoe Davis?
Enemy kill me that way.
Do.
Kill yourself.
So, what's your favorite artist, Gary?
Musical artist or drawing?
What?
Huh? Musical artist or drawing artist?
Oh, illustrative artist.
Illustrative. Favorite artist? Probably Frank Miller.
Really?
Not current, but like from his heyday.
70s, 80s.
Yeah, 80s. His stuff now, I don't even think I've seen any of it, but I know he did like a Dark Knight 2 that he drew, and I couldn't take it.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah,
Unbelievably bad.
but when he does, I think the thing I like about him is he knows how to tell a story so good.
He's a better writer now.
Yeah. But I think, I don't know. I mean, if it just comes to looking at pretty pictures, I think Alex Ross is really good. But there's when it comes to comics, it's a different dynamic. It's like it's telling a story with the pictures. It's not just like pinups and stuff. So with that being said, I would have to stick with my guns and say Frank Miller in his heyday. But I like old John Byrne stuff, like his X-Men stuff, and that's actually how I got into comics. Was John Byrne. He blew my mind.
Oh yeah.
But,
Do go on.
Really? Okay. But no, I was never a big fan of like Superman. Like he did Superman and he did Wonder Woman. Back in
I remember picking up some of those Supermans at 7-Eleven. Man of Steel.
Yeah, I mean, I like the story okay and everything. It's just that his art was not, and even now, his art is nothing like it was. Man, like even earlier today, actually, I was making some dinner, and Rhoda, for those of you who don't know, Rhoda's my wife. She's never read. She's not a comic person, but my youngest daughter came out with all these X-Men comics that I had, and she said, "I don't want these anymore. What do I do with them?" And I started going through them. And I was like, "Oh, this one's so good." And Rhoda's like, let me see it. I'll read it. And so she started reading. It was a Future Past story.
Oh, Days of Future Past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she read the first one. I guess it's like a two-parter. She read the first one, and then she may have gotten into the second one, and she said, actually, this is really good. And she's not a comic person, so.
Terry!
Hey.
What's up?
Yeah, Future Past is a good little bottle story that anybody can get into that. It's almost like a Black Mirror version of X-Men.
Black Mirror.
But you haven't seen Black Mirror. So anyway, Twilight Zone version of X-Men. There you go.
Ah.
You get that reference.
That I do, because I'm old.
Because I'm old. How you doing, Terry?
Doing great. Doing great.
Working on, is that a commission or just another print?
Another print. Actually, this one's print. The Queen one, there's the finished Queen piece. I don't know if what you can see over there.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Is this
So Terry, who's your favorite comic artist?
I really like Ed McGuinness a lot. Ivan Reyes. I mean, that's semi new school people. DC's got like talent stable that's like insane. Like pretty much anybody that worked on that Brightest Day run back in the day are like all my favorite. I never saw a series that wide of a scope with that many good artists all on one thing. Storyline's a different thing, but the art was amazing. And so all those guys that worked on that, oh man, I'm blanking because you asked me. But anyway, pretty much most of the DC stable from that run.
Okay, I have a question. I'm going to sound like a boomer.
For new school.
I'm going to sound like a boomer because this guy's probably super famous, and I just don't know who it is. But I remember I was at the library and I saw a Superman, like a graphic novel or trade paper, and he was fighting. Now I can't remember the villain. Brainiac. He was fighting Brainiac, but the art in it was so. The guy makes Superman look like Christopher Reeve. Do you know who I'm talking about?
That could be either Gary Ordway, but he was like more popular for Shazam, or Gary Frank, I think. Gary Frank draws a Superman that looked like Christopher Reeve.
Oh, it was so good. I really liked that.
Was this newer, like newish?
It's newer. Yeah, I think it's newer.
This Gary Frank, I will bet my house that it's Gary Frank then, because he draws a Superman that looks just like Christopher Reeve.
You familiar with him, Mike?
Gary Frank?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Dale Keown knockoff.
Used to be.
Do you like him?
Yeah.
Well, you didn't sound like it. He's a Dale Keown. He's a great value Dale Keown. But,
I mean, we all start somewhere.
We all dude. Everybody's a Neil Adams knockoff, and then we kind of branch out from there, or John Buscema, one of the two.
Yeah, I'd lean more towards Neil Adams. I love Neil Adams, man. I mean, back then.
Same. Yeah, that level of line work was insane from him back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I like Ivan Reyes. I consider him, even though I actually talked to Neil Adams. I said, "Who do you think the modern you is?" And this is the first time I ever talked to him. He said something with some cuss words in it, so I'm not going to say exactly what he said. But at the end of the day, the answer was Jim Lee.
What?
Which exactly, that's what I said. I was like, what? But because I think Ivan Reyes has that spark of classic Neil Adams in the way he renders his figures.
Indeed.
But hey, it came out of the man's mouth. He said Jim Lee, so there you go.
But he swore when he said it.
Well, he said some other stuff. Like I'm not even gonna paraphrase it, but it was off-putting. But I fell in love with him after that because I like people who cuss.
Yeah.
What can I say? It's my only vice, Mike. It's my only vice.
Well.
And why do you like Mike?
You can if you ride on the cage enough, you can get it out of him. You know, it's even sweeter when it comes from Mike because it's such a unicorn. Like a swear word from the Michael.
Not
Tastes
like
so
real
delicious.
swear words.
It tastes so delicious.
PG-13 swear words.
Soon I'll get an F-bomb and then my collection will be complete.
Wow, you're like the Killing Joke.
Exactly. Do it. Your one rule, you're gonna have to violate it. I'm the Joker. Not really. I don't actually care that much if he does or does not. There was actually a time where I did not swear, and then I went to the military, and I've been literally cussing like a sailor ever since, even though I went to the Air Force. But
Because you're a sailor. Oh no.
yep. Well,
Don't you associate me with the Navy.
no, nobody wants to be associated with the Navy, except for Navy SEALs. I'm not gonna.
Dude, this
not
is
gonna
a
talk
Navy
about that.
town, man. Well, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is. Well,
They
so
come sail the 7 seas, you know.
I bet you people can't even name the 7 seas. It's like there's 7. We got Atlantic, Pacific, Lake Michigan. Like,
Lake Michigan.
I'm joking.
Oh.
I'm saying that people don't
You're
actually
saying
like.
people are stupid.
Yeah, undereducated is what I would say.
Yeah. Don't you remember? It's from geography class in 3rd grade.
3rd grade.
Memorize that and keep it in your head for the rest of your life.
I actually have a dyslexia for Milwaukee and Wisconsin. I'm always like mixing them up in my brain.
I thought Milwaukee was in Wisconsin.
No, it's not Wisconsin. It's Minneapolis and Milwaukee. See, I did it again.
Oh, you just did it.
I just did it. So you know I'm not making it up. Like my brain won't put them in the right spot. And so like when I got a show there, I'm like, oh, I'll just drive. I'm like, wait a minute, no, I can't drive that. Idiot. Yep. So what can you do?
Rhaegar says you have a Navy vet in the chat.
Hoorah, Navy. Whenever you want to get there real slow, take a Navy boat. Even though they got jets too, but they brought them from us.
All the other services, except the Coast Guard, pick on the Navy.
This is true.
We're also
But if I had a choice between the Navy and the Army, then I'm gonna go Navy.
Oh yeah? Yeah, we got some outrage in the chat, Terry.
Good, that's what I wanted. Let's go. Come at me. Tell me why you like your inferior living conditions compared to the Air Force. Even our women were hotter. Come on, it's just the Air Force was better all the way around.
Oh, goodness. There's more people trying to show up in here.
See, you caused some outrage amongst the branches. The thing is, that's how you know there's a real vet or not, because we always talk crap amongst the branches.
What was it? It seemed like the chair force, like
See?
your face was making sounds, but it wasn't particularly intelligible. So
That's a qualification to be in the chair force.
mhm, mhm.
You got to know how to look busy, because we don't do nothing. Oh God.
No,
Actually,
man, it's not 100 years ago. It's all about that combined arms, and you got to believe people love having the Air Force flying overhead, doing close air support, bringing in supplies and stuff.
That's not why people love us. They love us because our bases are badass.
Well, now Hawaii is weird because they've combined the bases now.
Yeah,
So
they combine a lot of them.
yeah.
Yep. Even the base I was stationed at in Grissom combined with a Marine unit of all things. So they stole all the women.
It's a party now. Quinn's here.
Whoa, looks like he's getting tricky. He's got
I
an
have a
egg
friend.
split.
I have a friend that's in the Air Force. He calls it the Chair Force.
Yep, that's what we all call it. But the thing is, it's not a lie. Like every job is
I know. He doesn't do crap. Like every time I go there, it's always like, oh, I'm off,
Yeah.
or it's like, oh yeah, we're playing board games because like there's
Yeah.
nothing to do here.
They
It's
gave
like,
us
Jesus.
3 months leave for no reason, just cause. You know,
I'm always like, man, you're just living off the government's dime. I'm not doing
yeah,
nothing.
I know. That's what's hilarious. Everybody's like, "Oh, moochers," or it's like just join the military. That's the best way to mooch off the government.
Oh my
They'll
god.
give you a house, cars, women.
Oh, yeah. Unless if I was a young person, right, and I wanted a very specific experience, or, yeah, unless you were looking for that, you should absolutely either join the Air Force or the Coast Guard.
Yep. Like seriously, he's not wrong.
Yo, you look, my friend, one of my closest friends from school, like he dropped out, he joined the Air Force, he got in like 6 months or something, and now he's making like a lot of money and like living with his wife and in Cali, having a great time.
Yep.
In the Air Force, super
There you go.
easy. And he's not like he works what's it called, geospatial location? I don't know.
Oh,
They're like
see?
looking at the
Yep.
screens and
Oh, he's with the big brain crew then.
yeah.
Now
Yeah.
me, I was a bus driver. I was not with the big brain crew. I was right next to Pill and Potatoes crew. You could either do this or you could drive the bus. Which one? It's like, all right, I'm not Pill and Potatoes. I'll drive the bus. You know why? It's because I'm actually colorblind.
Ah.
And, that may be where I was like, can I disarm bombs? No. Nope. It's like hit the green one. Wait a minute. You know, so yep.
Quinn, what you been doing?
Well, today I have been like kind of like resting because I've been working on a lot of stuff. I've been working on my Chapter House Dune video, which that's gonna come out like sometime in the next few weeks.
I just saw your new Doom video defending the Sci-Fi Channel one.
The sci-fi miniseries version of Dune is better than David.
Yeah,
I don't care what anybody says.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. Don't fight me, man. I'm with you.
I'm not.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
You just mean story-wise, though, right?
Story-wise, I mean, yeah, of course that miniseries is hideous. Like, no one's gonna look at that and be like, "Oh my god!" But it came out in the year 2000 on the Sci-Fi Channel, so I mean, like, you cannot like watch that and then expect to see like crazy, amazing like visual CGI effects. And also, CGI was more expensive in the early 2000s. They spent like $20 million on that miniseries for 3 episodes.
Those worms, man. Who
Yeah.
knew? But
You know, I feel like even if you look at those effects and compare them to like Star Trek Deep Space Nine or even like Doctor Who like 5 years later, like they don't look that bad. They really don't. But whatever. Costume
all relative to like, yeah. I mean, like I think you said in the video, a lot of early 2000 stuff was terrible.
Yeah, that CGI didn't look good. No, it never did.
Like all of it though. Like I was watching one of the Matrix trilogy movies, and I was like, "God, that's terrible looking."
Look at the troll in the first Harry Potter
Did
movie.
not age well. You know,
No.
that's why Star Wars from 1976 ages better than those 1990s CGI movies.
Oh yeah.
Dude, watch. It's an '80s film called Dragon Slayer. That dragon,
I've seen it.
amazing.
Mhm.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh,
So
Quinn,
good.
why I got you on here? So you've seen Dragon Slayer, right?
Yeah, it's got like
George
the
R. R.
Martin.
Martin, like I don't want to say the word ripoff, but he heavily borrowed a lot of elements from that movie.
I think I've heard him mention it before. I
Okay,
really do
good.
think I've heard him mention it before.
Now I feel less weird about it because I just rewatched it and it has a girl that's pretending to be a boy. Her name is Tyrion. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, he probably does really like that movie. Yeah, for sure.
It feels like a lost Game of Thrones movie that was never made. Like if you go back and watch it. And
No, I remember being a kid, dude, and that was like the first movie where it's like, oh, they're going to save the damsel, and damsel gets killed.
And George R. Martin's like, wait, I love this.
Yeah, I love this. Like, yeah.
I'm gonna do this all the time.
Another movie from that era that actually holds up. I just watched it again. It's got some stuff here and there. It's Legend with Tim Curry.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course, that's classic.
Tim Curry.
But it's the thing is, it's the story is really advanced.
And
As
it's
a
a
kid,
really beautiful movie too, right? Like I love like the makeup and like the costumes in that movie. I just love it.
well, we were talking
Tim
about
Curry, man.
outrage about any type of feminine progress in that movie. Like Tom Cruise was next to impotent. Like he sucked.
Yeah,
And
but he was
just-
beautiful.
She pretty much saved herself, and at the time, it's not like Ridley Scott had to do it. Like there was a mandate to make powerful women, between her and Ripley, but it was something that was already in the zeitgeist.
I haven't seen Legend so long. So what happened? So you've got like Tom Cruise and he's hanging out with this girl
It's
in the jungle.
Zelda.
They see a unicorn.
It's the Zelda storyline, except for Zelda.
I don't know Zelda. I'm not the Zelda person.
I just died inside a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was never like a big video game person, except for
Oh.
like little like laid back games. Like
Angry Birds.
yeah.
Bit of a Candy Crusher, are you?
oh man, please, guys, don't do it. Anyway, it's a princess story, except for this one. It's almost like if you took Beauty and the Beast and added some 50 Shades of Grey. You
Yeah,
got
because I know like she gets taken by like the devil or whatever he is.
yeah, but
And-
he totally wants to bone her. Like
Yeah.
it's like it's not even subtext. He's like saying, "Hey, I'm lonely and sexually frustrated here in hell. Dad, I need somebody to basically
I don't remember that in the script.
go watch it." That's what I'm saying. Go
I know
watch it.
I always thought he was really scary when I was a kid, and I was almost like I can't even watch this because it was too scary when I was.
Yeah, he's
just 'cause of-
horny. He's not scary.
Are you on page 6 here, Mike? Is this page 6 or 7?
6.
Is this Project MAGA?
Yeah.
Oh.
This is Rush Limbaugh turning into El Rushbo.
Oh god.
Is that a placeholder feel on the saber, or
No, his golden EIB microphone turns into his rapier.
Oh my goodness. Oh no, I don't have any.
the scourge of Marin County? Huh?
Long time ago, I remember when Rush Limbaugh had a TV show. It was actually pretty funny.
Yeah, what was that? Was that on Fox?
No, I don't even think there was a Fox back when this was on TV. It was on something. It was pretty much Bill Maher format way before Bill Maher.
Well, I think was it on CNN?
No, it was on regular TV. It wasn't.
was
on-
it?
Yeah.
He would do skits and stuff. It was funny.
All right, you
And,
got a
you know-
question here from a fuzzy creature, Mike. He
Yeah.
says, "Is this a whole page? Isn't this a 22-page comic book?"
Yeah, I suck up 6 pages, turning all of my guys into different characters.
It is a quick story. It is
Yeah.
the time frame
It's
that
not-
the story happens over is fake.
It ain't Dune.
Yeah.
Dune. Arrakis, desert planet.
Desert planet.
Only source of the spice melange, most valuable commodity in the universe.
So Quinn, have you had a chance? Probably not. Obviously, it's only been like an hour since we talked last, but to watch Channel Zero.
I haven't watched anything since we last talked.
So
You
I'm
literally
rewatching it. I'm rewatching it just to make sure I didn't steer you wrong, and because we were talking so much about it, like I realized the first anthology is pretty much their riff on the it format done right,
Mm-hmm.
because they keep their adult and children flashbacks together, which is how the book was and how the movie should have been.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll get to see how powerful that is to see people jumping back and forth. I mean, Lost took it and perfected it. I didn't like Lost, but it still perfected here's a flashback sequence to
Yeah.
set up what's about to happen now.
I'll definitely give it a try.
Yeah,
I still won't watch Lost. I mean, I've seen
It's
it.
bad.
It's like
It's
I will
terrible.
watch it again.
it's
But
terrible.
it's like it's got some things in it where it's like, man, this could have gone somewhere.
Yeah.
And I know, like,
Yeah.
one of the guys that did Lost did Watchmen, which I recently watched.
no,
on HBO.
dude. I'm a Lindelof. I was a Lindelof hater.
Mhm.
until Leftovers. Leftovers won me.
That's the show about the Rapture.
Right. It's not for everybody, but it's
Same with Watchmen.
Yeah.
Too, though. Like I felt like Watchmen, Lindelof did that one, and it was like I thought it was really good.
It
But I
is.
know
I
some
love it.
people would watch it and be like,
No,
"Nah,
yeah,
not
no.
this."
Yeah. It's not an entertaining in like an action movie kind of way. It's
Mhm.
it feels like the second Watchmen story, and no hyperbole there.
You know, that's what I really liked about it too. It was like because it ignored that movie, and it was just like we're just gonna do a sequel to the graphic novel. And I thought personally that it was really respectful. I thought it was very respectful to Alan Moore's material, and it was really good.
Above and beyond. What's crazy is a lot of right wingers hate it. Right.
I know. Yeah.
Not saying, but it's catnip for right wingers. It's a liberal dystopia. Because pretty much it's what if the liberals won, and look how crap life would be if hyper liberalism took over the planet. And basically you have the power structure in this story is brown, and they're the ones discriminating against white people in this. And so it shows you clearly that it's a power thing, not a race thing, which causes the in group to oppress the out group.
But then there is also like a racial element to it.
Yeah,
and I think it's tackling racism and issues of race from a bunch of different angles.
Yeah.
I thought that was super interesting about it. It wasn't just like
the
ending.
Yeah,
the ending.
Which we're not going to get into.
I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it, but I cried in the ending scene where you've got like what's her name, the night lady. You're the main character when she's with the guy at the end.
We said we weren't going to spoil it though.
I'm not.
Don't say nothing.
I'm not going to say anything about it.
You cried.
In the end, I was crying because it hit me.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I wasn't expecting this to hit me like this, because it was like it was so impactful. Where I was like, this is like really like speaking, and they're like really trying to make something important here. And I was
Here's what I will say: that it raised the bar for basically as close as you're gonna get to a novel as a TV show. It's dense like a book. Like I rewatched it 6 times because every time you get a new revelation and you rewatch it, it recontextualizes the story every time. It's a masterpiece of visual storytelling. Like he pretty much, him and his crew, because Lindelof's really careful to not take all the credit. Like, hey, I had 6 writers on this that were helping me knock this out of the park. But some of my ideas were stupid. I read all the interviews, and they basically talked me out of doing dumb stuff with the plot. And I respect that about him, that he basically was like, hey, like if it would have been my way, I would have had like a dumb ninja plot or something like that.
Glad they didn't. And I'm glad they kept in all the weird Ozymandias stuff. That was like so good. It's so weird and strange. I love weird.
He was so Rick from Rick and Morty, man. It was great.
I loved it. It's so cool. He's like doing his shenanigans. Like, I love it.
Another thing, though, nobody's watched it.
hey, that's not fair. I watched episode 1.
Nobody's.
It gets progressively better. I will say.
Way better.
There are so many moments where it's like, oh, I didn't expect that to happen.
Wait a minute.
That went in a different way.
Just another one of those Mike one and dones.
No, I intended to watch the next one. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So.
Oh my god, dude, I was hooked. I can't even see how laissez-faire was. Like, I was like, what? Because I actually went in to hate watch it because the trailers look terrible. The trailers look awful. Like I'm so sick of, if I can be blunt, angry white people TV shows, and they were showing all the kind of Nazi Rorschach guys. I'm like, oh, here we go again. And then I was pleasantly surprised that they flipped it, and it was angry black people that were also kind of fascist. I was like, okay, this is new.
Yeah, I don't want people to like go watch it and think that's what it's gonna be about, though.
No,
I feel like that's kind of like it's not. I don't feel like it's about. I think it's just about racial unrest and social unrest.
It's about power.
Yeah.
It's just about.
All right, what do you guys think about El Rushbo?
Mm-hmm.
There it is. I mean, the art's great. It's just I hate the guy. So.
Yeah. So would you hate read the book, Terry?
Oh man, look for Mike. Yeah, sure, of
If
course.
I saw this guy, what's his name? The Rush. Once he cuts on the costume.
El Rush.
If he like came to save me, I would just be like, okay, I'm good. I'll just.
You would just stamp your feet, huh?
None of your business says he's not fat enough.
He trimmed down a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah, he did.
I don't know how fat he is now, so I can't really.
Yeah.
I know a while ago he was pushing some limits.
I think once he stopped stressing after that oxycodone, that he probably leveled back out. But he's a funny dude. A lot of these figureheads for either party, right? They're just entertainers, man. And I actually figured it out. I used to be so triggered by the stuff people would say in the political realm. Then I realized they're just like lawyers. Like, hey, yeah, I killed my wife and 3 kids, but I'm going to pay you a bunch of money to say the things that is going to get me off. And that's how I feel about politicians now. Like, they're just basically kind of like attorneys for either party.
I'm triggered by that because I feel like that is what we need to get out of America, man. Our politicians should not just be mouthpieces for the establishment. Our politicians should represent us. We should not be okay with it. We should call that out.
That should be the case.
And we should just be like, I mean, always. I think that we, as citizens, have responsibility to continuously call that out and never to become, what's the word? Complacent. Yes.
It's too late for that.
Yeah,
it's never too late to just be like, oh, I'm just going to accept it. I mean, you die when you're just like, whatever, I'm just going to accept it. That's when it's over. Like, you never stop. Keep trying to fight for more and more and more and more rights.
Yeah, but to get people to like pay attention to anything that requires it is very difficult. What I was going to say though is I feel like 80% of political material now is just solely produced to make the other to like be clickbait for the other party. Like I believe like the Huffington Post and the Root is just it's just published to make to troll conservatives and vice versa. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, dude, it's crazy how clickbaity a lot of this stuff. I mean, the thing is too. One thing I do hate is that people act like newspapers used to be the paragon of information. They never were. Like never since the inception of the American newspaper have they told the truth about anything completely. They were always, pretty much tied to political parties. I mean, we kind of have like the gold. Remember back in the day when things they never used to be great, so this return to greatness that people want for a lot of these institutions is a false myth. They were never great to begin with. That's why it's up to the individual to get informed and not wait, basically drink from the teat of a media cow instead of go out and get your own information from various sources.
Give me that good media cow teat.
Yes, well, it's probably like a green cow, it's a fish cow, like in The Last Jedi.
Well, you guys have been in debates where people are just pretty much regurgitating talking points.
Oh yeah,
on the news.
That's why I don't like Sean Hannity, because the guy, all he does is talking points. He never thinks.
Sean Hannity. Some of those TV pundits just need to be fired. I feel like most of them do.
Sean Hannity is a perfect example of what I mean. You can tell he's got that defense attorney thing about him. Like, hey, so this is what Trump did today. Like, defend it. Like, make it seem like it's not so bad. Yeah. Or here's something Obama did. He had a coffee cup in his hand. Make it seem like he committed.
They're called water carriers, man.
Like
all those people are supposed to be journalists, which is like weird because I went to school for journalism and they have no journalistic integrity. It's like how is this journalism? It's not.
Well, there's punditry and there's journalism.
Yeah, sure.
And, the two don't cross over that much usually.
But even straight news, even what you believe is straight news. All right. So my wife was a television news director and producer for 18 years. And even at the level of what gets put on TV, just the filtering process, what's reported and not reported is heavily affected, not only by people's biases, but just by the desire to generate ad revenue, right? Ratings chasing. and good-looking girls, babies, train wrecks, feel good stories or feel bad stories are almost always going to take precedence over anything of substance.
Because the news is entertainment.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Well, now that it's profit motivated, see, when we were growing up, news was a duty that channels had to do. They had to dedicate an hour or 2 hours of broadcasting a day to bringing the people the news. That was part of their FTC license, right? So it was news. You got in, you got out, you got the facts.
well, the reason for that was because they didn't want us to basically consuming all fiction. And so, because the BBC does a similar thing where it's like, all right, they have this much educational programming.
Okay, let me finish my point.
Mike, Gary's
Chop them
thing
off.
is covering the whole screen, brother.
Oh, is he? Sorry, I was trying to promote Gary.
How did I just made it real big because I was just a little thumbnail. So I could shrink it back down and you could see what I'm drawing.
Well, I think he just wants to watch what I'm drawing.
All right. So you were saying.
Oh, that it was the introduction of 24-hour news that turned it into a business instead of a duty, right? And so now it's like, yeah, you have to make the money. That's the whole shtick when you're CNN or Fox or MSNBC or anything.
But that was us.
Now, and now it's like, yeah, get the cutest girl. Don't get the one with the best freaking idea.
That was people though. Like we were hooked on the tragedy of 9/11. I watched the news for 24 hours straight after 9/11. So I joined the military. Like, so it wasn't that they diabolically go, hey, let's do 24-hour news.
Dude,
Basically,
24-hour news, dude. No, Fox, CNN started it, and then Fox and all that stuff. That was well before 9/11 started.
Nobody, maybe during wartime they would have 24-hour news. In my opinion, I think it got really beefed up when 9/11 happened and we were at war. People wanted to see the bombings and the what was going on next, State of the Unions. It was like,
yeah, but I remember that was all happening during Desert Storm.
yeah,
Desert Storm was freaking 91.
Then it went from, I feel like the only time news got popular is when you had Desert Storm, the OJ trial, and then 9/11.
The Challenger.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's totally different than it was like in the 80s and stuff. Although CNN started in the 80s, right?
I can't.
Didn't headline news start first? Didn't Turner start with that, and then CNN came out?
Was that what it was?
And there's your secret operative, Turner, man. Oof. That cat has got his hands in a lot of stuff. That and the sort of stuff you don't like, you'll see that Turner's involved in that because he basically definitely wanted to. I mean, who wouldn't? He's a business tycoon, which is different than a businessman. Tycoons are like robber barons. They want to come in and aggressively take over, kind of like what Disney's doing. Even though I love Disney, but that's right. I said it. I love them.
Mike, you're right.
I love your money.
1980, and CNN was the first channel to provide 24-hour news coverage.
Yep. There you go.
I'm saying we weren't watching it like it was C-SPAN where people or Congress or what it was watching 24-hour news until the
nobody watches C-SPAN now. It's like people.
I'm saying that's what was on.
People think they talk about politics. If I post something from legislation or like committee hearings, it's crickets.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's crickets.
You know what? Proved my point.
Dude, Terry, I think you just weren't paying attention back then. I had
you were watching the news 24 hours a day in the 80s. I'm going to call BS on that.
In the 90s when I lived in Austin and Fox News came out. And I used to watch CNN a lot because I loved like Crossfire and stuff.
I used to watch whatever was on TV at the time. And it wasn't the news is what I'm telling you.
But that's you. It's not to say that people weren't watching it. And
I think we're arguing two different points.
I don't watch it now.
You're saying that there was 24-hour news.
Yeah.
I'll concede that point. I'm saying we weren't watching it in mass like we are now until 9/11.
9/11 definitely changed, along with the internet, definitely changed a lot of people's the evolution of the internet changed a lot of people's media consumption habits. But yeah,
And
9/11.
I would say Trump basically, because of that vehicle, that was like the best thing ever happened to him. Because now there was like so many ways to get a hold of people that he could basically throw out word missiles like nobody's business. He's the best. I don't care what people feel about the guy. I've never seen anybody use all the media platforms in the way he's used it.
Oh yeah.
It's insane. It's kind of scary because it's like, man, what if you get somebody that actually, knows what they're doing, that does something like what he's doing. That's also, obviously not, good for the country, but what can you say? And I want to bracket by saying, I think I said this to you, Mike, and another one, that look, you run like a Colin Powell or a Condi Rice, they got my vote 10 times over. It ain't a Republican thing. It's a, who's got a dang level head thing. And this guy sure ain't it.
Well, but Trump has the insurance policy, because if he gets impeached, you get Pence.
Pence was, if I'm in Indiana, Pence was my governor. Pence is not going to, he's going to make you turn into a pilgrim, but he's not going to start a war.
He's not going to what?
I said he's not going to start any wars or nothing. He'll make us wear like.
Dude, Trump is the first president we've had in 40 years that hasn't started a war within the first 2 years of his presidency. He's like the least
you mean Republican president?
No, I mean all.
All right, well, let's think about this. Let's think. Obama, under the Obama administration, you had Libya. When did the Syrian civil war kick off?
Well, depending on which one. That's the thing.
The most recent incarnation. So Libya, Syria.
He does not died here.
When did Russia invade Ukraine?
Yeah.
Or that
During Obama.
I don't think you have any case if you're saying like, yeah, strikes, sure. Every president's done strikes. But declaring war, there's always been a Republican president that declares the war. That says, hey, we're going to war with Vietnam.
Really? Always?
We're going to war with Korea.
Who brought us into Vietnam?
Was it Kennedy?
Yeah.
Well, hang on now. What about World War II?
Yeah, Truman.
I'm talking about recent wars. Recent wars.
Roosevelt, man.
Roosevelt, yeah.
You mean recent?
Recent wars. And really, I'm recent and with the Middle East. So let me put a finer point on it.
Okay.
Whenever we fought the Middle East, I don't see liberals.
No, we didn't call Korea a war. We didn't. It's like there's wars by what they.
It was called a war.
It was a police. What'd they call it? A police something or other.
I think you should talk to some Korean war vets. They will.
No, I
definitely call it a war.
We didn't go in there saying it was a war. It was run by the UN. It was a UN mission, and they called it a police action.
Once again, we're splitting hairs about the Korean War.
No, that's my point. We're
sort of, but declaration of war has a real specific meaning, man.
Yeah.
Is the Korean War called the Korean War or the Korean police action? Because the same tenets you're talking about, the same tenets for
war, but America never declared war.
That's what I'm saying. So don't make it seem like I don't know.
No, but that's the same thing.
That doesn't speak to the violence or anything.
And same thing with Vietnam. Vietnam has the same tenets of the Korean War, where it was supposed to be a policing action.
All right.
We got sucked in. So is that still a war, or is it a policing action?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying these are wars. I don't care what they call them.
Oh, okay, we agree then. I thought you were saying they weren't wars.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about every president since.
And once again, though,
George Bush has brought us into a war
with the Middle East. The Middle East is what my point. Middle Eastern wars is my.
All right, so if you start with Middle Eastern wars, then you have to look at the Camp David Accords, but you also have to look at President Carter undermining the Shah of Iran.
1970.
And I know that may be before your time.
I'm familiar with it though, and we're talking once again splitting hairs, but I'm talking about getting on TV going saying, "Hey, we're gonna bomb this country." They declared war. Hell, Obama they made him look like a punk because they crossed his red line. He still didn't declare war. You know.
Oh my God. Can we stop talking about this?
Dr. Naple,
Oh,
what'd you do to your chin, man? Looks like you lost some hair.
yeah, I'm about to go clean shaved. This is my trial. I just came in the middle of this conversation. I don't know what I'm talking about. I have 3 shots of whiskey in me, and all I'm saying is we
We're
need
talking
to
about war.
firebomb the entire Middle East, take them over, and convert them to Christianity by force. That's the end culture.
I agree.
War.
It is the only way.
Sorry, Terry. Sorry.
I definitely disagree with that, but whoa, wow! I don't know if he was joking.
Quinn's Red Dune, though. Quinn's Red Dune. He knows how it works.
Yeah, because he knows about the 1,000-year jihad too.
Yeah, my problem with a lot of war is I'm a very binary guy, and it always feels like we either do too little or too much in battle. And it's kind of like, why are we doing these tiny pinpricks trying to maintain status quo? And you take out one general, you take out a guy, and then he bombs your ship or whatever. Or we're like full on like invading a country, firebombing everywhere.
And then staying there for 20 years.
War should be more the firebombing everyone and taking over an entire country, or don't bother. You're either going to reconstruct the whole thing, or
I think you got a very like war video game. Like if you're playing a video game, sure, like kill them all, wipe them out, convert them over to your units. You know what I mean?
Guilty.
But
Guilty. He just owned it.
I mean, if they're dropping bombs on your city, then you're gonna be like, you know what, this war stuff kind of sucks.
Yeah, and that is the, I would call war an incredible good, other than the collateral damage. Innocent people dying is what makes war a horror. The idea that warriors and corrupt governments get wiped out, that doesn't bother me at all.
Sure.
But it's that any time any military action takes place, innocent people are going to collaterally die. So you better know what you're talking about, and you better be sure of what you're doing. My problem is, I just think we have like this in America. We're lucky because we're kind of an island. Other than South America and Canada, we're kind of an island. England has a similar benefit of being basically an island. But the idea that we can maintain this island status when nations are getting nuclear bombs that can fly in, North Korea, Middle East, there's some bad dudes out there getting high tech, and they're gonna, they can drop it on a town and just wipe it out. They can make it a glowing residue, make New York a glowing residue. Wipe out Israel.
That's been an American fear for so long. We've actually been motivated. We're like a self-fulfilling prophecy because we're so afraid that other countries are going to attack us that we're like, well, we better attack them first. And so that's how you end up with generational hatred of America. It's not that they don't like Christianity.
Terry, is it unreasonable to think someone at some point will get a suitcase bomb in a country that chants in their streets death to America? We're not chanting death to Iran.
What I want to know is how come there's nobody chanting death to China or death to Japan? There's a reason for that, because they know how to spend their money in a way that other countries love them, and all of a sudden we're the world's bad guy. We're treated just like the police, where people think we're automatically think negative things about America. It wasn't always that way. We don't use our soft power well at all anymore. We used to be great at it. Coca-Cola and McDonald's. Now it's like, because I mean, the biggest asset we had is people wanted to be American.
Yeah, and then Jimmy Carter let the Shah of Iran freaking lose against the Ayatollah, and it all went downhill from there.
Yeah, that's it. It's Jimmy Carter's fault, and that's it.
That is a viable theory.
If it wasn't for him, then,
this is a fun conversation I'd like to have again, by the way, but I have to head out to dinner.
I know.
All right, brother.
All right, aloha.
See you, Edwin.
So this is Strange Animal.
Able to play Sky Factory.
He's
Good
got
drawing.
he's got a little bit of a saber tooth thing going.
How do you figure out the forearm muscles? I always go right to the tech side of things.
I studied them.
Shut up. So
He has a
you are
forearm.
thinking of the anatomy and not comic book shorthand arms and muscles that you've seen before. You're thinking of the anatomy.
Yeah.
I mean, he still has some exaggeration on there. That's
It's my own shorthand, but I am thinking of the anatomy.
I'm just saying when I draw those striations into the forearm, and you can tell in my art, I'm just making up anatomy, and you're like, oh no, I know what that.
you're saying you Rob Liefeld on it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm not that bad, but I'm bad.
I want to say one thing to you at one point where I agree with you. We suck at empire building. Like, I wish we were better at it, like as a country, because we spend all the treasure where we don't reap the benefits of it. Personally, I don't know why we don't have penny gas and free healthcare with all the war fighting we've done. Like, we should be able to have assets that we own now that used to be other countries that could pay for all the stuff we want. But we just literally spent out all the money and got nothing back.
Yeah, you're right.
This
You're right.
nebulous thing
That was
we
the
call
problem.
security.
You know what? When George Bush Jr. went into Iraq, he said that they were going to pay us back in oil, and we didn't get any of the oil contracts for Iraq.
Yeah, when I hear that, we went in for the oil. Like, I wish we did.
Yeah,
I wish that my friends and my family that died over there died for oil, because I don't got any tangible reason why we lost people. Other than security, I get that nebulous boogeyman, that security, but I want stuff sometimes. Like, we have 3 million metric tons of ore now. Like, sweet. All right, just like a video game, like you were saying. Like, why are we doing this stuff? If only just to do it. That's why we got to quit reacting.
I can't give you a justifiable answer. Sorry.
I get it. We want to be John Wayne, but I just feel like we got to quit reacting to every single thing. Like it's only us and the whole planet that can take care of stuff.
But Terry, what do you think of 9/11?
9/11 is so complex. I know
I'm saying Clinton went soft on Obama. Not soft, but just he could have taken him out.
Osama.
We don't want to look bad. We don't want to look bad with Osama, so we can't just preemptively strike him. And then they smack 2 planes into our buildings. Everyone's like, who was in charge?
See, you're doing like the shorthand 24 version of it. That's pretty easy to go. Yeah, that's
it's the hindsight. It is the
dude. We were selling those same people weapons to fight the Ruskies, man. Like before,
we did arm them, but I'm only saying. Do you think Trump is in there going, let's play war?
Yes.
That's why
Trump is in there going, what can I do to keep everybody's eyes off of me? I don't get why people act like Trump is some kind of maniacal Machiavellian genius.
No, I don't think that at all.
He's obviously really stupid. I'm sorry. Trump is obviously really, really stupid. Just look at him talking. Sorry, you can continue.
Well, I'll agree that his IQ may be low, but do you think that he said when he has held his hand back on so many areas where he could have gotten militarily involved, he was just looking for an excuse. He has drone striked thousands less people than Obama did. Do you
Sure.
Will you credit Obama with being more of a warmonger than Trump?
Let me ask you this though, because I noticed with Republicans, and I will answer your question.
Yeah,
that it's Obama's a pussy or Obama drone strikes too much. Like, which one is he?
Both of them, apparently.
Which one is he? Like, is he too soft? Is he too hard? Because I never know what's the correct answer with the right on that. And once again,
as a hardcore right winger, I've never checked a D on any ballot anywhere in my entire life. I think war is a mess, and Bush made the best of a mess. Obama made his best with a mess, and Trump is making his best with a mess. I don't think no war and no action, when the human heart is evil and is bent on destroying America, largely because we're prosperous, They'll
False.
say it's because of
False.
our military advantage, but really it's they resent our prosperity. Same way they resent Israel's prosperity. Is that's my basic opinion of it.
See, I like I said, and as a guy who loves 24, that's a 24 style plot that keeps us in this perpetual cycle. They don't resent our prosperity. There's actually a lot of rich places in the Middle East that, I mean, you got to go over there,
It's all religious.
right? And
It's all
so
religious. It's all religious.
But maybe they want to, yeah. But Terry, you'll see that they want to install the Sharia law here around the world.
well, Christians want to install Christian law as well. So
Well, I do, but not their way. I don't believe it.
exactly. So
I don't
this-
believe it can be installed by force.
So when you're a moderate man, you're basically never gonna win because I don't want either one of y'all to be in complete control of anything, right?
Hey, look. It's like, okay, I feel like, this is my opinion, so like I'm not trying to offend anybody. I think that in America,
already.
no. I think in America, Christians have been brought into the 21st century. And then you look at the Middle East and they're kind of like living in this like Islamic bubble where they still like
That's
look at like the old things in their books and think and say like, oh yeah, so we gotta kill all infidels.
There will never be an Islamic Reformation.
Yeah,
in,
'cause
in certain places, in certain
And that's how it's been put, is that that Christianity went through its Reformation and Judaism went through its Reformation and Islam has never gone through a Reformation.
So are you saying let's wipe them out because they didn't reform in time?
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying if you have a death cult of a religion that says death to America, or throw gays off buildings, or put women in potato sacks and put a hole in them, clitoridectomies, you got to get taken out. And we will install a government and a constitution. And yes, we will do better than you.
Dude, trust me, man. I wish it was that simple. And if it was,
That's not simple.
I mean, killing people as your solution to your problem is a simple solution.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. It's not hard to come up with that. What I'm saying is, I think what America used to do. Here's what I used to love about America. I still do love America, but I love less things about her now. Is we used to have the battle of ideas, and I feel like nobody wants to come up with any new ways to captivate people's imagination to go, but you know what? Here's why. Let's just show you why we're better. And like I said, nobody wants to bomb Japan or a bunch of other handful of countries that aren't third world countries either. But for some reason, we feel like military might is the only card we got, and we have so many more cards to play.
You don't remember the attacks of the Muslims on China, the attacks of the Muslims on Russia?
Man, look, do you remember
Muslims have been attacking other countries?
the car accidents that happened yesterday?
News all the time because it's not our business.
It's not prevalent enough to make a meal out of. Yeah, if you want to make hay, I can cherry pick the times a guy did a thing to a person, but by and large, we take it personal when other countries don't like us. Nobody goes, man, people hate England. There's so many English colonies that don't like England, but no, you don't care about that. England doesn't care about that. They actually, I take that back. They do care. They actually tried to reconcile with all the colonies they established. Same thing with France and same thing with Spain. But we don't. Here's where I agree with Doug to a degree. I wish we would do a form of colonization, and just so we can basically show them why our way is good. But if you're going to show somebody that your way is good by the point of a gun, you're never going to show them the way.
Yeah, you know why India is prosperous is because they were colonized by England.
Because they were because of empire, baby.
We're all in agreement there. Nobody's disagreeing with that. But what we're doing is an empire building. We suck at that because we want to be the good guys.
We don't do it. I know we don't nation build. It's just not a thing we do. It's a thing we pretend to do.
Better at it.
It's a thing we pretend to do, but we don't.
I'm gonna tell you
who's better at empire building is socialists. Socialism has gotten way more ground in America than America has with our constitution and other countries.
Dude,
and they're here in our
look at the tenets of socialism. Socialism says, "What can I do for the people?"
Mm-hmm.
Right?
No, it's government control of the people's needs.
So you're doing the once again the "I hate socialism" speech. I'm not a socialist. But I'm telling you why people will go, that doesn't sound bad.
Yeah.
It's because they're doing pretty much the Jesus Christ way. Like, you know what? We're gonna look out for the little guy, right? We're not gonna
I do believe that you and I, Terry, should look out for the little guy. It's when the government commands you and forces you to look out for the little guy by redistributing wealth.
Okay, look, wait. When you talk about socialism in America, and I always hear about people talking about socialism and infiltrating America, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about AOC flat out saying
AOC, Bernie Sanders, and what did she say? What did she say?
The far left, which is I would say about a quarter of the country. It's not a bizarre tiny little conspiracy of a tiny percentage of people.
I'm a democratic socialist myself, so I mean, like, what specifically, like, is it? Like,
the idea that the government should control the means of production to make it fair.
So I want
He means legit socialism.
Yeah, I mean, that's legit socialism. The government. It's not that I have a problem with sharing or I have a problem with being fair. The idea that when the people aren't freely fair, that you have a government step in and force things to be fair at the cost of freedom. That's usually where the wrong.
Why aren't you already outraged?
I need a more specific example of where, like, AOC wants something like that, because I see AOC talking about Medicare for all, free college and things like that.
Sure.
I mean, Bernie Sanders and AOC are not having a conversation about taking the means of production out of the hands of the worker.
Sure.
In fact, I feel like Bernie is more pro-worker than a lot of people. Like, Bernie Sanders is all about increasing the minimum wage and all that. But
what if they offered so many freebies that there's no way that our current tax rate could handle it, that you'd have to, say, put on like a 50% tax or a 70% tax on businesses?
Yeah, I mean, but then again, it's going back to that right wing framing of, like, where does the money come from? But, like, we increase the military budget all the time. We take money and put it in places all the time without saying anything. So I don't get why, when it comes to, like, actually the people, it's always like this big giant discussion of, like, where's the money gonna come from?
That right? I do agree with. Whenever it comes to the little guy, there's always pump the bridge.
We got the money. We can do it. That's the thing. Why ever act like we can't do it?
We do have the money to do it, but here's the difference: is the right wing, who says we will fund a military. It's 4% of gross national product. What Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders are saying about free college, free healthcare, preschool, that it's getting up in the 75% of gross national product. That becomes socialism when you go over 50% of your GNP, that is what every company makes in America, and they're already mandating healthcare. They're finding moral inroads to force money out of companies, and all that means is that you and I have less of our money to spend, but the government knows better to do with money than you do.
Not true.
And then it removes your freedom, Terry.
And I'm right in the middle on this conversation.
Sure.
I think we need a mixture. I don't know why we aren't effing doing our best to pump more entrepreneurs out in our country. Like, why are we sending so many kids to college to get a job being a teacher or a librarian? Mm-hmm. We be giving kids, look, dude, you're pretty smart. I'm going to give you $100,000. Go invent something awesome. We need to be pumping out brains in our country that's going to reinvigorate our pretty much entrepreneurial spirit, because we don't have it anymore. Everybody wants a job now. Everybody wants to go work for somebody, right?
I agree with you, Terry, but America's medical patents lead the world. It's almost 20-1. America's medical patents, and that is threatened by Obamacare because there's no reward now, because there's such a war on pharmaceuticals. You have to realize, like, you have to put freedom and, frankly, greed into these areas, things that are usually demonized. If you want those results, you can't punish them by having the government remove money for being good. Mike, we got to fix the back of that guy's head. Take his ear in the back of his head and pull it back. He needs more of the back of his head.
He's like a football coach.
That upper right-hand guy.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, get the back of his head, move his ear in his back of his head.
Doug, half the things you say, I think I would probably be shaking my head in agreement more, but you got this current political framing of things.
Yeah.
Like Obama didn't ruin the medical industry. The medical industry's been terrible
Well,
for
then
20, 30
remove
years.
the thing. You do realize that we lead up the world in medical patents.
We also lead the world in sick people too.
And dead. I mean, look,
10
I mean,
10 to
I
1.
don't want to interrupt you.
10 to 1.
I mean, but it still doesn't make sense in America to have people not insured. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
It does not.
It just doesn't. I don't know any type of way you can spin it around and dance around it. People shouldn't be dying
Let me
in
give you a
America.
story.
Of
Let me give you a story.
people illnesses, period.
I think that whole issue, dude, medicine shouldn't cost as much as it does. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. It's too expensive.
But
Yeah,
that's not
and it's
true.
like it's issues with the medical industry, and I know they have like I know there's a lot of I'm not an expert on all this stuff, but but you know it's
But Quinn, common sense. Do you know how to reduce the cost of something? What do you introduce?
Competition.
That's right. So if a government-run healthcare is their competition with the government.
Nope.
I'm sorry, you just look like a bird.
all right. Well, I'm gonna let you say that because I'm not sure exactly how to argue
Let me
against
ask you
that.
this, though.
But
Let
I've
me
heard.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. You think water's free market? Your water bill? It isn't.
Right.
Right? That's definitely held at a reasonable rate, but we cannot have water.
Look. If everybody in America had the same exact healthcare and it was the same exact for everybody, it would be the best healthcare. If the richest people in America had to get the same healthcare as hobos, it would be the best healthcare. Because if everyone could just walk in and get healthcare when they needed it, it'd be no difference.
Is there a country in the world whose healthcare you would model America's after?
I mean, there are some countries that have. I mean, I think we should make steps towards a more socialized medicine.
I know, but is there a? I mean, there's plenty of.
I don't know if there's any specific country that I would say let's take that exact system, but I am in favor of looking at these systems and studying them openly and seeing what they're doing right and helping to incorporate that into the way we do things, because the way we're doing things right now, what side you're on, it's not okay. It's not okay to have people dying like this in this incredibly rich country.
The system does produce a lot of losers, and not in that derogatory way. Like when you lose in healthcare, you got stage 4 cancer and you're gonna die. Like, you know what I mean? Like we're kind of like, well, nothing we can do because those pesky socialists aren't gonna get us to do anything.
Who's dying, Joseph? Look, let me tell you this. I mean, not to like get all crazy, right? I don't want to like be crazy. But like I was raised by my grandparents. My granddad died in 2012 because of lack of healthcare. So like when you say who's dying, this is a very personal and close issue to a lot of Americans. And that's why you want to look at like polls and stuff and see why like Bernie Sanders is like first place on a lot of these polls. Because when he gets in front of that podium and he says, I demand free and affordable healthcare for every American, that resonates with people. That resonates with people on both sides of the aisle, I think. And I just think I think it's really important. There's nothing more important than people's health care. Like when you're sick and dying and you can't get health care, what do? I'll tell you what you do because I saw this happen. You go home and you lay down and you die. And that's what you do. So
do you die faster in this country than you do in countries with socialized health care?
I'll tell you this, if my granddad was in Canada, he would have gotten moved to the top of the list and gotten health care instead of going home, literally laying on the couch and dying because there's nothing we can do. You have a pre-existing condition. F off.
Not now.
Do you think that your grandfather represents the general consensus of America's statistics, or could it be that you're making a specific claim against a general problem?
Quinn,
we've got the general problem.
Quinn, because this is close. So let me jump in here and tell you, I'm in the Midwest. People are sick and dying here, and guess what? They're white people, right? Yeah. This isn't poor blacks and this is white people.
Well, now we got to do something about it if they're white.
Seriously, actually,
someone get on that.
There's so many white people on opiates in my neck of the country. that now that they made drugs, they decriminalized it. Now it's a disease.
Yeah,
Right?
I agree.
need a
This
healthcare
is our epidemic.
you need a healthcare system to take care of this massive disease. And we can't do it like, hey, remember 20 years ago when you didn't get the right type of job, so now you can't afford healthcare? Sorry, we can't help you. They know they have to help these people. So they're actually bending and breaking their own capitalist rules to stymie this epidemic here. That's one. Two, Quinn's grandfather is the prime example. When I was a young man in my 20s, I was extremely poor. And I had jobs, but still just couldn't get ahead. We got on welfare to take care of the kids, right? They gave us $900 in food money and cash, like whatever. It was like a mixture, right? It was the most beneficial thing that ever happened to me. Guess what I did? I started a business because I knew I had security because my basic needs were met. And so that's why I keep saying, if we can start financial safety net so people can take more business risk, not risky risk, but I'm talking like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go try to take my skill set and make money without feeling like I'm being irresponsible, because my 3 kids are going to be able to eat if I don't make money at a Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Right. And so if we can take that same dynamic of what looked at as well.
Hey, look, Joseph, if you want to go like find my granddad's medical records, you can go look them up. I just graduated high school. I was 18. My last picture is of him in like a little wheelchair thing beside me with my graduation thing on. So I don't freaking know what like the whole medical thing is. Maybe you can figure it out since you're so much smarter than me. All I know is that he's dead.
Yeah.
So
Quinn, don't take the bait. Don't take that bait, man. I was trying to I don't mind talking about just about anything.
I don't know what the situation is. Maybe you can figure, since you're an expert at Medicare and what they cover and what they don't.
Carrie, if your answer is startups and businesses, do you think it's easier for a startup to go and have a $15 minimum wage with mandatory health care?
You're thinking I don't care about small businesses. I could care less.
But every large business starts as a small one. They don't arrive as Google.
What I care about is micro businesses.
Yeah, but I'm saying even on my scale,
you don't need all that. All you need is to be able to take care of you. If you had a government assistance that says, guess what? You got health care. We're going to give you $300 in food a month, and this and the other thing. Go out there and try to sell Earthworm Jim to somebody.
Yeah.
Right. That's awesome.
Which is an independent one-man business.
That's what I'm talking. That's all I'm talking about. I'm
not
talking
America. The bread and butter for America. The taxes are paid, and it's run by the 20 employees and under business. The 10 to 20 employees are the ones that are really where the society structure lives or dies, and is the future of the country. And we're going to cripple them by making them pay $15 minimum wage and make them pay full medical benefits.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a business? Is that constitutionally?
I think that's fear mongering. I don't think.
I mean, it's true.
If we offset some of the trillions that we spend on what you name it, and said, hey, we're going to actually subsidize people. We're going to do a war on people being underfunded in life, because that's really what it is. It ain't about poverty. People are underfunded. They're making decisions over $100 bills.
Yeah.
I'm not there right now. I make really good money right now. Yeah. I never forget I got my start off of welfare. I'll put it up there. I'll wear my welfare flag. I got food stamps. And it was so beneficial. I'm out there. I'm all the way in San Francisco. I'm in Tennessee. I'm far from home, knowing that my kids are going to be able to eat when I get back home, no matter how good I do. But as soon as I started doing at a certain level, I got off welfare. I was like, I don't need this anymore. You know what? I make enough to where I don't need welfare. And it was another proud milestone moment for me. I used the system as it was intended, and then I got off of it. Yeah. And now we always look at the downside. What if this welfare queens have 18 kids and they're sucking up the system?
Yeah.
You can't live in the negative like that, because then nobody wins. It's like,
and I think there does need to be, and most people on the right believe this, there needs to be a special safety net for people who fall through it, that there ought to be
the problem. If I could for a moment,
everyone buy public.
Yeah, nobody. I don't know of anybody on the left or on the right or in the middle, who's like, get rid of welfare completely. No, it's dude, you can't run a system like welfare from Washington D.C.
I
Mhm.
agree
You
with.
can't be like, oh, I'm gonna get on the internet, I'm gonna fill out a thing, and the government's gonna send me money because I lied to them. My
No,
nephew
most of
did
them
it.
state run, by the way.
Well, it's got to be local, man. There's got to be people responsible for looking
That are
Sure,
going in
everybody
and
else
looking.
can
Let
buy.
me say this. Let me
and
say
if you want to pay for that infrastructure, that's fine, because I think
Yeah.
paying for an infrastructure of local people helping people, then you're going to cut out so much fraud. It'll save all that money.
You know, like, okay, look, this is so like living in the hood in the South. Let me tell you this: there are definitely people that abuse that system, like 100%. There's people that like do things like sell food stamps, and there's things like generational like welfare, because people just like get like, they see their parents have been on welfare all their whole lives, so they think, oh, this is what I got to do. So it's like very much you're trapped in that mindset. So I do agree with you, Mike, that having it more like localized, where it's, you're having people going in and like kind of looking at these situations and seeing what's wrong, and like seeing like who actually needs it and who actually just needs to be like kicked in the bum.
Yeah.
I think that is important. I think there should be there needs to be more checks and balances on this.
The problem with politics is that everything's a freaking football, right? Whereas you and I, we could sit here and we can come up with something that would actually work.
Or not.
If we figured out something that worked, it would take the power away from the different sides that they use to just freaking constantly fight.
So whenever I hear the corruption angle, nobody talks about Wall Street. Like there's nothing more corrupt than Wall Street.
That's definitely true. That's more important.
We don't talk about getting rid of it though. Like never. That never comes up. Like, hey, let's get rid of Wall Street. I don't want to get rid of Wall Street. I'm saying
that's private people ripping each other off.
Dude, we've been affected more by Wall Street's F-ups than welfare's F-ups, is what I'm saying.
But Terry, welfare is a government program and Wall Street is free industry.
That's my whole point, that we can actually, even though one's public and supposed to be awesome, free market, we get hurt by that more. If we basically find a way to hybridize. Because remember what I'm saying, what I want to do. I'm not saying let's just support people sitting on their butt. I'm saying let's get people into industry, like as individuals with welfare. Let's use it as a carrot. Like, hey, I will take care of your bottom line. What's the one dude that's talking about giving people $1,000? I can't remember his name.
Yang.
Oh yeah,
Andrew Yang.
Something like that, right?
Like, basic income.
I noticed some people going like, oh no, somebody's gonna take it and do drugs with it. Well, people are gonna find a way to corrupt every system we have, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Something kind of ironic about this. You guys know who Milton Friedman is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Milton Friedman had a concept called a negative income tax, which is probably a workable solution to this universal basic income concept that people genuinely on the conservative end, what's it called? Austrian economics people who believe in that, which is reality, would probably get behind, because it comes from a place of trying to solve it, instead of what people tend to do is just react, right? You want to give everybody money, right? That's not the way to sell something that's going to help everybody. Is not going to do it. Huh?
Bush Jr. did.
I'm with Troy. I got to jump, guys, because I got to pee really bad. But I'll end with a point of agreement with Troy on. Terry on. I think unleashing America's free business, all communities, is a good thing. That's how America has more lifting people out of poverty and turning them into entrepreneurs than any other country, because of our free market.
Yes. That's what I
would make it easier,
yeah,
or better. I think it really flattens the field where it's an equal opportunity. Let the best idea get out there and make the most amount of money. I think you would unleash small communities and small businesses, whether if you're cutting lawns or making T-shirts or creating shows or inventing things. That's what I'm all about. I got to jump, you guys.
Wait, but Doug, did we meet yet? I don't think I met you yet. I just
Oh,
wanna say
sorry,
that.
Doug Tenaple.
Yeah.
When,
Quinn, I thought we've met before.
I think we might have once.
Oh,
once
yeah,
twice.
we were on Nerds of the Round Table together.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's when I first met you, Quinn. I'll never forget.
Guys, we'll hang again. I love this discussion. I love that you guys hang out. Mike, this is a killer drawing. That's a great nose.
Thank you.
See you, dude.
Yeah, I still think everything gets politicized for political reasons rather than people seeking to find common ground, and that's just a flaw in the modern system. And you know what? The reason for it, I think we'd all agree, or like not Quinn is because it's the establishment.
Mm-hmm.
How the establishment wants it run.
I mean, I feel like ultimately there's always like these people at the top, and I mean that can sound kind of conspiratorial, but that's the ultimate truth.
I mean,
there's people at the top, and their ultimate concern is to maintain money and power, and then just like let the people at the bottom just like do whatever, basically.
Hey Quinn, have you ever seen The Wire TV show?
Yes, of course.
So The Wire, it probably, as you could agree or disagree, like explains why stuff never gets done. Probably better than any other show I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because you can have like, hey, let's not kick babies in the head. That's your thing. You think rock solid, everybody's going to agree with me. But then it's going to be a guy like, well, my constituency makes money kicking babies in the head. It's like, they're not going to vote me in, so I can't get behind that saying. And so, and this is to agree with you, Mike, but I don't even think it's like they're a bunch of Palpatines wringing their hands together about how to be evil. I think they're just, our value system needs to be changed in America. You know, we basically they value votes and we value quality of life. And
they value votes because they could stay in those jobs forever. And then when they retire from those stupid jobs, they keep all of their salary for the rest of their life.
Yeah, that's what's crazy. You should not have people becoming 100 millionaires off of politics.
That is right, man.
It's crazy.
It kills me. You hear about people getting into office and their salary is what, $300,000-$400,000 a year, and they're like millionaires.
It's crazy. It's like you're obviously corrupt.
Yeah, the corruption is just
yeah,
man. Term limits. We all agree.
Yeah.
Now, I always want to say this too. Like, so we've had our big long gripe-a-thon about this, that, and the other. But what I'm always interested in is what do you do with the way things are? If life's a big giant RPG game, like I like to think, instead of going, okay, I'm going to change this system and complain about this system, what can I do within the system as it is right now? Static.
Locally?
Right. No, I mean, no, literally, what do you do like tomorrow? Like what do you do? And it's me answering my own question is, to me, the best way out of a lot of these political situations is to start a micro business. I don't care what it is. If you know how to make a mean cookie, sell cookies out of your house, because when you can make $600 a week doing something that you control the whole beginning, middle, and end of the process, that frees you up from wondering like, okay, there's tariffs in China, but you know what? Them people down the street still want these cookies though. You know, and you can look at, I live in the hood too, and I don't care how bad the economy gets, those mini marts are always packed full of people buying junk, right? And they're always, in my neighborhood, they're always foreign-owned companies. And so I look up to them. I'm like, these dudes know how to basically turn a buck in terrible neighborhoods.
I was saying to my brother, we were talking about our days in the hood when we were younger. And we were like, the people that run the convenience stores, like the Asian people, the people from India, they are just as much as a part of like the community as like the everybody else. Like they are a part of it all, man. Like they are in there, they know everybody, and that's funny.
Dude, my fish and chicken guy knows me. He's like, Terry, all right, you want 40 wings, fried soft? Got you, brother. You know what I mean? I love it. But they never, I said this before in another podcast or live streaming that I feel like immigrants complain less than people that live here.
That's right.
That is 100% true.
They know what the freaking real world is like.
That's definitely true.
And so I pretty much de facto made myself into an immigrant and realized, wait a minute, I can travel pretty much country the size of a chunk of the European continent without a passport and go to places that people want to buy a thing that I can do.
Jim Crotty just said something funny.
What do you say?
He said, I'm loving how Terry's plan to get out of our current political system is capitalism.
Pure capitalism. Because there's like, if you go to like the Middle East, you know, people got like, they're selling rugs, beads, and all that stuff. That's capitalism, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like people don't, they always think of like getting a job. Like a lot of people claim to be capitalists are just employees of capitalists. They're not capitalists.
But look, here's the thing. Consciousness is the metaphysical substrate of the universe. And the universe is most likely a simulation.
Oh, here we go.
So in the grand scheme of things, how much does it really matter? I mean, you gotta. I mean, I guess you gotta.
I'm just gonna draw
meaning to things. You know.
I my kids and draw my comic book.
I've said this before because these simulation theory people, they say it's a simulation. I'm like, well, if it's a perfect simulation, then there's literally no difference.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. It doesn't matter. It really
you still can't give up. You still can't go. It doesn't matter because it does matter because the simulation is perfect.
I was saying it doesn't matter if it's a simulation or if it isn't a simulation. It literally doesn't matter at all. It could be or it could be not. Like we still experience everything the same way. It seems like we have no other way of experience, even if it does exist. So we'd never know the difference. Like this could be the most bizarre existence ever. We would never know because this is just what we are. And I mean, this is the most bizarre existence ever. Just think about it. We're like meat bags floating in space on this blue ball thing.
Yeah, well, it's our frontal lobes that makes everything a party. Like if we didn't have those, we'd just be driven by pure instinct. But we can literally imagine our own demise, and that is the root of.
That's the weird thing about consciousness: the fact that we experience anything. You know, it's why I'm not like necessarily religious, but I kind of maybe believe in maybe a soul. Because it's like, all right, so there's no reason that we should experience anything, right? If you ask like a scientist, like, why do you feel something when you touch something, right? He'll talk about like, oh, your nerve receptors and you got pain induction and all this stuff like that. But it's like, that doesn't explain why we necessarily feel and experience anything. You know what I mean? Like, why do you taste? Oh, you got taste buds and yada, yada, yada. Why do you think? It's because like electricity through these like little cells. It's like, but why do I have an experience? Why do I feel like I'm a thing and then I'm alive and I can?
Mike, I'm gonna because I love how because a lot of Christians get that boner like ha ha, but just because there's proof that there may be an existence of a thing that we can't call physical, it doesn't mean that every single letter and word of the Bible is 100% true. Because that can be said about anybody's religious group. Like, haha, you can't prove that we don't have souls, so Christianity is all true. Like, no, that's a big leap, my friend. Like, you know, it means that there may be something out there, but what if it's Lovecraftian? What if it doesn't care about us?
What do you name this straw man that you're putting up? Because I didn't make that argument.
No, I did it before you did it. It was definitely a straw man argument. Definitely. But I know a lot of Christians go, haha, I got you because you don't know a thing. And so that means Bible. And it's such a common argument where it's like, no, not necessarily.
Yeah, that's not why I became a Christian.
Yeah. Well,
all I know is I think there's a lot of weird stuff going on with our existence. I think there's a lot of stuff happening all the time that we cannot see. There's a quote in Dune. This isn't the exact quote, but it's like, what senses do we lack that we cannot see a hidden world all around us? And like, that's true on like almost every level. And we're discovering that more and more, like as the years go on scientifically, there's an entire realm of like particles and rays all around us all the time that we can never even see. So it's like, what else is there that even like our scientific devices can't detect? You know what I mean?
It's that we also exist in, what is it, 10 or 11 dimensions, and we can only get to the others mathematically.
It's so strange.
Right. But this all goes back to something I've said in another one. But like, how are you as a human being though? Because it's easy to like, if you abstract life enough, it's like, why do I even bother following the social norms of anything if it's all just particles and string theory? And to me, that's no way to live either, where it's just all nihilism. I don't believe in that, not one bit. Because I feel like that's another straw man argument I'm about to make, is that like, if you don't believe in the Bible, then you're a nihilist. You don't believe in nothing. And you know, you heard that argument yourself, you know. No, atheists don't believe in nothing.
Whether or not you believe in the Bible, but you know.
Well, that's how people that believe in the Bible make it seem like it's the Bible or nothing. Yeah, I think an arrogant fool will get up there and say that, hey, I don't think that there's any other, metaphysical being that, may or may not have had a hand in the fact that we have consciousness. My own personal fan fiction is that we're the dust of large spiritual beings. We're like the crumbs. We're like the broken apart bits of something that used to be whole. And I actually got the idea from the Bible of all places. When it said it was a passage that said he made mankind a little lower than the angels.
Yeah.
And I think that people took that because we're arrogant. Like, wait a minute, I'm a little lower than angels. Like, no, like all of us together are just slightly lower than angels in our brain power and ability to feel things and do things.
One time I ate way too many magic mushrooms. And
I like the story already.
That's not I guess it went bad a little bit, but then it got better because then at one point I felt like I came to the conclusion that behind the universe was just like this ultimate like thing, and everything was connected. And the way like that, like every living thing is born when like a piece of that thing like pushes through and like goes inside of one of us. And that's what we all are. And it was like, I felt like super connected. And I was like, oh my God, I figured out the secret of the universe. I don't know. But even now I think about that and I think that could be legit, because I think about like how every one of us is just like a little bubble of consciousness. And we all have kind of like a similar experience. We're all like kind of the same, really.
I'll be back in a couple minutes. You guys.
Yeah. That's where
the archetypal language comes into play. Like I believe the archetypes are the language of our sameness. No matter what race, creed, or color, or where you're from geographically, we all still talk the same dreamscape language. We use the same metaphors for the most part. Even because I don't know. I don't want to open that can of worms back up, but yeah. So yeah, I agree with that. But sometimes I don't want people to get too navel gazy to where they can't basically be any human good. You don't want to be a hermit on a mountain and like of no use to anybody, because that's what's interesting about metaphysics is it's infinite. Have you ever seen the movie The Fountain at all?
I don't think so.
Yeah, check that out. You'll dig it.
Okay.
I don't even want to explain it. Just watch it if you trust me even a little.
Yeah.
That's because, dude, I love stuff like that. But I personally think that if there is a supernatural being, it's eldritch. I don't think we're going to be able to commune with it.
I don't even know what could exist in the universe. I think the universe is probably stranger. I will watch it, Asuka. I already wrote it down, The Fountain. But yeah, I think the universe is probably stranger than anything we can even like comprehend.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I think we send our like radio telescopes out into space and we think that we're seeing like the real picture. But I'm just like, how do we? I don't know. I think that science is useful to a certain extent. But then it's like
the ocean. We can't ocean is weird to me.
Yeah.
Like we can't talk to jellyfish. Like what makes you think we're gonna be able to talk to an alien?
And an alien is something that's formed through an entirely different like evolutionary process too. Like what would that even look like? We're always thinking about like, yeah,
it could be a living chemical.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, we're always talking about like life as it is on Earth. There could be like living fire somewhere in the universe. You know what I mean? Or just like it could be anything. We don't know the ways in which life or even consciousness can form. We only have the examples that formed on Earth.
Yeah, that's actually why I don't actually worry about alien life, because it's like I want to just be a good dad and a good person and leave a legacy on the planet upon which I can control most of the parameters of my surroundings. Because if you think about all the stuff you can't control, it's easy to get lost into desperation and isolation. But if you realize that here you talked about tiny consciousness, because I said a while back that we're like people are nodes And if you know how to communicate even a little bit, you can basically travel from node to node around the country, around the planet, around the earth, and basically get your basic needs met because you basically are a human being that can connect with any other human being on the planet. Like, to me, that's awesome. That's an amazing thing to think about. So, because I hear people say all the time, like, "Oh, I hate people." I'm like, that's stupid. Like, your shirt was made by people. Like, the food you are eating was probably processed by people.
Yeah.
Like, we need people. The more people, the merrier. Like, it's, you know, because people they invented things. They, like, the human species is such a wild thing to think about. But in and of itself, without any extra metaphysical element added to it, like, we're a strange, amoeba-like organism.
I know. Like I said, we're like a giant meat bag with like bones that thinks and walks around. It's all like, it's so strange. Like, I imagine, like, I mean, I don't know. I imagine what we would look like if there were to be like beings from another dimension, like looking in. They'd probably be like, what? And they probably wouldn't even, in the same way that we can't comprehend them, they'd be like, what?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, I think we have this kind of center of the earth-ism. So every alien species is going to be bipedal, and
like Star Trek.
They're going to have a government, and they're going to have a king, and do all the stuff we do. But you just do look at. I promise you, look up a bunch of ocean documentaries. It's terrifying, terrifying stuff. Worms that shoot into other fish and make another worm that forms a thing that. It's like, dude, that's nuts.
The stuff that's down there is absolutely
nuts. It's like it's the little things that terrify me.
The creepy bioluminescent stuff.
Yeah.
You know, they based the alien off of from the movie Aliens. Oh, well, the original Ridley Scott Alien. They based that creature. The God, who was it?
Xenomorph.
H.R. Giger's creature.
Oh, yeah,
it was based off of
a
sea creature. It was based off of a weird sea creature that's like down at the bottom of the ocean that looks totally terrifying with two mouths and stuff.
Hey, guys, this is Gary.
Hey, what's up, Gary?
Hey, how you doing? I finished my page, and so can I go now?
I think Mike stepped away.
That was just a joke.
I was like, oh wow, he doesn't.
I'm in timeout or something.
You want to leave? Like, no, this is the Watchmen verse. Me and Quinn own you right now, man. You belong to us, so you can't go yet. No, yeah, I mean, I guess you're a sentient grown man.
I can't see what you're drawing until Mike gets back, so he can like put it on the screen.
Well, I'm gonna take off, is what I'm trying to say. I have to go and do something with my daughter.
What's hilarious? Have you been here the whole time?
Yeah, I finished a page.
Just see, Gary wins. He's got no opinion on nothing. He's like, I don't care about you meatbags.
No, he interjected a little bit.
No,
you'll be dust.
I have opinions about things, but if nobody asks, that's okay.
No, you win, man. You won the game. I lost by -1,000 because you just came in and mic dropped like it's all a flatter.
Hey, what'd he say?
Mike, show Gary's art before he leaves. He has to go pretty soon.
Are you leaving?
What's that?
You leaving?
Yeah, I finished my page, Mike. Can I leave now?
That is sweet.
No, you may not leave. You're here all night long, Gary.
All night long.
Oh, that was great, Gary.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's the bottom half of it. Here's the top.
Oh my goodness, so good.
Sweet, dude.
So that's page 15 of Titan, Mouth of Might. If you're interested in seeing more of it, go check out the Indiegogo campaign.
Get that link up there, guys. Get that link up there.
And Mike, thank you for letting me be here. Listen to all your guys' words of wisdom. I'm leaving a smarter man.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you. God bless you guys.
God bless.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay. What were you guys? Were you guys throwing rocks at each other while I was
No.
We were talking about aliens and stuff.
Yeah, and how crazy the sea creatures are.
Yeah.
The sea creature. What?
Yeah, we were talking about how like Ridley Scott based that creature from Alien off a sea creature, and we were talking about the ocean and like all the scary stuff down there.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
it's based off of like something.
Find 2 more armor pieces.
It's like a weird monster with 2 mouths that's actually a real thing.
Really?
This.
And then he gave it to H.R. Giger and said, "Make this into a nightmare."
Here.
He performed swimmingly. I remember watching Alien as a 22-year-old. I mean, I had watched it like a million times, but you watch it after you've gone through the change. And first noticing all the sapphic and phallic imagery, I was like, "Oh my God, that ship's wait a minute, those doors are." This movie's nasty. Yeah, so I felt like an idiot for not noticing that before.
No, right.
H.R. Giger is always designing like sexual looking weird stuff. He did a movie. he designed the creature for a movie called Species, which came out in the 90s, which was basically hentai. It's like an alien movie.
Yeah,
I watched it when I was a kid.
I remember liking the first Species. I haven't seen it since I was a teenager though.
I don't think it's good, but I watched it a lot when I was younger.
I'll bet.
But I it's a cool concept. Like the idea of like, she's half human and she needs to mate and she'll go to any extent to find the perfect mate and all that.
They had another movie like that called Life Force that really.
That's an older one, right?
Yeah, that did it for me because man, she was thick walking around naked as a jaybird the whole movie. I was like, okay, I can get behind this, literally and figuratively speaking.
Where's my phone?
Went out to my phone.
Jeff Potts' first Species wasn't bad. Yeah, I don't remember hating it.
Yeah,
I remember really liking it. I just don't know if it's actually good. Yeah.
I don't remember it sticking in my head like Alien or Aliens or.
No. I remember there's a really cool scene that stands out in my head. It's like because she's like a little girl at first, and then like all these tentacles come out, and it like turns into this cocoon, and then she's like on this train, and then the lady comes in and she's like, "Are you in here?" And then she comes out of the cocoon and she's like, "Rah!" And then she's an adult, and then she's an adult. Yeah, always freaked me out.
I've always said a cool retcon of Superman, like if you did an Elseworlds, would have him do something like that, where he lands in like Detroit, and so he forms into what people look like around him instead of like space white guy happens to land in the whitest part of America. How lucky, it's like I don't know if you ever seen the movie Critters, but they had a guy like that basically his face would morph over time into. And he ended up morphing into a rock star. That was pretty cool. They had these cool Michael Jackson jackets at the time.
Okay.
Someone says Giger's art was based on his horrible nightmares he suffered from. Interesting. That's it.
Yeah.
Because he does draw some nightmare stuff.
Very much like how Charlie Brown was based off of Charles Schultz. Neither of you guys are here. We did. Oh, that was last night. I was by myself. Charles Schultz suffered from depression, and that's why Charlie Brown was the most miserable cartoon kid.
Good grief!
Good grief! And so people started bringing up all of these quotes from Charlie Brown that just like, wow, this kid's about to kill himself. That's just so bad.
Or Charlie Brown. See, I guess I really only know Charlie Brown from the Christmas special because I'm too young to like have actually like watched Charlie Brown.
Right, the Christmas special, right? I already know nobody likes me. Why do we have a holiday to enforce that fact or whatever?
Poor Charlie Brown.
I love Charlie Brown.
Snoopy and the Flea.
No one else does, Terry.
I mean, at the time, it was such a like. If you look at all the kind of sitcom cartoons now, it definitely paved the way for all those. Because there's cartoons, but then there's cartoons that are like Bob's Burgers, pretty much a sitcom. That's a cartoon. Like it's not, a wacky kid with superpowers. It's a guy with a burger joint, and stuff happens.
For sure.
I actually like Bob's Burgers because
Bob's Burgers is really funny.
It has an obnoxious wife who's a lot like my wife, and I'm uptight like Bob, and so it was like finally this is like the perfect husband-wife dynamic because usually they make the wife smart and the husband's dumb. And
that wife is so annoying on Bob's Burgers.
Yeah,
Linda, I can't stand Linda.
Hey, you said you can't stand my wife then.
No, I mean,
Now we got a box. We got a box now.
Linda's annoying because she's like, I'm just like, she needs to sit down somewhere. I'm like,
No,
if I was
no.
Bob, I would have got a divorce a long time ago, honestly. Because
I
like
don't know, man. I don't
there was
know,
one
man.
episode where she did something where I was like, there's no way I would have forgiven this. I forget what it was, but I was like,
Hey,
no.
you discount how thick Linda is, man. Bob ain't leaving that. He ain't leaving that.
He can't do much better at this point.
He's
yeah.
like, man, you know what, man? I got to see my white wife with a butt. I ain't leaving this, man.
He's like, it's worth it.
I asked Mike. That's why he's smiling. He's like, I ain't leaving mine either.
Oh no.
Anyway, about those Cubs, they lost again. Actually, I just made that up to get out of that. But
Was a very, very odd duck. He made Salvador Dali look normal. Interesting. You know, in the Species movie, right? He wanted to put in this scene where it was like this weird like train with a bunch of tentacles and worms that's like chasing her when she's like younger. But the studio was like, no, we don't want this scene. We can't do it. And he was like, I'll pay for it myself. And so he paid for that scene to be put in the movie because he wanted it so bad. So it's like he was really passionate about his art. I mean, I'll give him that. About his stuff.
are you talking about Species?
In Species, yeah. There's that scene with the train.
I don't remember it. I got to go back and rewatch that. Now.
There's a lot of. I mean, I mainly remember like the Giger looking stuff because it's like a whole Giger train with like mouths and tentacles, and it's all like, and it's like a nightmare scene sequence, and it's really cool looking from what I remember.
Yeah, definitely gonna check that out again.
Dang, what is happening here?
Oh, you know what? I just thought about it. I had a big litany of Quinn things I wanted to tell you. There's a I want to say 2005, 2006 movie called Triangle. You ever seen that?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Triangle.
I haven't heard of it until recently. I was watching a top 10 horror movie or cosmic horror movies, and this popped up, and man, was I pleasantly surprised. It's on Tubi, so it's free. I think it just has ads in it.
Mm-hmm.
I know Tubi sounds like a fake movie site, but it's real. It's just a dumb name, but yeah. So check that out if you. I mean, you know, out of the other million things I said, check out
Triangle.
You know, yeah.
Triangle and Fountain.
Oh, the Fountain Zone is not a horror movie. That's just pure metaphysical storytelling, magical realism.
Okay, cool.
If you can dig it.
Yeah.
All right.
It's Darren Aronofsky, if that helps or hurts my case.
Oh my God, I love him.
Okay, good.
Because look, okay, so look, I know a lot of people really, really hated this movie, Mother.
Yeah.
I got it on Blu-ray. I loved it so much because I just thought it was so weird and so bizarre and so strange and just so not typical.
It is all those things.
So bizarre. And then the end of it, like the way the editing is so good, like the way it's like, because like progressively more and more people fill up this like little house, this tiny space, and it's meant to represent like how humanity kind of got out of control. Like it starts off with like Jennifer Lawrence and like her husband Javier Bardem, and they're meant to represent like I guess like Adam and Eve, or just like not even Adam and Eve, just like just like a feminine entity and then a male entity. I guess like two feminine halves, like a male half of God and a feminine half of God, like Mother Earth, and then just like the Father.
There you go.
And then you got two people come in, huh?
Are you talking about the one where it's the robot with the spaceship?
No, not that.
Oh, different Mother. Okay.
Yeah, Mother is it's like this metaphorical movie, and basically it's like, okay, so you've got, I guess, the Mother Earth, who is Jennifer Lawrence, and then the Father. They live in this house, and then humanity gets to the house, and then it just like basically it's told through metaphors of like humanity like coming in, messing up the house, and you've got the Mother Earth the entire time. She's like, stop. Please, like, just like stop. You're like destroying the house. You're destroying the house. There's even one part where the earth floods and everybody leaves and the house is empty.
It's pretty much.
And then she gives birth to a new child. And then like it's the rebirth of the earth and like people start to come back. It's really, really like, I really like it. And there's even a part where it's like a man and a woman come in, and it's supposed to be Adam and Eve, I guess. And then their sons get there and their sons fight. And one of the son kills the other. And it's like Cain and Abel. And I'm like, oh my God, they're really just like, It was. I can't say enough how much
Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah, it's Jennifer Lawrence. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did see that. All right. Yeah, that was weird, man.
Weird movie, but really weird. But like, I dig it. I dig it.
By the way, Mike, I actually did like the other mother too.
Yeah.
I think it was called I Am Mother. I think that one.
Oh, is that
I
right?
haven't seen that one. That's the one with the robot when she's
Yeah.
like taking care
It's
of
not
her.
perfect, but it's at least it has the bravery to be pure sci-fi. Like it's not a shoot 'em up. It's pretty much they hit you with a couple of philosophical paradoxes, and then that's the thesis of the movie. Like if you're gonna save 5 people on a train or 1 person on a train track, what are you gonna do? And basically they kind of game theory all these different scenarios, but it's if you are starving for sci-fi, which I know you are, because there's only like 3 movies a year that come out that actually make you think, then
Yeah.
you'll definitely dig this. Is Netflix, by the way.
I Am Mother.
Yeah, I Am Mother.
I've seen the trailers for it, and I had to stop watching the trailer because this trailer's giving away everything. Because I looked at the trailer and it was like, but it was, I forget what the twist was. I think I've forgotten what the twist was, so now I can watch it.
Good.
Okay, good.
The
The trailer revealed the twist. I remember it doing it.
Darth Vader was her father. Was the twist?
Darth Father.
Yeah, man, I'm always looking for good sci-fi because sci-fi can trick you. There's a lot of stylish looking sci-fi that's terrible. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's like it'll like look because like they it's so easy to make anything look like really awesome now, but then it can just be like really crappy.
I
Like
mean,
Elysium, the movie Elysium, I
Oh,
felt like
God.
was style over substance.
oh, that should have been so good, but it wasn't.
There was all these hints of like little things that could have been like so awesome in that movie.
It ended up being so unintentionally like racially insensitive.
Oh my god, it was like really just
I'm not saying it was like on purpose, but it's like you have this lone bald white man saving all these African kids in Africa. It's like they couldn't find one good African to save the Africans.
I see. I barely remember what happened in that movie. I'm like, because I blocked it out of my mind because I was like, ugh.
But I did like the special effects though. I did like the special effects.
It looked, yeah, it was one that looked really good, and then it was just like lame. Yeah, Elysium was basically like there's Earth and it's like really crappy, and then there's like the Elysium space station where all the rich people are, and that's the deal.
Halo
Basically.
thing.
Yeah.
Whoa. Somebody just said the fountain sucked. Jeff Potts in the chat. You better get the crust out of your eyes.
You know, Aronofsky is he's always making weird movies.
The fountain is a masterpiece of visual storytelling, man.
Which one's the fountain?
That's the one where Hugh Jackman's wife is dying of cancer, and they're telling 3 parallel stories at the same time. That's all I'm gonna say.
Is it sad? That just sounds really sad.
It is sad. but
Okay, I'll have to prepare to watch it.
Oh,
See, I can deal with sad if it's actually good. Like I watch
is.
like it's like Will Smith's 7 Pounds. It's just like sad
nah.
because it's sad.
Well,
It's just like
that was Oscar bait.
yeah, it's just like oh, I'm just trying to be as sad as possible and make you feel sad.
Speaking of which, have you seen Joker?
Yeah, I've seen Joker.
Yeah. See that seemed like it was just pandering towards sad people being.
Dude,
sad.
that was so good.
I dug Joker.
Oh my god.
That ending scene because that when he's talking to the crowd, he's talking to the audience in the theater too. So it's just like it kind of makes you feel uncomfortable because it's like oh crap, he's not just talking to them, he's talking to me. He's like I did all this stuff. I'm like here seeing this movie, and he's like totally talking to me. I'm just like
I've been like not liking this style of storytelling since Crash, where they make horrible people so cartoonishly horrible to other people in movies that it's just like shorthand to make you hate somebody. They do it in TV shows too. They did it a couple of times, more than a couple, but to Daenerys in particular, where the freeman, the freed people or whatever was like basically just being super jerks to her, and then that's when the dragon comes and roasts them. It's like they do that a lot in Joker, where people are just like, just really. I mean, this guy got beat up like 3 or 4 times in one day. Like that very rarely happens to people.
Yeah,
I don't know, but I get it. It's the movie. You gotta have heightened drama. But
you know, I felt like they did. I feel like if I could criticize the movie, they didn't go far enough with making the Joker like. They cut out some stuff that would have made him seem worse. Like I don't know if you remember this, Mike. There's a scene. Remember the girl with the baby with the little child?
Yeah, they should have shown her killing her.
Yeah, I think he did more than kill her. I think he probably raped her because it's like he comes into her house in the middle of the night and he had these sexual feelings where he wanted to be with her, and it just cuts away. You never see what happened to her, and he's just back in his place.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, he did something terrible to this lady.
He absolutely killed her and the daughter.
Yeah, so it's just like I don't get why. It seems like they filmed a scene and then I guess test audiences didn't like it or something, and then they just didn't show it.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with that, but
That would have been a good Rorschach test. Like, we want the baby killing. Like, all right,
yeah.
let's have Google Chat watch all of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm convinced, by the way, this is a tangent subject, that my phone is always listening.
Oh, yeah.
I want to tell you why the reason that I think that he sexually violated her. Because I think, like, why would he kill her though? Why would he kill her? I feel like because he was imagining them having like this relationship. I feel like he went in there and he was like, "Oh, give me a kiss," and she was like, "No," and that's when it like went wrong. So that's what I think happened with the Joker and the lady, but they couldn't show it. They couldn't show it. People got triggered in the test audience.
Well, it definitely would have got credence to that incel argument, but without it, you got nothing.
I think he killed her. Because I think if he didn't kill her,
I think he did kill her, but I think he probably also did some other stuff.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Yeah,
because you don't hear anything, so there's
Yeah.
just two bodies in that
Mhm.
in that room for however long.
Yeah.
He's friends.
You think there's gonna be any room for some sort of sequel, or is it kind of like a one and done?
Yeah, they're talking about it.
Yeah, they did set up the whole Bruce Wayne thing, so yeah.
Breaks out of Arkham, and now he's this
Yeah,
old
but
man.
they set it up to the point where you don't know if he imagined all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I took it. Like it was all a dream.
Did you guys see Edge of Tomorrow? That Tom.
Yeah, I like that movie.
I like it, yeah, too. And a lot of times like the backflash movies will annoy me, like when they keep repeating. But that one I feel like was done really good in that one.
Just so you know,
Starship Troopers meets Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
it's actually based off a manga.
Edge
really?
of Tomorrow?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep. It's a lot of movies based
No,
off comics.
Oblivion was a ripoff of Moon. Like, did you guys see Oblivion with Tom Cruise? Someone in the chat talking about Oblivion.
I did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one was not great.
It's a ripoff of Moon, and Moon's a much better movie.
Actually, a better movie comparing Cruise to Cruise was Vanilla Sky.
Yeah, that's the one where he's like deformed and
Yeah,
the original is better though. Vanilla Sky is a remake of I think a Spanish movie.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Or Minority Report. That was awesome. Hey, matter of fact, we were talking about Spielberg. That was a good Spielberg movie. I knew there was one movie I liked somewhat recently that he did. Because, I mean, if you look at Minority Report, that was a game-changing movie. Like, everybody started doing that touchscreen style technology. And that's what I was getting at, that Spielberg kind of lost his edge to change the game every time he comes out with a movie. Like, I know you don't like the blue people, but at least Cameron, man, like that CG tech basically changed the game.
I mean, I don't have anything against the blue people. I'm just like, I just feel like that story was just
How do
like
you make
basic.
blue people so much, man?
I don't.
Where did they touch you, man?
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm just making a story out of nothing. Like, what happened with you and the blue people? And confess. That's when you pull a Sam.
Dr. Manhattan told me he'd give me candy.
Don't eat the eggs. Yeah.
What did you guys think of Snowpiercer? I thought Snowpiercer was so good that I went and got the graphic novel, and then I hated the graphic novel.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't like the graphic novel. I liked the movie.
TV show.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems so.
I didn't get into it at all.
I liked it.
What TV show?
Yeah, they're coming out with a Snowpiercer
There's a
TV show.
TV. I didn't know that.
No, I just saw the movie, and it just seems far fetched.
It doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But I guess like you kind of do have to accept, I guess, the kind of surrealism of it all in order to like it, because it really doesn't make any sense.
It feels
I
like
it.
they were cashing in on Hunger Games. At least that's how it felt to me at the time.
It's based off of I think it's a German graphic novel,
I got to give it another shot because people hold Snowpiercer up like it's,
I didn't. Yeah, I thought you guys would like it. I like it. I don't like.
I don't
crazy,
hate it.
Like love it, but it's like I like it.
I don't hate it, but I didn't. I just remember watching it. Go, okay, so Batman bad and Power bad. Okay.
I like the journey of like them getting up to the front of the train. I just thought it was like it's exciting,
Dude,
and especially my first time watching it. I was like,
my favorite encapsulated movie where it's all in one place is Raid the Redemption, my boy.
Never seen it.
That is the best martial arts movie ever made. I will debate anybody. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. I think it was made in the Philippines or Thailand. It was made in a non-traditional place by I want to say by an American, but I think he found like a loophole to basically get another country to pay for his movie. but the martial arts of there is so like full on contact. It just looks like a dude's literally just kicking people's butts for a whole movie, and it's amazing stuff. You've seen the guys and other stuff because they've been in Star Wars, they've been in John Wick 3. A couple of guys from because it's really popular amongst action buffs.
I still got to see the John Wick 3.
Oh, so good. I'm not a fanboy for John Wick, but John Wick 3 actually came with the heat, man. I didn't think they could do it 3 times.
So he still got that pit bull? Does he still have the pit bull?
No,
I mean, because if something happens, to the pit bull,
he does.
Yeah, I don't know if I can handle if something happened to that.
In the beginning, he's got the pit bull.
That makes me.
I'm gonna leave it ominous.
I don't know if I like that.
He starts off with the pit bull. Yes.
If something happens to that pit bull, he's gonna get extended to the next level. It's gonna be like next level John Wick.
Actually, if you like doggos, man, it's got a chick. Halle Berry fights exclusively with dogs and guns.
Oh my
and
god!
Like I said before, I don't like Halle Berry, but I liked her in this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I got tired of it.
John Wick.
Yeah. I mean,
They're really easy.
it just started getting ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. It did. It was redonkulous.
You're not supposed to pick that.
Yeah, I can fall asleep in action movies just because the action's just getting repetitive and
Because
boring.
it's just like same set. Because like that first movie was just like it was just cool. And I know people are just crazy about sequels, but for me, I would have just been like, okay, cool, one movie and awesome. It was a great action movie.
This is the only movie like it's an 80s movie, right? Like it's a modern 80s dumb action movie. And I don't mind, like, yeah, give me another one. Fine. It's like a soda, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not because it's not deep. It's a guy with a gun doing gun fu, right? It's gun kata. What was that movie? Equilibrium. Christian Bale.
No, but you know what I liked about the Alien series, even though they were bad Alien movies, is that they seemed to take every Alien movie in a different direction. Like the first one was sci-fi horror, the second one was action adventure, the third one was just a Guillermo del Toro weird.
That's the prison one, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, but no, that's not Guillermo. He did the one after that.
Who was
that? Fincher. That's David Fincher that did the.
Okay. Yeah, but they all went in like these individual, like they were these directors' ideas about what you can do with this
Alien versus Predator.
Yeah, and they all just did their own like thing, and even though they weren't all great. Obviously, the first two are the best, but I enjoyed them all anyways because they weren't just redundant.
Right. I'm not gonna lie. I do not like all of the Aliens. Like the first two have a special place in my heart. Then the rest I'll watch on TV when I'm in a hotel room and it happens to be on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Man.
See, look. Here's the thing. I feel like. Did you guys see like Prometheus or like the newer ones and stuff?
Dude, I'm the only person I know that'll defend bitch of that movie.
Look, this is the thing. Let me say this. I really wanted to like Prometheus. God, I can't think of this guy's name. It's the guy that did Pan's Labyrinth. What's his name? Who did Pan's Labyrinth?
Guillermo del Toro.
Is that him? Oh yeah, he wanted to do an adaptation of Lovecraft's story at the Mountains of Madness.
Yep.
But like because Ridley Scott was doing because he did Prometheus, which has like some of those ideas, he didn't do it. And I wish that Mountains of Madness I got made instead. Because I felt like Prometheus kind of failed in a lot of the ways at capturing the horror of like what is going on. So in Mountains of Madness, basically, there's this expedition to like these mountains and like somewhere in either Antarctica or Arctica, somewhere on either one of the poles.
Yeah, it's the one. It's the
And basically, they find like this. Well, they send like a group forward first, and this group talks about how they've discovered this crazy range of mountains. It's like taller than anything, and it's like here, and then they discover like these alien bodies, and they're like, "What is this?" And then suddenly the communication just stops. And like, what? And so they go and try to find these people, and they discover like this city where like that's been here since like before, and it's way too advanced. It's like before humankind, and they discovered that like mankind basically formed from the residue of like these ancient alien creatures, and it's just like terrifying. And it's like after like these guys like leave, he's like, you got to promise we're never going to tell anybody about this. We got to like, this has to be like a secret because it's so terrible. This secret can never get out. And it's just really just like, I wish that movie had gotten made instead of
if you
Prometheus taking those ideas.
Rendition of Mountains of Madness is a campy 70s movie. I actually like it, called Forbidden Planet.
Oh yeah.
Forbidden Planet. And
wasn't the 70s. That was earlier than that.
Was it 60s?
I think it might have been.
That's with Robbie the Robot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that.
There's that one, and there's another one that was done by Roger Corman. Not Forbidden Planet. It was Hidden Planets, Forbidden Galaxy, something like that. But it's got a young, unknown James Cameron did all the set design. But without even knowing that, you're like, man, this is kind of dope for a low budget movie. It's got a young Robert Englund in it, and it's got a lot of stuff that went on to be kind of cribbed in other movies. Because I don't know if you know, but that Roger Corman crew was pretty much all the directors that went on to become anybody worked in that crew. So Ridley Scott, Spielberg, Lucas, all those guys. So watch Forbidden Galaxy, I think is what it's called. I gotta look it up.
Quinn, have you ever seen The Void? I think I did see. That's like, it's like kind of Lovecraftian, and they're like in this house. I think I pretty much
a police station. They're in a police station.
I totally forgot.
They're in a hospital.
The Void. I think I might be thinking about something else. I don't remember.
Yeah.
What happens in it?
It gets very pretty much it's all set in this hospital, and then stuff starts happening. And
okay, I have not seen this. I have not seen this. Scratch.
It's decent. It's decent.
I've not seen this. Okay. What was I thinking of then? I was thinking of something else that was kind of like almost like Lovecraftian, but it was like.
It sounds like from
Netflix.
Oh no, Netflix. Never mind.
It was on. I don't know if Netflix made it, but what is From Beyond? I think that might be it.
Yeah, that's the one with the dude from the Reanimator in it. That's pretty old.
No, this is an older one. I don't remember what it was. I'm not gonna be able to think of it. I don't know. I don't know. You can find some pretty good stuff on Netflix. So if you look, if you like scour the independent section of Netflix, you can uncover some gems sometimes.
Same for Hulu, actually.
Yeah,
they got some good ones. So Quinn, with your graphic novel, is it you pretty much wrote everything already? Everything's you're just waiting on somebody to bring it home.
Yeah. We're building up an email list currently. We have like closing in on like 1,500 emails.
Wow, really?
Yeah. So we announced when we announced on like the 17th of December. So it hasn't even been like a whole month yet. So like.
Yeah, but the last time I talked to you, you're just over 1,300.
Yeah. Because I put out videos since then, and I've been like really just like pumping it out, being like, yeah, check this out. And I people really like when I insult David and Dan, and I'm like, well, if you want a better written story than this, check this out. So people are like, oh yeah. And so yeah, we're trying to like build like an email list. We want to get up to like 4,000 or 5,000 before we like, actually like that's our goal. But yeah. Oh, so it's all written. I know what I want to do, and it's just tweaks on the edges, I guess.
Yeah, gonna be dope. Terry, remember you're saying you had all your contacts on Square?
Yes.
I didn't have my email set up on Square, so I don't have any freaking emails from the 6,000 people that bought stuff from me.
No, Square wouldn't offer to run a campaign for you?
What do you mean? Offer to run a campaign?
Because they have a service on there where they got the data.
Oh,
you pay them to run a campaign for you.
A campaign to do what?
Basically, whatever your marketing campaign is going to be.
Really?
So you don't get access to the data, but they already got the metadata from every swipe.
Ooh.
And they tell you who's able to be contacted and who isn't. So not every swipe is able to be contacted, but it gives you like all these customers can be contacted one way or another.
Really?
So I didn't do it because I didn't want to get I got scared. And so I didn't want to get accused of like spam or get my website shut down because people were like, "Who is this Terry Ellison guy?"
You guys see Cabin in the Woods?
Yes,
I
yes,
love
did.
Cabin in the Woods because it was like playing with all those horror movie tropes, and I
It
love
was deconstruct, yeah.
yeah, and I love that scene in the end. I know everybody loves it when all the monsters come out and just like slaughter everybody. It's so good because it's not only like just like because it's also kind of like F the establishment too.
Well, not really. The monster was us. We were the Cthulhu
I know,
monster.
but it's like it's kind of like this bureaucracy, like agency organization. It's kind of like throughout the movie, they're just kind of like screw these people. They're just like doing this. But at the end, they were working for the greater good, and I get it because they were trying to keep the world from being destroyed. But it was still awesome to see them be like totally annihilated. It was just awesome.
Well, see, you just fell for the trap. Like they gave the people what they wanted, which is to see people get.
Give me what I want. You know, I know I recognize that, and I'm okay with it. I'm just like I want to see the bloodiness.
I want to see more gore. Is what
the elevator of blood. Are you kidding me? That's like so awesome. You know, it's like I love it. Love it.
There it is.
Didn't see.
I don't necessarily like gore for gore's sake, but I definitely like a good, like something that moves me to an emotion of some sort.
No, it was cool. That the gore in that movie was cool because it was all of the horror movie monsters just at the same time, just killing everybody. So it was just like,
yeah, that was Josh Whedon.
Yep.
So laggy. I can't even hit him.
I actually never got into Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Speaking of Josh Whedon, I missed it. Like I don't hate it. I just missed it.
I missed
it. Just my friends was so all about it, but it just wasn't. I don't know.
You know, I don't know why I never got into it because I watched like other shows that were on at the time. Like I watched some of that Supernatural show. Like I talked about, I really like that Charmed show, which is like way worse than Buffy. So I don't know why I never watched Buffy.
Buffy isn't bad if you can get into it. From what I can ascertain, it's just I never like I tried here recently, and I was like, I can't do it. Like it's too many episodes, and I can't get the TV-ness of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, you know, those people couldn't binge watch it at the time, but
you know, I didn't like grow up watching Doctor Who. Like I remember, like I had to get into Doctor Who like in college. But I remember my first time watching it, I'm just like, oh god, like this is like cringy and terrible. But after a few episodes, I was in love with it. I don't know.
Now, where did you start?
Huh?
Where did you start?
When did I start? Where did I start?
Where did you start? Yeah.
Oh, the reboot with Eccleston.
Yeah. See, I like the Eccleston season.
Yeah. I dug it. I really liked him as I was expecting a couple more seasons. I didn't realize that David Tennant took it over. It literally the next season. I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, Eccleston, from what I hear, didn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah. I think he had issues with like the people that were behind the scenes or something, I think.
Yep. That's what I heard, but I'm not like
I don't know.
A BBC insider, but that's the general knowledge.
Firefly, that's another one that I never got to watch. Firefly.
I just realized that Eccleston would have made a better stand-in for Moff Tarkin than that CGI that they did. They could have made him up to be the general in Star Wars. Anyway, sorry, random thought. He's got that long face.
Oh, the dude. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were. Okay, yeah, I remember the CGI dude. Yeah.
Yeah. My bad. I said exactly what I was thinking.
It was the Star Wars. The Star Wars.
Even though we never did kind of finish up on Prometheus.
Mm-hmm.
I like the sci-fi elements of Prometheus and hated the Scooby-Doo mystery parts of Prometheus.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you got the guy that makes maps. It's like, I don't know where we're going, Scoob. And it's like, I know animals. Like, hey, I'm going to pet this one. Like, how did you guys get so dumb? But yet you're the professionals at your jobs. It's just, it boggled the mind.
I hated the old face makeup on the dude at the end. I was just like, just get an old man.
Oh, yeah.
It looked retarded. No, I can't say that. It looked stupid. It looked silly. I'm sorry.
The weird thing is they never played him as young. Even
yeah, so it's no
why still old. I'm like, what? Wasn't he?
Yeah, that was they did, but in some kind of like they did with the new Blade Runner, they had a lot of like supplemental material with Guy Pearce, Guy Pearce Young, and the movie didn't do anything, so you never watched that supplementary material. They actually had some for Blade Runner too, if you guys haven't watched it. And I was such a fanboy of that new Blade Runner that I watched all that stuff. because I was obsessed with
Yeah, this guy.
not Gyllenhaal. Is it Jake Gyllenhaal?
No, Ryan Gosling.
No. The bad guy.
Jared Leto.
Jared Leto. Yeah, when he said
They're all the same.
that civilization is built on the backs of disposable labor, that was like the truest almost thing I've ever heard somebody say, like just open
Alexa
face
armed security system.
to an audience. Like, hey, look, every civilization is built on a disposable people group. Deal with it, pretty much is what he said. And I'm like, man, nobody admits that. I ain't said it's a good thing, but it's definitely was interesting to hear somebody just flat out say, we need a bunch of bodies. I don't care where we get them from. Just, we need to get them to go do a thing so human beings can have a level of comfort that we're used to.
Armor.
I think that's the fascinating thing about Blade Runner is that we never go off world, but it's alluded to that Earth is like the crappiest part of the universe, and everywhere else is awesome. We just never get to see it.
Wait, how do you get that?
Yeah, like I don't know how much you know about the Blade Runner lore, and it's in the films. Like there's colonies off world, but we just never go there.
I know, but I never got the indication that was they were like great. I mean, I remember Roy's speech at the end, but it wasn't like he's talking about beautiful things, but not like beautiful places.
I don't know. I always got the impression that Earth was like the ghetto now, and every other colony, not every other colony, but there's other places that doesn't have a dying ecosystem and all that stuff, and we kind of abandon Earth. But and the new movie kind of definitely reinforced that. Like you don't even have trees anymore. Like I'm sure the rich people aren't standing on a planet that doesn't have a means to produce its own oxygen.
Didn't even know.
Love that movie.
Man, I'm telling you, people, his Dune is gonna be legit. When Dune, when that movie comes out in December, this movie is gonna be legit. I already know because he loves Dune. Like this man is like so passionate about Dune. I've never seen anything like it, and like everything that's just like coming out of every time I get a bit of information, like from an actor or anybody involved with this film, they all just seemed like so impressed with how passionate Villeneuve is about the project. That's why I just can't wait to see what he's doing with it, man.
Does any footage come out? Does any footage come out?
No, nothing. It's been like cold, and we're like hoping like for something like in the next few weeks or months, like a teaser or anything. We haven't seen anything.
What did you think about the designs for the graphic novel?
I think they look pretty cool. It was just like a couple character designs, so they look pretty decent. We'll have to see more, of course.
Okay.
Now,
they look reminiscent actually of like David Lynch.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So,
where did you get the art for your Dune series? I remember I like that art.
I got that art from all over the place. I mean, I just went to different artists from all over the internet. I was just like, "Can I use your fan art for Dune?"
The Jesuits and that art was awesome, man.
There's a whole bunch of different artists, and it's all credited. In the older ones, it's credited at the end, but in the newer ones, it'll pop up like when the pictures come out. So, but yeah, it's just like a bunch of talented people from all across the internet. That
the chat is correcting me. They're saying algae in the ocean produce most of the oxygen on Earth.
That is true.
And the ocean is definitely overtaking the planet. Still a crap hole in the future of Blade Runner universe. Like, I don't know if you guys, well, I know you did, Mike, because you live in California, but California was half underwater in that movie. It was not good. I was in LA when I watched the movie, so I felt some kind of way. I was like, this is kind of weird.
I was in New York when I watched it.
Dude, when you're from like South Bend, Indiana, like no alien's gonna hit us first. Like we're never gonna be the central unless they're doing like a Stephen King story. That's the only time stuff's in Indiana, but other than that, it's always LA or New York.
Indiana and Maine.
Night Shyamalan. Signs.
Oh my God, Signs. I like Signs. Signs.
I'm not a Shyamalan fan.
I mean, I like some of his movies.
It is definitely one of his top 3 movies.
I liked Sixth Sense. I liked Unbreakable.
Yeah, and Signs. That's his
E-
top.
even Glass was tolerable. Not Glass.
I
Excuse
hated
me.
Glass.
Not Glass. Not Glass. I'm sorry. Split. Split was tolerable.
Split was pretty
Split,
good.
yeah,
Yeah.
Split, yeah, but Glass.
Man.
Glass
Look,
was terrible. Glass was
Look,
terrible.
I mean, this is probably controversial, but I don't mind The Village. And then, like, also, I like Lady in the Water.
Ooh,
I think Lady in the Water is a pretty solid movie.
there's the
I
hot
think,
take right there.
I think that Lady in the Water suffered from the fact that it was like marketed a certain way, and then you actually see the movie and it's a different type of movie. If you go back and look at that movie, all the characters are solid, all the acting is solid. The lore that he sets up about like that world, the world of the ocean or whatever, it's all there. It's all solid.
Hmm.
So, I mean, it's a solid movie. I don't think that movie is bad. There's like way worse movies than Lady in the Water.
You know what? You know what suffered from that? Dead Poet Society.
Hmm.
You ever seen that movie?
Yeah.
I-
Well,
Philip Seymour Hoffman, I think so. now.
before Dead Poet Society, Robin Williams had never done anything but comedy.
Hmm.
So when they advertised it, all they showed was the funny bits. So they advertised Dead Poet Society
Oh my God.
comedy, and it was like, brilliant movie, but it bombed because like
Hmm.
that's
Market it wrong.
yeah.
So The Visit, someone asked about The Visit. The Visit was I don't think M. Night Shyamalan actually did he direct it? He was involved with it. I don't know.
I think he might have. I mean, we're just a Google search away from finding out.
His name is attached to The Visit. But like I thought it was kind of creepy. The twist was pretty interesting and it was a little bit gross, but it was okay.
I don't think I know what
No,
that.
they're giving him director credit.
Director credit. Okay. So it's like it's a movie where like these kids they go see their grandparents and the grandparents are crazy.
Movie.
I don't want to spoil it, but like the grandparents are crazy, insane.
Yeah.
It was okay, There's a really creepy movie. God. And it's a foreign movie. It's about these twin boys, right? And their mom gets home from having surgery, so her face is all covered up. And it's kind of like they start to believe that she's not their mother. And I can't.
Oh yeah,
think
I've
the
seen
name of
that.
it.
I've seen that.
But it's got a really good twist, and I really like that movie. If someone
like
knows
a-
the name of that, please tell me. Let me try and look it up.
Yeah, I just seen that maybe about a year ago.
Good Night, Mommy. Good Night, Mommy is what it's called. Yeah, that movie kind of freaked me out a lot. But yeah. Good Night, Mommy. That's what it's called.
You're right, Quinn. You're right.
Yeah, I'm just reading something on here.
Raw pork chops. I got apples that are better.
Have you ever seen Killing of a Sacred Deer?
That movie is so bizarre. I don't know what's going on in that movie. Wait, that's the one with Colin Farrell and Nicole Kidman, right?
Yep,
Oh, that's a weird movie.
it is.
And there are some really weird lines in that movie that just make no sense that I'm not even gonna repeat.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
It's just very
I know what you're talking
bizarre.
about. Yeah. Don't do that.
I don't know. And then I watched another, my friends and I watched that movie together, and we were just like, it was kind of interesting, but it was weird. So we watched another movie by that same director,
With the lobster.
and that one was way worse. So we were just like,
Yeah. But so you you did it. You should have did it in reverse, because the lobster is Mike, just in case you don't know, in this universe, and it's not even like sci-fi, it's like a sprinkling, like the light,
what it's supposed to be.
the light is smattering. If you don't get married by a certain time, you get turned into the animal of your choice.
What?
And the main character chooses to become a lobster if he can't find a mate. But because of that fact, people are doing like crazy stuff to get people to feel like they're their soulmate. And
Yeah, like he ends up trying to like get like this psychopath to be a soulmate, and she realizes that he's not really like not a psychopath, because they have to be like the same. They have to have like a trait that's exactly the same, and she realizes it, and she like does some horrible stuff. I mean, the movie is not good. I would say don't watch it. I would say
I like movies like that, but I definitely don't recommend them.
I don't recommend it. I don't think it's good. I think he's just like stringing us along with
It's an art house film, so it's not
it
like
is, but it's like I like art house movies, and this one I just felt like was kind of like me and my friends, we like to watch movies because this was, I think, an A24 movie, and we like to watch movies
Dude.
like this and like discuss them and debate them, and none of us could find any meaning in it.
24 is one of my favorite new studios, man.
Oh yeah, man.
Have you seen Lady Bird?
I have not seen Lady Bird yet, but that's on my list. and
Okay, it's not a horror movie because I don't want to.
No, but I've heard really good things about Lady Bird.
The
So.
dialogue in that movie is so good. Like it's as a person with a 17-year-old, I'm like, they nailed teenager talk without that cheesy, way they do it when they don't know how to write teens. Like this is very good. It's definitely like a masterclass on dialogue for young people. We're making them likable instead of making them like these kind of crass, drug swilling, alcohol. You know what I mean? Like they kind of, that's like the cliche teen, that they're these debaucherous people that, they're having way more fun and sex than just about anybody, which we all know that ain't the case.
What character is this, Mike?
This is Steven Crowder becoming Strange Animal, and his sidekick Quarter Black.
That Steven Crowder looks jacked.
What's the Quarter Black reference to? Because
his producer's name goes by Quarter Black Garrett.
Okay.
Is Ben Shapiro going to make an appearance?
Yeah. Actually, I don't have that page open.
I know Mike got to meet him. He was happy.
Yeah.
That was my biggest grin I ever seen on a conservative's face in my life.
I had a meeting with the young man.
I respect Ben's debate game, even if I don't agree with what he's debating. But I think he's definitely the future of conservatism.
He needs to debate Kyle Kalinske.
He needs a what?
I gotta say, he needs to debate Kyle Kalinske.
Who's that?
He's a guy. He's a guy that was supposed to debate Ben Shapiro at Politicon, but they never got to debate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Treated like a boxing match. Like he's scared. He's scared. He needs to fight him in the ring. Was it Rocky?
Yeah, basically.
Movie.
Dragonfly.
So yeah, I think this. I mean, obviously it looks a little bit like Sabretooth, but
They're not even neutral.
I think it's coming out all right.
Yeah.
Like if Sabretooth and Lobo had a baby.
What other A24 movies have you seen? I should look them up.
Black Colt's Daughter. I've seen.
Haven't seen that one yet.
Hereditary is a A24 movie.
Hey, Hereditary, yeah, that one. That's one that one got some mainstream success actually.
Dude, have you seen his other movies, like his short films? He has one called Something Strange About the Johnsons, I think is what it's called.
I don't think I've seen that.
I can't even describe the subject matter without getting demonetized, but it is a weird premise that I've never, ever seen before about a family dynamic. That's all. It's like 30 minutes. It's on YouTube.
See, I'm always like looking at lists of like movies that A24 has released, and it's like so many movies that I've seen and loved that I didn't even know they made are on the list. Like Ex Machina, The Witch. Yeah, I like so many of them. Like Ex Machina is so good.
Yeah, they're making some of the smartest low budget movies I've ever seen.
But then they also did The Lobster.
Well, I like The Lobster once again, but
I mean,
I've come to this cathartic moment probably because I'm 42 years old. Just because I don't like something doesn't mean it's bad.
No, look,
because a lot of stuff ain't for me now. Like I'm out of the spotlight of who they're shooting at, so it's like Ariana Grande and like, who's that? That sounds like a Taco Bell meal to me. Like I don't know.
Ariana Grande. She's a good singer.
She has a great voice.
Mm-hmm. She's like she's got like, how do I describe her voice? How do I describe Ariana Grande's voice? So you have like a Whitney Houston or like a Celine Dion. Like Ariana Grande is not like on that level. Man. But like compared to like a Katy Perry, like she's like Ariana Grande can like belt like up to like Ariana Grande belts up to like BB5, like higher than Mariah. Mariah could like mix up to A5. Ariana Grande can belt up to like a BB5 like perfectly. So
see, that perfect example. I don't like her. That doesn't mean she's terrible. Just means not for me.
I don't like her music. I just think her talent, her freaking instrument is amazing. Just like
saying,
sure.
Christina Aguilera, I don't really care for her music, but I think her freaking voice is just crazy good.
Mhm.
I definitely would second that. And the way you said it, she definitely could. And that's how I am. I can recognize talent when I see it, but I can also recognize like, hey, they're talking about stuff that I can't do or will not do, or don't even know what they're talking about. Like I gotta look it up. I literally have to look stuff up. Like, what's that mean? I just popped a bean. Like, what's that mean? Oh, okay. It's a new drug they're doing. Cool.
Want a new drug? Yeah. What about Huey Lewis in the news, man? Come on, man.
But Mariah Cole hit them lows like Sarah Vaughan. Yeah, look, Mariah in her prime, like one of the best vocalists ever. Like she could like she had that low range. She had not only like that high belt range, like mixing, like belting up to like G5 and then like mixing up to A5. And then she could like top it off with like whistle register up into like G7. It's like insane. Like one of the most like versatile voices ever.
You working music?
Yeah.
You're using language I've never heard of.
Yeah, me too.
You know, most people go, she can sing. Like, well, she's hitting the, you know, she's hitting the G5 register on blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay.
I mean, I like a lot of, especially female singers, like really good female singers. I listen to it because, well, female singers are just in general just have better voices than men, and they can just do more with their voices. So I kind of like study that sometimes, you know.
Ain't nothing. Let your nerd flag fly, man. I actually have a issue whenever, because it's such a cliche now. Whenever somebody uses like techno jargon in a TV show, there's always the cliche English, please. It's like me. I'm like, I'm just gonna go learn the words you use so I can use them too. You know, that's how language is supposed to work. Don't dumb down for us. We got to smart up to your level, man. So I like that you're using it. I'm like, okay, I know who I'm going to when I need some music produced. I'll be like, Quinn, make it sound good. All right. So do you play it all or?
I sing.
All right, cool.
Occasionally.
I bet you're good too. You're all like, I sing a little bit, and then
I'm not gonna sing this time.
next thing you know, he's winning awards.
We got him to sing on the show before. So.
I just want to be the fanboy, the world's oldest fanboy in the audience going, I remember when he was just doing Game of Thrones stuff.
Oh, God.
Idol.
Oh, man. I remember American Idol. Like, I remember the Simon Cowell American Idol. That was, it was never, once he left it stopped being good. I remember I would only ever watch the auditions. I never watched when they were actually singing.
I watched a few of the tournaments, like way back. When Adam Lambert lost, I pretty much quit watching the show. Because he was clearly the best of the best.
The best singer never won. The best singer never ever won.
Yeah, and that was a bridge too far for me. They let that old vanilla for kid win. He was so hokey and bland. Meanwhile, you have like the second coming of Robert Plant and others combined, and he loses. It's like, get out of here, man. As a matter of fact, he's still on the scene today. He's actually still has a career. I don't know what the other kid's doing.
You know, it's because like it was based off of just like the public voting. You know, the public never knows anything. The public never knows what's good. The public needs to be told what's good. That's why critics exist. I mean, that's not always true, but to a certain extent, it's like it took people a long time to realize that Game of Thrones was bad. Game of Thrones was bad for a couple seasons before people were like, wait.
Bro, you are wrong.
I knew
about that. People don't know that Game of Thrones is bad. Almost everybody I talk to that ain't us still like season 8. It's weird. They don't know it's bad.
A lot of people don't still. But I guess the information is out there now though. Like in a way, I've seen it shift from like people like being very closed, especially online, I guess, to criticisms of Game of Thrones to now it just being like it's fine to criticize Game of Thrones and no one to get mad.
Thousands of people every month, and trust me, I got my talking points ready. Pretty much, I'm doing a talk show / I'm selling my artwork, right? And I'm thinking like, yeah, obviously everybody hates Game of Thrones, like, and it's always a little pushback. Like, no, I kind of liked it. I'm like, hey, nice weather we're having today. Like, I gotta reboot what I'm talking about because they don't hate it enough.
You don't hate this enough.
Yep, the cosplay is still just as strong. Like every week, somebody's cosplaying Daenerys and Jon Snow. So
But they have declined a lot in like DVD sales and merchandise sales.
that's good. That's good.
Mhm. Like the reaction is being felt, I would say. I have a Game of Thrones channel, so I feel the reaction. I definitely felt the shift.
Didn't they
And
a prequel?
Yeah, they canceled one of the prequels because it was less like no one cared about it. It was just like no one wants a long night prequel, and so now they're doing a prequel. Now they're doing a show based off of George R. Martin's Fire and Blood book, which is a prequel to it's the Targaryen history essentially.
Yeah,
so that's what's happening now.
So are you gonna watch that?
I watch it.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, with different showrunners, it could be epic.
Yeah.
I actually kind of want to retool, man. I feel like the TV Game of Thrones was way too much of a soap opera. Like the book was too, but you also felt like you were learning something, even though it was all fiction. You were like, man, I never really thought of the let's say the bastard dynamic, right? Like that's not something we ever saw dealt with in any type of medieval entertainment. And like that was like if you go back and read the first book and you take a drink every time they say bastard, like that was like the main thrust of the first book was Jon Snow's a bastard.
Mhm.
Bastard. I'm like, Jesus. And I'm a bastard. So I was like, all right, I get it, George. Jeez, we ain't nothing.
Yeah, I know, right?
We're gonna be king one day. No, but I'm
Think I should go for a third page?
Yeah.
It's 12 o'clock here, so
Third page.
9:22 here.
Third page.
man, last night you were like, hey, you coming? I'm like, man, it's 2 a.m.
I know. I was up. I think I was up till 4.
There you go. That would have been what? 7 a.m. my time.
Yeah.
I would have been up all night. That couldn't happen.
All right, man. Got that page done.
Yeah, that's true. It's nothing better than being your own boss.
All night long.
All right, who's next on this script? Laura Ingraham.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
Should do Janine Pirro.
She becomes the Ingrahammer.
Okay, I like that.
That is pretty much the only reason I'm using Hannity, even though I don't like him, is because I have a name. It's the Hannitizer. So
nice. You know what? When you said that, I thought of that flex tape guy. He'd be a sweet. That's a lot of damage. He looks like that guy too. But yeah. I'll tell you what, man. I've actually gotten great peace and joy by checking out of all news outlets. Like I don't know nothing. I'm ignorant and blissful. Like I don't know what Trump tweeted day to day. I don't know.
You don't know what he's eating?
I don't know what he's eating. I don't know what Nancy Pelosi said. And guess what? Life's great.
I watched about it.
Once they drop the bombs on them, there's still nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna let myself get all stressed out and angry every single day.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't watch like mainstream news, but I watch like a bunch of like independent media on like the internet and stuff like that.
I really haven't paid much attention to politics probably for the last two years.
Yeah, that's the only way to go.
Running is a great song. What's Running?
Don't know.
I don't either. All right. I actually already have a design in mind for the Ingrahammer.
The Ingrahammer.
The Ingrahammer.
That sounds like the name of that the female blacksmith in Mandalorian, like Ingrahammer. Make me a chess piece.
I still have not seen
Laura Ingraham, another one. Back in the day, it used to be objective, made fun of both sides. And then basically, so like, I mean, Mike, you're in the same boat as me. Like, you got to see a lot of people that, I mean, they might have been small C conservative always, but watching them take that hard right turn, man, that was like weird for me. Like, whoa, you never used to be this hardcore before. It's like you can tell the battle lines have been drawn to where you got to be all in or all out.
Specify what you talking about.
Let's say GW did something stupid. Hell, Rush Limbaugh used to call him out on that.
Yeah.
All the guys would. They'd be like, you know what? I think it's wrong what he's doing. Now it's almost like this wall of compliance. Like, nope, I agree with what he did. So does he. And they all pretty much say, I'm talking about the pundits, say the same defense of the thing. And vice versa for the other team. Except
Partisan hackery.
I will say the Democrats do fall on their swords way more than the Republicans do. It's like, Quinn, you got caught, sack tickling somebody. It's like Quinn's like, I quit. Like that's how the Democrat, like, I'm out of here. Republicans deny.
Well, I think there was a really big kind of like divide when because of Trump, because like the never Trumpers, like some of the
right back.
ain't letting go of that bone, right? And so they're still out there trying to find ways to make sure he doesn't get a second term or whatever. But a lot of the guys after Trump started, dude, I heard it the whole time. It's like, Trump's never going to do anything he says. He's just lying to get into power. And I'm like, dude's a narcissist. He thinks you should believe what he believes. So that's why I believed what he was saying. And he was saying policies that I was interested in, policies I supported. And he turned a lot of the guys, like Ben Shapiro freaking hated Trump, but it's like he started doing all the things that he promised that Ben swore up and down he would never do. And he's like, he still talks crap about him, but he's but he supports him whenever he's doing, the stuff that he got elected for.
I was that way with DW. I can't really get behind Trump, man. Like he brought too much of the old bad racial tensions back.
Funny though, I remember having this discussion with you about the opioid crisis, like saying something about it. It's like you brought it up today again, right?
Yeah.
Like that was one of the early things Trump started dealing with, and I was like, I wonder what Terry thinks about this.
By dealing with, what do you mean by that? Like, I know he set up the crisis centers.
Issue. He actually made it a national issue.
But
like nobody else had before.
Well,
you're the one that brought it up to me, and that's why I was very.
And here's the fast the kind of the curveball that once again I don't like when the right does this, is that they'll go, Obama didn't do nothing, but Trump's doing everything. But it's like, it's not like Obama didn't try to do a lot of things.
No, but I remember you saying nobody does nothing.
And nobody does nothing about.
Sorry, but Obama was in office when you
say nobody. I mean, dude, he threw some money at some clinics. Ain't doing nothing about the opiate crisis. He didn't put a bunch of doctors that did pill mills in jail and basically go back and sue the pants off of Bayer and all these big pharmas that got 2/3 of America hooked on painkillers. That's doing something. But we're never gonna do that because our country's just another talk. Money rules the day here. I'm cool with that. I'm fine with it. That's reality. So yeah, him opening up a few clinics, you could say that's doing something about the opiate crisis, and I could say it isn't, and we can just go back and forth. But to me, the breakdown isn't necessarily that Trump didn't do anything or Obama didn't do enough. It's that we let the free market get 2/3 of our people hooked on drugs.
2/3?
It's a lot of people hooked on opiates, man.
2/3 of the people in this country.
I just threw out a number.
It is a crisis. It's like
95%. It's 95%. It's more than 2/3.
But it like really is like more than any other. It's like more than any illegal drug. Like, it's a huge crisis, and that is the fault of like the pharmaceutical industry. Like doctors.
So what do you want to do? Communists shut the pharmacy down? No, I'm not saying that. But I don't like
it because Trump. I noticed. I mean, I paid attention to it, and you said that, and then Trump actually, made it a national issue, and I was like, well,
let's
should at least be happy about that.
Let's decompartmentalize, man. Let's decompartmentalize. Like, let's say if Trump was doing all stuff that was neutral, good for everybody, cool. But the dude obviously just wants to be the president of the people that like him. Like I've never seen this before in my lifetime. I think I lived through what, 4 presidents? That basically like if you don't like me, I'm not gonna do anything for your side of the thing. And he gets rewarded for it. Like his base is like, yes, stick it to them, make them feel pain and give us pleasure by making them feel pain. It's sadistic.
I don't get it.
Okay. All right. You know, I just wish he would basically come back to the middle where most of the country is and throw a bone over here, throw a bone over there. And, you know, he'd be fine. He'd probably be walking into a second term, but to do.
He's skating into a second term. Don't even deny it.
I'm not voting for him. I'll tell you that much, but we'll see how that goes. I think, yeah, he might have galvanized the right, but he's been the perfect Palpatine for the left, man. They got a single person to hate, and so I wouldn't sleep on that.
That is true.
I mean, he's pretty much the anti-Obama. What Obama was to white conservatives, Trump is to like liberals. Where you know what I heard? I heard Obama was the most divisive president we ever had. I had somebody tell me this before, and I was like dumbfounded, like, what? And of course, they turn around, they vote for Trump, who was literally dividing the country. Love him. Love this guy. I've never seen Obama actively go, you know what, I want to get the partisan sides to fight each other. Did he say some goofs about the clawing to their guns and Bibles? Sure. But man, you can count on like one hand the time he actively poked the bear. Whereas it's every day with the orange one. Like he literally, he lives to wake up and just poke the bear every day. Like, you know what, that bear ain't screaming loud enough. I'm going to just poke it. There you go. They're upset now. I've done my job. I'm going to go back to sleep. You know, and I don't know how you feel about that, or if you think I'm just making up stuff and Trump's been a paragon of civility, and you know, then you know, I'll stop.
He's a world-class troll.
Yeah, I don't think that's healthy.
I just think he's a narcissist, but
I agree.
Whatever.
But there's levels of narcissism, you know. I just understood that his narcissism meant that I could trust that he wasn't trying to lie his way in office, right?
But that's exactly what narcissists do, though. Like narcissists lie and manipulate all the time.
It was about, you know, I think people, his kind of narcissism, he thinks everyone should agree with him, right? So if you think everyone should agree with what you're saying, then you obviously think what you're saying is worth saying.
I'm gonna pull a Quinn here and talk to chat. So just for everybody that thinks, oh my God, dude, I read Art of the Deal when I was a young man. Love that book. Now I found out Trump didn't write it after a certain amount of time, but that book was very influential in how I do business. So pre-election Trump, I had no hatred for the man until he started basically getting racist happy. Like when he started making them happy, that made me scared. Like, why are so many people that hate minorities happy that this guy is saying the racially insensitive stuff that he's saying? I'm not even going to call it racist. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Like, that bothered me. Then Charlottesville's happened. He totally bossed how he handled that. You got girls getting killed by white supremacists, and there's trouble on both sides type of talk. I'm like, dude, even GW knew better than to equivocate like that. You know, like it's a lot of like common sense, human decency when you're dealing with a multicultural nation that he just doesn't have it. He doesn't want to have it. Doesn't feel like he needs to have it. And his base doesn't care if he has it or not either. Where you can't say Obama basically came in and just blacked up the White House and, you know, he looked out for black people only and he was all about black power and blackness. No, of course not. It's ridiculous. But you can't say that Trump isn't basically pushing a form of white power.
Jiminy Cricket says, you're not helping yourself, Terry, sounding like MSNBC.
I don't care what I sound like, Jiminy Crickets. But you got a guy that's basically saying, make America great again. For who?
That's a good point, Terry.
Like I said, we can only go back to the 60s, America, and it gets progressively less great for black people the further back we go. Like, so
Yeah.
what's the great again era we talking about? The 70s, 80s?
80s.
He ain't talking about the 80s.
I felt like he was talking about the 80s going right there.
Okay, all right. You can feel what you want to feel, but a lot of minorities didn't feel like he was talking about the 80s.
Jiminy
That-
Cricket
that-
is black, by the way, just so you know.
There you go. Black or not, I still want to sound how I want to sound. Like, I'm just saying. Trump came in and he brought up a whole bunch of I thought racism was on the downslope. I knew it still existed, but I didn't know that people were going to be out in the street talking about Jews will not replace us and stuff like that again. I'm like, where did this even come from? Like, how is white supremacy emboldened by this?
Think about Charlottesville, dude. They promoted that thing for like 6 months or 4 months or something like that to get every freaking Nazi, alt-right, white nationalist to converge on Charlottesville that day. Dude, there was like 300 of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a nothing burger.
To you it is, man. Like,
you gotta.
I mean, like, and it wasn't an isolated incident.
Like people in this country, they tried their damnedest to get a convention of racists together, and they got 300 people there.
Man, like I said, that was just the tip.
You're never going to wipe out racism from an entire.
Of course not.
Country.
But you don't encourage it either.
I'm saying the fact that that's all they got is a pretty.
See, you want to laugh at it, man, but we fought the Nazis, right? So, like, how the heck are we gonna basically be a nation that's talking about, oh well, it's just 300 white supremacists, it's just 300. Richard Spencer's like a household name now. I didn't even know who the guy was. Now he's everywhere. He's got a platform.
Richard Spencer. Eric Hawkins says MAGA has nothing to do about racism. It has to do about the economy, jobs, people being proud of America again. To me, and I am black.
What if you were never not proud of America? Like, what's the make America great again? Like, what's not great about America now for people with cell phones, computers, cars, and the best technology we ever had?
Do you not remember the freaking Obama apology tour? Obama tore down this country to the rest of the freaking world. That's why
he tore down the country.
He went around apologizing to all the freaking countries of the world for what a bad country America was.
And so
you have your leader doing that, and then you have another guy come up and say, "Screw that, we're making America great again." Of course, you're going to have a reaction.
But isn't a Christian tenet humility?
Huh?
Like America is great when it's a humble nation that can apologize for mistakes it's made, unless you say we never made any mistakes. Because a lot of people do believe that we never made a single mistake. We've always been right in every move we made. And if we say we made a mistake, we're unpatriotic.
The United States is supposed to be the #1 cheerleader of this country.
Dude, I'm a huge cheerleader of this country. But we got to a point. I mean, dude, look, it's a lot of, to me, look, if you're soothing tensions around the world, right, that makes us safer other than like, hey, let's bomb some people. Do you feel safer now that Trump didn't bomb some people?
Yeah.
Like, does that make you feel safer?
I feel scared.
Yeah, I'm definitely more on edge when I heard that in the airport than Obama apologizing. This is what I'm saying, y'all. Like, I can't believe y'all
allowed Iran to move forward with nuclear freaking.
And so did GW, and so did Bill Clinton before him, and so did every president. And Trump, okay, all right, we're gonna see. We're gonna see the outcome of this.
Clinton, Bush, Obama allowed North Korea to get freaking nuclear weapons.
So let's pause right here then. So it's not a Republican Democrat issue. It's a Trump versus everybody else issue. Is what you're saying?
That's correct at this point.
Okay, right.
Because he's not the establishment. He's the first non-establishment president since Reagan.
Okay, all right.
He makes concessions to the establishment all the time.
Yeah, I can't believe y'all buy that.
He can't just be a one trick. I mean, he
kind of is though,
dude. He's living in the swamp. He can't freaking just make.
We had a president. His campaign. He ran a campaign on building a wall. I was embarrassed because damn, didn't we want the Berlin Wall to come down? Like, we were for that. But
Berlin Wall was about keeping people in because they were trying to escape.
We wanted a wall to go up. Like
Right.
it's like I want to write a
I live in San Diego. We've had a wall here for a while, and no one has complained about it
well, it was a non-issue till Trump made it a thing.
because
Now everybody's talking about a wall.
walls work.
But I'm saying once again,
The entirety history of humankind and tell me walls don't work.
walls don't work. If you've had a wall all this time, then you saying you kept Mexicans out of Southern California because you had a wall up?
The
No.
wall in San Diego works, right? They
The,
go places the wall is not, or they try to find ways.
so you want to wall up all of America then?
No, dude, do you know how many people before all this stuff happened? I watched a documentary about the the illegal immigration problem, and this was from a very, very left-wing documentarian, and she was going down there. She went all the way down to San Salvador, and she came up with freaking migrants, and she was talking to them about the problems with the coyotes, with the dude, people freaking die
Yeah.
all the time
They
in that
do.
desert
I know about all that.
to get into this country because there's no wall there.
I know about all that. I mean, I don't want to split hairs, but people have been dying to get in this country before we were a country. Like that's the name of the game that is America. If you want to split hairs like that. Two, the dude made it a racial issue. It wasn't like I want to build a wall to keep the Irish people out or build a wall to keep the Canadians out. Like he literally targeted a brown culture and said we want to keep them
Do we have a
undesirable.
problem? Do we have a problem with
We want to keep the undesirables out of our country.
illegal Canadians coming into this country?
Actually, we do, because a lot of people do come in through Canada now that everybody's focused on Mexico. But, once again, it doesn't have political football in it to pick on Canadians. So it's easy to pick on, once again, a whole culture that don't speak English.
You know me. You know I'm not racist. I'm 100%.
I'm not, no. I'm not calling you a racist. I said racial. Basically, he went after a brown culture as an easy punch down method. Now, if he was punching up at rich people, like, hey, I want to build a wall around your money and funnel it back into the economy, yeah, sure. But that's not what he was doing. And his constituents at those rallies was chanting racist stuff.
That's true.
Right?
Mexicans are mostly Caucasian.
Okay, all right. That's okay. And it drives me up a wall, man. This double speak. It's almost like Orwellian. Like y'all just don't see any of the racial stuff at all. Like, what are you talking about, Terry? You're making this stuff up to make him look bad. Like,
I will say this, that it is harder sometimes for people that aren't minorities to see racism. But then also I think sometimes minorities do see racism where it doesn't exist.
Sure.
But
sure.
like it's all about communicating with each other and respecting each other, respecting other people's experiences. That's what I say.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Like most of the messaging from Make America Great Again was basically make sure that middle class white America has their jobs and means of a quality of life again. And to me, like, I don't even know why he had to put pretty much such a fine point on it, because Trump could have easily broadened his appeal without having to appeal to basically people that want to make sure
Trump
we have no
more black support than any Republican.
I've heard that. I don't know if I just don't want to believe it or I just don't believe it. I'm not gonna say you're lying, but I don't know about that. Like, hey, it's a thing you said.
Because we have the best economy.
We've had a good economy with Obama too, so that's not a
vote their wallets.
Sure. We had a good economy under GW until we didn't. So
Well, we also got attacked.
Even then, shit, it was, we'll see, man. I just think the guy isn't what I don't know. I guess he's your Dark Knight. He's not the president you want, but he's the president you feel like you need right now to rip out the wiring and get things done. I understand that.
I like him. He's a troll. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm a troll.
People wouldn't know it. They wouldn't know it with how PC you act, but they wouldn't know how much of a troll you are. But
all right, look what we have here. We have Daria.
Oh yes, Tadia.
Quinn, tell people why they need to go into my description and sign up for your mailing list.
Yes, so Tadia is my upcoming graphic novel / comic book set in the fictional medieval kingdom of Marath. And it is about witches, essentially. And it is a horror novel that centers around mythology and lore taken from a bunch of different places around the real world, but, you know, mixed up and changed a little bit to suit the story that I'm trying to tell here. So yeah, I'm taking, you know, some kind of standard fantasy ideas, but I've got a lot of twists and turns planned. I'm subverting a lot of tropes here, and I'm excited to, you know, show it to the world. So yeah, get put on my mailing list for more information.
If you guys aren't familiar with Quinn's body of work, I mean, he writes a lot of his. I mean, you write all your stuff for your show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's, I mean, so well read, and he has practiced as a writer. I'm very much looking forward to helping him develop this out. Please do sign up for Tadia. You're going to be able to get access to work and development stuff. So exclusive access to that stuff. You're going to get discounts or special deals that will only be available to people on the mailing list. So definitely worth it. If you have not already, please go down. It's in the description. Jiminy Cricket is also pasting it in the chat.
Yes. Yes.
And at some point, Terry will have one too.
Some point in the future.
I don't think your people are gonna. I'm reading the chats. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. I came to the home team that all drinks the Kool-Aid of the economy's good and all that stuff, you know, because it was total trash under Obama, but Trump changed everything.
Better than it's ever been.
Yeah, but it was already trending up.
Years, dude.
It was already trending up. It wasn't like he came and pulled it out of the doldrums like everybody's acting like. And look, it doesn't matter if it would have been Hillary Clinton, she would have been taking credit too. I know this, right? I'm not saying that it's just because it's him. Every president does this. But I just hate that double talk.
Actually, it does have a very much psychological effect as well, because I know for a fact that the largest comic book company or comic store chain in Southern California, which is a very large comic store chain, they were going to close all but 2 stores if Hillary got elected.
Wow. There you go.
Trump got elected. He opened 2 additional stores.
There you go. I mean, I guess
dude. People didn't think. People thought she was going to freaking tank the economy.
Which is dumb, because
it doesn't matter. It's a practical reality.
So you're saying people's irrationality is the rational factor why we should vote for irrational people. It makes people feel good.
It is belief in, you know, economic theory, whatever. If you have someone coming in and you believe that they know how to build business, they know how to build the economy, then you have hope, right?
Right.
And the opposite is true, and that.
Yeah. But I'm saying, but you're using it like it's magic or something. But if it's irrational, it's still irrational, right?
No, it's like practical reality, though.
It's a practical irrationality, is what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
Reality. It's a cause and effect.
It's like, because I believe Hulk Hogan is going to be a good president, then it makes me more optimistic he'll start businesses.
You know why this has value, Terry? Because we all believe it. That's irrational.
Oh, the money, yeah, right.
So, right. Irrational or not, it's practical reality.
So you're saying Trump is money? Because your analogy don't hold up. I know what you're saying, that we all agree that money has value, but you're saying we all agree that presidents that make you feel good have value.
The people that create jobs believed, and because they believed, they created the jobs.
Let me ask you this: so, if and when, and I don't know if I'm going to vote Bernie or not. I'm not sold on him. But let's say he gets in, the economy soars. Are you going to be having the same kind of, middle of the road, Yeah, because people believe that it's going to be good, or they believed it was going to be bad, so it went bad. Like, you know what I mean? It's going to be like it's bad because Bernie Sanders did this. You're going to have all these pinpoint reasons why the economy went bad if it goes bad under Bernie. You see what, I don't know if you follow what I'm saying. It's like you kind of got this nebulous, like, oh, the economy's good because people perceive Trump as a businessman, and so the economy is doing good because of perception, and perception is reality. But when the reality shifts,
it's not just that. He was doing things that business understood good for business, like getting rid of regulation. Obviously, Bernie would turn around and regulate the crap out of the country.
Oh, he definitely would. And
Right?
and I'm not saying Trump is bad for business.
For the economy.
Chat. I'm not saying Trump is bad for business, but I'm saying he's only good for business. And we've always had this trickle down, like if we take care of business, it's going to take care of us. And I just want to see a president, I don't care who it is, do some aggressive action on a ground level. Like that we were always coddling business. Like, let's take care of business. It's like, is business voting in presidents or are people voting in presidents? And I know they say that they're going to create jobs and all that. But once again, in my neck of the woods, but I never see a turnaround within 8-year presidency. You know, I just don't see any aggressive change. I see schools getting worse. I see people looking half dead, walking around like zombies because they ain't got health care. You know, I just want to see a ground up change first, then we'll take care of business. But that's like an anathema to most people.
Well, people aren't making money, then they can't afford life.
And that's the argument. That's the circular argument. Well, if they're not making money, so we can't take care of you now. Yeah, it's a circular argument.
Right. I mean, to say like you need to have money to be able to afford life in America in the 21st century. I mean, I'm not saying like just lay around all day, but I mean, what's the point of having like this crazy, advanced, powerful, rich society if we just like let the most downtrodden of us just like die and just. I don't know.
Drac, and I'm in Indiana, so I'm right underneath Michigan, but it's the same thing though. So your statement still applies, but wrong state.
No, Quinn, I again, helping those who need help is not the same thing, you know.
Yeah.
We're in San Diego, and I've given this. I haven't given it to you, but I've given this example, which is terrible. So we have a fairly good sized homeless population here. If you go downtown, what else we have downtown is a building that the city built that cost, I believe, $10 million, designed to house the homeless population. They only had 2 requirements. You have to stay off drugs and you have to look for a job.
The first one's impossible.
It's
like,
impossible.
You're saying like it's a moral choice, like stay off drugs. Like, okay, it's not a chemical dependency at all. Like that's already doomed from the start. Like some of these people, the drugs they're on, they're addicts for life, man.
So nobody can get off of drugs.
Certain drugs, like you can, by a miracle, and I mean a miracle, get off.
Whitney Houston had cocaine in her system when she died. I mean, she never got off of it. But I don't know. I don't know if that means you can't get off of.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's to say like, hey, so all you got to do is
a little defeatist.
Anyway, your Tigers. See, you're talking about it like it's a choice. And trust me, I used to think just like you. I used to think people that are hooked on drugs were losers and they want to be losers. But once I realized it pretty much, it's what's so tragic about drug abusers is that it rewires your brain like a rat in a maze, where all you want is the drug. And it's really, 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 I mean, it's a lifetime of work to get people to change those to rewire. You have to rewire your brain a little bit at a time. And you damn sure can't do it by yourself in isolation or with a group of other people that are also hooked on drugs. It's really sad. That's why I tell my kids, like, don't even go down that road. Like, it's
whose responsibility are they?
Say what now?
Whose responsibility are those people who made the choice to live that lifestyle?
Man, dude, like I said, bro, I used to be just like you, and my philosophy of like, you know what, they made their choice. live with it. But I'm at a point now because of the neighborhood I live in. I'm basically, if I sit around basically with my nose in the air, I'm going to be outnumbered by people that are also addicts that want to, do what they got to do to get the drugs. And I know for me personally, what made my life better was getting road, once again, small micro business out of the situation, because working a job doesn't do it fast enough. Like you can get a job, you're making $15, $16 an hour. It still is not enough to do quality of life changing. But when you can make $600 in a weekend, you're like, oh, wait a minute, that's not even a lot of money. But all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute, okay, that did some things, and all of a sudden, I'm making more. But if your whole tenet is like, hey, you can't even have access to access until you get off of drugs, they're never going to have access to access. And so, other than that, we all quarantine them like we always do in every city. The homeless problem is very complicated, and I'm not even saying that I got like this magic wand answer. Here's how you get them off of drugs. I don't think they're ever going to get off of drugs.
That's the thing. Everything's just so complicated and multifaceted. Nothing is ever going to be as easy as like, oh, here's like the simple solution to this problem. It's always a big, messy deal full of nuance just because human beings are crazy and messy and stupid.
Well,
true. You didn't answer the question. Whose responsibility is that?
Responsibility is what?
I think after a certain level of I'll answer this question precisely. So let's say my brother is a junkie, then it's his family's responsibility to take care of him. Let's say he disassociates from the family. He's out there on the streets. You can A, do nothing, or B, basically he has to go find help for himself. So he's responsible. Or C, there's so many people out there that are left on the fringe of society now, it becomes a societal problem. It's almost like you were saying about local level help. Like we can't do nothing because we tried to do nothing route with homeless people and people that were on drugs. And that's how the epidemic grew to crazy proportions. So I'm not saying I got the answer to what we should do, but I think we got to do a mixture of family help, personal responsibility, and societal responsibility. So it's a matrix of responsibility. Like a safety net of responsibility.
I don't know. I think it's personal responsibility, and I think the whole reason, and I have people in my family that deal with this, so it's not like I'm.
Hey, same here, man.
Yeah,
like there's nobody who does it.
They don't take the personal responsibility, and that's the problem.
Here's what I would say to you. You're absolutely right. Just rephrase. They can't take the personal responsibility. Their brains aren't wired to take the personal responsibility anymore. Just like you can't not drink coffee if you're a coffee addict. You think you can, but you can't. Your brain will start to give you headaches. You'll start to feel sick. Yeah. You'll basically, your body's doing everything it can. So it's not just a simple moral choice. Coffee bad, I'm going to stop coffee tomorrow. Like it's a whole process that takes that matrix of responsibility to quit.
And a lot of times, like if you're like addicted on like some real heavy drugs, and if you just stop taking it, you can die of like a seizure or something from withdrawals. You know what I mean? You can just go through like I don't know. It's a complicated thing.
It is.
Somebody said in chat if
us three ain't solving it tonight.
If Hillary Clinton won, do they think America would have been more united? I answered no to that. It would have just been divided in a different way. Yeah. It would have been fractured in a slightly skewed way. Like it wouldn't have been like this straight down the middle. I mean, because from my perspective, it's a civil war going on of ideologies. Like there's shots being fired metaphorically across the battle lines that I haven't seen this level of combat from the average Joe Blow citizen when it comes to political. Remember when we didn't talk about our political stances? Like that was the polite norm. Like, hey, you know what? You got yours, I got mine. Now it's like, what do you believe in? Because I want to know if I should hate you or not. That's pretty much where everybody is now.
I honestly,
syndrome.
I mostly don't care what people believe in. Really. Yeah. I mean, not that like I don't care about what you think, but as in like I don't like. As in, it's like it's not like something that I really consider, unless you're like a Nazi or something. But Like
I was just talking to my wife the other day about how. with certain belief systems, like, yeah, wear your regalia. So I know, like, okay, that guy believes in that. That's his thing, that's what he is. But if the RPG game of life, white people have the greatest asset of whiteness, because if you don't like wear anything, people just assume this baseline down the middle about you. It's when you're wearing, the stuff that's like, oh, okay, that's what he's into. He's got this hat on, this thing on. And so you can just basically disappear it back into society whenever you don't want to necessarily get in the arguments or debates with anybody. But I don't go around looking to debate nobody, because I said in other chats, I don't think it matters what people believe if they're terrible people to other people around them that care about them. Like me and Mike can completely disagree, as long as he's an awesome person to the people that he has to take care of. That's literally, seriously, that's all I care about. Like, I don't care about, like, he doesn't believe down to the point, because guess what? 10 years from now, I might be where he is and he might be where I am, because life's funny like that. So you definitely don't want to blow friendships over ideologies. That's like the after school special. Now you know.
Yeah, but that's what happened.
I know.
Because
I know. Like I said, I've never seen it that bad before.
Nope.
Where people basically, and it's not like it was just like a Trump won, I don't like you anymore. It was like a lot of incendiary language came out of that, where it was just like, it was shocking to hear some of the stuff that people, I mean, it's all documented online. I ain't got to get into it or prove it. Like what? Everybody wants to do the pinpoint. A lot of people said a lot of shocking stuff because they felt emboldened because their football team won, Team Trump won. Because that's how I look at this. It's like a sport now to people. And they're never, the White Sox, they're never going to like the New York Yankees. It's like it's a feud, Hatfields and McCoys that we talked about before, that I don't see how it's going to resolve itself.
He'll be out of office in 5 years. No big deal.
I actually did already.
In 5 years, they crawled out of the rubble of the destroyed United States. Now.
I've already calmed my brain, because if my happiness is dependent on whether this guy wins or loses, then we talked about responsibility. That's on me. Like, I'm setting myself up for unhappiness or happiness, right? It's like a coin toss. Whereas if I set myself up to be a cockroach, well, no matter what the environment is, I want to thrive in it. That's where I'm at right now.
The thing about personal responsibility, right? So I have how many brothers do I have? I've got 4 brothers. I've got 4 brothers and 1 sister who is gay and dresses like a guy, so she's kind of like my brother too. But like, so I've got 4 brothers, right? And I've got 1 brother, Nicholas, and he's 1 younger than me, and then there's 1 younger than him. Nicholas has always been the one that got into trouble his entire life, and he has never ever taken responsibility. Yeah. It is like always somebody else's fault. Like, he'll go to jail, come out, live with mom for a little bit, get into an argument, she'll put him out, and it's always her fault. It's always somebody else's issue. And it's like, he's gotten into this mentality where it's just like, I don't know. It's always somebody else's fault that I'm messing up. And it's like, it's almost like he feels better off in jail. I don't even know what it is. And he's got a child. It's like every one of us is moving on.
Is he just miserable everywhere he goes and blames everyone else for his misery?
Basically. And for even my youngest brother, our youngest brother just got a house. What would you say?
I said we have the same brother.
I mean, basically.
We all do. Everybody's got that brother.
It's just
I actually can answer the question a little bit. And I got the answer through the weirdest way. So when I was in boot camp, after a while, you become institutionalized. Like, you don't actively know it's happening to you, but you literally wake up for weeks not worrying about what bills you got to pay, what you're going to eat, what you're going to wear, what you're going to do. You literally are an automaton. It infantilizes your brain to the point where you prefer have people yelling at you 24 hours a day over having to go. Because when I got back into the real world, it was like 1,000 problems, right, that I had to deal with. I had to pay bills, water bill. I got to do this. My wife wants me to spend time with her. My kids want their dad to be, you know what I mean? And so I used to be like, man, how do people want to go to jail? Because they don't, it's like, it's for babies. Like
Mhm.
if you have a baby mentality, which it sounds like your brother does,
Yeah.
then jail
Never
is
held down a
perfect.
job.
Yeah,
He
jail's
has a
perfect.
child of his own now, which is like he's missed her entire life.
Yeah,
Like
he's
her
made it
entire
clear.
life, he's missed it.
Now,
And
now,
it's just
yeah,
I don't
yep.
know.
With that, I mean, with drugs aside from the equation, that one's more of a hardliner personal responsibility.
Yeah.
But I will say this too. I'm a big fan of the Great Gatsby novel.
Yeah, it's a good book.
And at the end, it had a passage that said Gatsby believed in the green light and the orgasmic future that day by day recedes before us.
Go off.
But what he did not know is that it was already behind him somewhere in the rolling hills of the Republic. And to me, that means there's some mistakes we make where it's already too late to fix them. Like you've already went past the line that you're never going to be able to go back and reconcile. And that's a hard pill for Americans to swallow. Like we love redemption stories in our country. We're built on redemption stories, but some people aren't going to be redeemed. That's why I don't have this finite answer. Like for everybody on drugs, if they just do this, they'll get better, like in the movies, because that don't happen. And I've never seen. I had one person in my life that's close to me get off of drugs, and she changed her life around, and it was amazing. It was the most. That's why I said it's have to be a miracle. It was the most amazing transformation I ever seen. But nobody else, I personally know that's on stuff. They just don't make the change. They get worse and worse and worse, and then it starts to cascade into a bunch of failures that becomes insurmountable.
And oddly, that's the reason we have the problem with Mexico.
What, drugs?
Yeah, the drug war.
Well,
what's your opinion on the drug war? See, look, I want to tell you my crazy liberal opinion, and that is that I think all drugs should be legalized, taxed, and regulated. Right.
I don't agree with that.
Illegalized or legalized?
Legalized.
Yeah, I'm a libertarian. You really sound more libertarian than you do liberal.
I don't agree with all the drugs should be legalized.
Why not? I mean,
absolutely, dude.
But because they're not they're not like these recreational. Like, hey, I just took heroin for recreational purposes. Like, you're altered after you take those drugs. Like,
I mean, there's plenty of stuff you can do that'll alter you right now.
Man, okay, all right, just do some research on those type of hard narcotics, man.
I mean,
you know how many people?
Like I said, more people are on opioids right now.
True.
Like prescribed opioids.
I want them off. I don't want to be able to go to Walmart and pick them up.
I'm not saying you should be. That's why I say legalized, taxed, and regulated, just like everything else. And the information should be out there. Because I mean, just because heroin is legal doesn't mean I'm just gonna be like, I want to do heroin. Especially if I know what heroin is. It's not like. That's why I say you got to educate people. I'm not about like just like telling people what they can and cannot do with themselves. You know what I mean? That's just not. I
get it.
I don't think the fact that it exists will make people be like, let me go inject a bunch of heroin, especially when you can get marijuana or something. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Marijuana, yeah, I got no beef with marijuana. But heavy narcotics, man, I can't just sign off on that. That's like saying.
Have you ever done one of those where am I politically tests?
Yeah, I'm pretty far left, but like, I'll should I take one right now? I'll take one right now.
Yeah,
do it. All right, I'm gonna take a political compass test.
Put it on your screen. I want to see where you're.
I took one in high school.
Land closer, maybe left-leaning libertarian.
I'm about to see.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a Venn diagram, I think we all intersect in some point.
Yeah, I'm a conservative libertarian. More libertarian than conservative.
I'm actually more conservative than you probably think I am. I just don't like a-hole conservatives, pretty much. I don't like zealots. I don't like zealots of any stripe.
Like a-holes, period. You don't.
No, I like a-holes to a degree, but don't push your thing on it like it's the be-all, end-all. I don't care what the belief system is.
Yeah, so don't be an a-hole.
You know, really don't be a d-hole. You can be a, but anyway.
Any kind of hole, okay?
Yeah, don't be any kind of hole that stuff comes out. Because, I mean, that's what ruins it for everybody is zealotry, right? Like, the reason why you don't like your friend that's real big into Lord of the Rings is because he won't shut up about it and he keeps forcing it on you. So people want to get like that with their political views or their religious beliefs. Where I say, live your truth, and let me look at, like, man, Mike Miller's life seems awesome. I think I want to test out what he's doing because it seems to be working, and my lifestyle isn't. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a lead by example thing that we used to talk about. Now it's lead by my talking points.
I mean, okay, look, I mean, like hypothetically, let's say you like lived in like this dystopian world where every other like government on the earth was like some crazy government, and we were like, we gotta defy the government, like we're rebels. Then maybe sometimes it would be justified.
Yep.
So I don't know. So I agree.
So Ray Thulu in the chat says legalize hard drugs and you deal a hammer blow to crime cartels.
That's right.
That alone
Exactly.
makes it worthwhile.
That's right.
Exactly.
That is a dream. It's just like saying if you legalize weed, all the people that were growing the weed illegally just became billionaires, dog.
No,
like-
corporations became rich.
So all you're doing is just making the cartels just going to be legit.
No, they won't, dude.
No, they won't. Like if it's legal, if it's legalized, and they have a legal method to get the drug, and then it's cleaner drugs, probably.
That's right.
If you can get legally, that
You
won't
think,
just like kill
think their money is just going to evaporate the minute drugs become legal?
Yeah, what
Like-
happened to the mob when
They got elected into office. Like they just morph into a different entity. That's like such a
they bought
like.
JFK.
You're saying you would like tobacco, like just like tobacco was generally
No,
agreed to be bad.
You have to compare it to a country where it happens. Dude, nobody overdoses in Holland.
Well, I can't neither confirm nor deny that. That sounds like
I looked
something.
into it. The only overdose I could find in Holland were this British couple who went over there because they knew that all the drugs were legal.
All right, Mike, let's cut a deal. Mike,
Drug.
Mike, let's cut a deal. Let's make a deal.
Mhm.
I think I found it. We found it. You said us three couldn't solve it, but I think I just did.
Yeah.
If you two want to legalize all the drugs, one of you wants universal health care, right? Like, because we're gonna need it.
Why?
If you have all these, like you're talking about nobody overdoses in Holland, but I'm pretty sure they got a system in place to take care of people for free if they're overdosing on any narcotic.
They don't
Where-
overdose.
Whereas you're gambling America's
Overdoses is from. It's because there's no consistency to the drugs that people are.
you're gambling the millions of people in America on the fact that nobody's gonna overdose.
Nobody takes more than they think they can handle or whatever. No, the reason people overdose is because there's zero consistency from one bag of freaking heroin to another.
That is that's completely false, man. You got to look into how heroin works, man. Like heroin, actually, when you try to quit heroin and get back on, you overdose. Like because your body can't handle the shock to the. It's so many ins and outs to this that it terrifies. You see, I'm actually more conservative than you on this.
If that
I don't think we should legalize all drugs.
I'm libertarian on this.
Yeah, I don't think we should legalize all the drugs.
Jeff,
Marijuana, who cares?
Truth, the fountain still sucks though. Danny Hamilton says exactly, Mike.
Yep. Okay. All right. So let's say this doesn't go according to your plan. Are you still going to be saying personal responsibility when you have a nation of addicts?
Why would you think it's going to become a nation? You think Holland is a nation of addicts?
Holland's tiny, bro. Like we're talking about
it's
a nation that you can't really police.
There, that you know what? That's the way we were supposed to do things in this country, right? Where you have states. States are supposed to be the what's it called? The sort of the lab, right? Where
true, yeah.
Test these little things. Holland is a lab.
Yeah, I feel like you're cherry picking Holland too hard, man. Like,
because it's the only country I know of that has legalized all the drugs.
Like, yeah, and it's very heavily like it's like Disneyland. It ain't like everywhere you can do all the drugs. You can go into a part of Holland and do a drug in a Pacific area under Pacific surveillance. You know what I mean? It ain't just everybody everywhere is in their own house shooting up needles and shit. Like it doesn't work like that.
Do that.
Like you have way more faith in America's kids than I do. That they're not going to be just like the vape pens. But hey, I got my opiate vaping thing, and I'm in class.
Why teenage drinking is such a problem here, but it's not in Europe.
Oh, this is a funny one here because I got spanked, and I don't feel like it's like necessarily like always child abuse to spank a kid, but I feel like you can parent without spanking a kid.
Mm-mm.
No, take it from the parents in the house.
All right, you kind of can. You kind of can now, but you have to basically buy them a bunch of cool stuff that you can take away later. Then you can not spank them.
Because no, a 2-year-old doesn't understand.
No, you're right. Yeah, you're gonna have to. Now, look, I don't advocate beating on kids, not at all. But
It was funny because my my brother-in-law and his wife wouldn't spank my nephew, right? And he just became such a freaking terrorist by the time he was 5 years old. He's like, that's it. We're gonna start spanking. I'm like,
We've
bro,
created a monster.
starting way too late.
It's too late at this point. Yeah.
now I will say, speaking of a lab, since Mike has 5, I have 4. Like my first 2 were born close enough, so they got the same parenting style.
Mm-hmm.
And my middle kid was born when I was super busy doing other stuff. And then my last kid was born when we basically had a bunch of money. And so she never knew that we were poor.
Mm-hmm.
And she, I didn't really spank her that much at all. I still can count maybe on 2 hands. She's 9 years old. The times I had to, bring the hammer down. But, so it's kind of like you got to kind of like level up to know the ins and outs on how to manipulate your kids. If I want to be just blatantly honest, you got to learn how to manipulate them into doing what you want them to do. So you got to use a system of systems to get them to do what you need to do, not just whooping them. I know some kids, you can beat them half to death. I grew up with them, and they still turn out to be the worst people you ever met.
Yeah.
And they're violent to boot because that's all they know is pain and violence. So.
Well, beating them after that is generally not good parenting.
I actually, to use, quote, the orange one, I use leverage on my kids. He taught me that in Art of the Deal. This is what I'm saying, Chad. I'm not as biased as you think. I just wish he was as level-headed as he was in that book when he talks in public. So, anyway.
How many more questions is this thing?
There's a lot in this. There's 2 more pages after this. I'm on page
Jesus.
4 out of 6. Yeah. Although the electronic eggs makes official surveillance easier, only wrong.
Wow. Forrest Ghost Fabio said whoever's taking the quiz is a flaming liberal. Like they
I told you guys, but
I'm pretty sure he didn't hear that. But it's funny how he just literally just called you out like that. Like, okay, you're probably not even offended by that.
See, look, this is the thing with the death penalty. I hate the fact that we have executed people that have been innocent. So I feel like
it's a little weird on that program.
We need a way to know for sure if somebody is 100% guilty.
So you want to let Skynet do it?
We have to know. I feel like before you execute somebody, you need to have 100% evidence that it can't be maybe they did it, maybe they didn't.
That's impossible.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm just like. I feel like if we could figure out if they definitely 100% did it, then yes. But then
here's another thing, I don't know why more people don't do this. And Mike, hopefully you're listening. Have belief systems that are controversial, but just shut up about it. You don't have to argue everything you believe. You believe it, and that's good enough for you. You ain't gotta and I'm not talking about religious belief system. I know the Christian mandate is to basically not shut up about it. So I'm not talking about that. But I'm talking about hey, I believe in the death penalty, but I know it's going to trigger some people. So I'm not going to just belabor that point. I just hope the murderers get murdered, though. Is where I'm at on that. I don't got to argue with you about it. I believe it. It's not a matter of convince me out of it. It's just something I think people that kill people should get killed. This is an example of a belief system. If you guys go to my Facebook, it's so vanilla. It's a vanilla wafer, man. Nothing. I'm not trying to argue with people over my belief systems. Not like Mike, man. Mike's a gladiator online. I don't know if you changed, but you are King Leonidas when you get online. At least you used to be.
Yeah, Facebook is a different animal from Twitter. Twitter's just trash, and I haven't really been on Facebook for the past couple of years.
Yeah, actually, I dip in and out. I couldn't take the. like when Trump first got in, man, it was like opening up live rap battles between the left and the right. It was like, okay, I'm gonna peace out real quick because these fools is all upset. Like I never seen somebody that was an angry winner. Like the right was the angriest winners I've ever seen. When the presidency, y'all weren't even chill about it. Y'all was just like teabagging people, and y'all was
See, left libertarian. I told you.
I'm like center left.
Yeah, he did call that though.
Call it. All right, Terry, your turn. That's it.
Oh man.
There you go, guys. So there
All
you
right.
go.
Now refer to yourself as a left-leaning libertarian.
I am a left-leaning libertarian.
All right. I'm a
There you
right-leaning
go.
libertarian. Woohoo!
Does that mean you guys can get along though? That's a good thing, right?
Already.
You're still in the same hemisphere, so
Yeah, that means we have, I mean, because Quinn's always saying stuff I agree with, and I'm like, dude, I don't think you're as left as you think you are.
Yeah. I mean, it has a thing where it shows you where like politicians are and stuff. Wait, where is it? I thought I saw that somewhere. Wait, what is this? It's got Hillary. What's this? Hitler. I'm like pretty close to Gandhi. That's interesting.
Wait, what?
I'm like pretty close to where Gandhi. Yeah. I thought I saw one that had like politicians one time, but I guess not. I don't know where it is.
I'll tell you what would be cooler is a diagram like that over time, because man, we surely change over time. I used to be hardcore, everything you could be hardcore about, and now
take a screenshot of this.
Save it for posterity.
Man, that Door Creek was epic.
I know. I need to oil that door. It's just been like that for years, so I don't even pay attention to it.
Somebody said Gandhi. Curious 2A said Gandhi was actually a horrible person. So you can't win on the internet. You cannot win on the internet. I'm sure
for a lot of deaths.
Gandhi married his granddaughter, so
I don't know anything about Gandhi, honestly.
Like I said, the internet will dig up facts on you if you have any type of. That's why I say, just don't share your beliefs.
Wait, are you serious? Gandhi married his granddaughter?
That's what the chat's saying. Danny Epsom salt. I get that. Danny Epsom. I could use some Epsom salt right now.
I'm gonna need a confirmation on that. That I have not heard. He liked to sleep next to 12-year-olds. Gandhi wore a diaper.
You cannot win. Internet.
In the South Park movie, he is in hell. That kind of makes sense.
That movie like tripped me out back in the day, man.
I like the South Park movie. I think it's really funny. And it's cool. I always thought it was cool they made the devil gay. It's like, of course he'd be gay because it's a sin. It's like he's like in a relationship with Saddam Hussein. So weird.
That's me, this movie.
Yeah, speaking of changing on the diagram, see, back then I was a hardcore Christian, so I did not like that at all.
Oh my god, I love the song that Satan sings. He sings a song about like not wanting to be in hell and like wishing he could. He's like, if only I could live up there. And I'm just like, it's like a Disney song, but Satan.
That's kind of a riff on Legend too. Actually.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah, I probably dig it now, but back then I was me and my wife say religious, where you're like a stick in the mud about everything. Lambos, yeah, Mike would like that. Mike's a Lambo.
What's a Lambo?
Just a Rambo Christian.
Oh.
The
Lamb. Got it.
Lambo, yep.
Lion and a lamb. Little bit lion, little bit lamb.
Little bit lion.
Now,
is Leah right there?
She is in the other room. Monitoring. Oh, you already missed the good stuff, babe.
Yeah, we got 5 hours of it.
Oh, is someone's talking about the Dracula show on Netflix? Is it good? Because it looks terrible.
It looks terrible to me.
I mean, it doesn't look like the book, so I don't know what that's
Is that what
supposed
my
to be.
wife was watching? Yeah, that's bad.
It
Oh.
looks like what's bad about the BBC. It looked like a Doctor Who spinoff to me.
It's not Dracula. I don't know what, I don't know what that's supposed to be. So, whatever.
Well, it's like it's supposed to be a continuation of the Bram Stoker series.
You know,
recently.
apparently Bram Stoker did want to continue Dracula, and he did like have some note somewhere of like a Dracula sequel. But I'm
sounds
pretty
like a
sure
movie.
this is pretty
sounds
sure
like a
this
movie.
is not it.
The Hunt for Dracula's notes. Bram Stoker's notes. They were hitting notes to do a sequel. We got to find them.
They just had a new town hall.
You know what? I know I'm not going to be able to finish this, so I think I'm probably going to tap out.
Hey, zoom out real quick.
The Ingra Hammer.
The Ingra Hammer.
Man, she never looked that good.
Never.
You can't. There's not even a face there. What do you mean she's never looked at?
I'm talking about. Don't look at them muscles, man.
Oh, that.
I mean, well, look how he drew Steven Crowder.
But Crowder is yoked.
Yeah, he's muscular. Yeah, he is. He's got some biceps.
Yeah. Quinn, were you on? Was Quarter Black Garrett on when you were on Nerds of the Round Table?
I don't know.
I don't remember if he was or not. He's usually my co-host on that. He's Steven Crowder's producer.
Oh, I don't think he was. I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think so.
What's Steven Crowder about? I'm not actually familiar.
He's a conservative pundit on got huge on YouTube. He was one of the earliest, biggest channels on YouTube. And then after he helped YouTube build the platform, they started turning on him.
Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot, actually.
Yeah,
he had a resurgence like in the past like few years. Because I remember like back in the day, like I want to say like 7 years ago on YouTube, he was kind of like a joke. People did not like him, and then he just blew up. He blew up like in the last like 2 or 3 years, 3 or 4 years, something like that.
Here's one thing I'll say about the conversations, plural, we've had, is that YouTube ain't like this. That's one thing I am like grateful for, the opportunity to school some people, get schooled by some people, because if you, maybe it's my algorithm, but everybody that pops up is angry as hell. Like they're just angry and yelling.
It's outrage culture. People
and we talked about this before, but I just thought about all the stuff we talked about. Like somebody would have took it, dissected it, and you'd have the angry libertarian channel where it's just angry libertarian leftists talking to other, and then you'd have the moderate that's all over the place channel that's saying angry, but it's just me talking into a void. And then you'd have the Mike Miller, so the fact that you created a platform like this, I appreciate it. I think this is definitely the antidote where people can hear a triad of opinions without the let's go to a news break. Let's cut. I gotta stop you right there, Mike, before you make that awesome point. We
and
have to sell.
Yeah, Quinn. No, but it's this is kind of sad. But my friend James Rochelle, he was going to get on YouTube, and I was fully planning on doing something like this because he was a really good friend. He was a leftist, but we never fought. We always discussed, right? And unfortunately, he passed away before we got that going, and that's like that would have been so great because I was like, who does that? Who does that on YouTube? And like I said, when I was way back when I was even young and not even really into politics, I loved Crossfire on CNN. I loved Hannity and Combs. Hannity by himself, I can't stand. Hannity and Combs, I loved. Just all any time you have the original Bill Maher show, Politically Incorrect, 2 left, 2 right, and Bill, right, and Bill can kind of be wishy.
The thing is, when conservatives go on Bill Maher show, even now, they're way cooler. Like they're more like human beings instead of sock puppets. I mean, even the even the left, it's like I just like you can talk straight to me. I don't mind people using crass language. I don't not like
Poopy head.
people for that. But I just don't like these, like you're like a defense attorney, like, you know, you're basically never going to say anything to give the other side a platform, where here in this conversation, we've all conceded something. And I don't feel like, oh, I lost that one. It's not a matter of that. Like I said, I'm not going to leave here and go, man, I lost. I'm going to go write some.
Like with the.
I'm going to cry after this.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Several of the issues we've had, you've had the left, you've had the right, you've had the whatever, and then we just find that place where we can find, like, well, hey, we're not gonna figure this out, or this could solve a problem, but that's just never going to be solved.
It can also create a multitude of problems,
right?
Because I'm all about the law of unforeseen consequences, man. And legalizing all the heavy narcotics, I'm gonna make an HBO miniseries about that, and it's all gonna go well. Everybody's gonna like relax and have a crazy mind trip, and we're gonna mind meld like the Vulcans. Then we'll solve world.
Here's the
war.
deal. I just want weed and shrooms. Can we just get that? And then everything else you can.
I just believe in personal freedom.
Dude, if they had some non-addictive cocaine, I'd take it. 13 hours of work.
Jesus.
Or 13 days, excuse me. 13 days straight, no sleep. Not much work I can get done.
I know.
But I also want to be able to like love my kids
like
afterwards.
And drug, right? Like I got to get more work done. Like my wife's like, can I possibly get 18 hours sleep today? It's like,
wow.
I could get twice as much work done if I never have to sleep.
Yeah, I'm all about that. Staying active. I mean, that's how the British Empire took over the world. They got hooked on caffeine and sugar.
And doing they got everybody hooked on spice, and it's like if you stop taking it, you'll literally die. So it's like
the spice melange.
San Diego was the meth capital of the continental United States.
Why?
Because we're a military base, Air Force or whatever. There was a triangle. I think it was Guam, Philippines, San Diego, right? So the Navy started giving all the pilots amphetamines to stay awake for their 18-hour flights. And so they got back here and they're like, okay, well, you're not flying, you don't get the amphetamines. So people just started cooking meth. And it became this whole meth triangle.
Dang.
Yeah, we didn't even get to the meth in my neck of the woods. It's
the
terrible.
triangle of meth. You got to get that Heisenberg meth, that pure stuff.
Yeah, but there was a guy here who was one of these dudes, and he got so whacked out on meth, he was digging a mine shaft in his backyard, and then he went and stole a tank.
Oh my God.
You talking about like in the 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was dope.
What?
That was the dopest thing I ever seen. Because
all over San Diego until he ran over a highway partition.
A median. Yeah, he ran over a bunch of cars. Like it flattened those cars without the tank barely budging.
Yeah,
I wanted the tank ever since that. Like,
yeah, that dude was
Meth is like the crazy one. Like you see people doing meth for like 3 years and they're just like ruined after like it really messes you up. Meth.
So wait a minute. So no legal meth?
I mean, yeah, still legal meth, but I'm just saying.
Oh.
No, dude, there would be no meth if you legalize drugs. There'd be no meth.
No one would want to do meth. There'd be so many better options.
What about all the current meth people?
The pharmacies would be pumping out pure, consistent, safer drugs.
I literally feel like you guys' slogan is "What could go wrong?" Like it's like
it's already wrong.
Mike Quinn's legalized drug. What could go wrong?
No, wait, look. It's like prohibition of alcohol, right? It's like when they outlawed alcohol, it created like the mobs.
That's right.
And then when they brought in the 21st Amendment, it got better.
Those mobsters became the Kennedys. Just like I said.
But you know what? All of the gangs that make all of their money off of narcotics, that market will be gone.
So much, all that killing and crime on the street because of like territory and all this.
So you think they're just going to give up all the guns they got too?
They're going to still have them, but I mean, like, what's their business going to be?
Dude, they're going to be violent and out of work, just like the angry white people in America. So they're going to have guns and know how to commit murder, and they're going to shoot up people.
For what though?
for not having the money they used to
Just
have.
being mad. They're just going to go on rampages and execute people.
I mean, you're saying they're gonna beat their guns into plows and start plowing the fields to make the drugs to sell to corporations?
No, not them. They're gonna have to figure something out because like that's gonna get taken over by corporations.
Yeah,
entrepreneurial spirit would have to kick in.
Yeah,
yeah. That look, it ain't entrepreneurship when you got a M16 that you can. Okay. Like I said, I want to see the sci-fi alternate universe because it very well could happen. And strangely enough, Mike, it's going to be a liberal president that's going to do that. Like, all right, all drugs are illegal.
Yeah, they were even more powerful because of other illegal drugs.
Yep.
I mean,
I wanted to make this point too, that I personally believe if I was to game out presidencies, I'd make Republicans do liberal stuff and liberals do Republican stuff, which is what happens anyway, because nobody seems to have a problem with it when their side is doing the thing. I just want the help. I don't care who does it. Like, it doesn't have to come from Obama or come from Trump. But if they can figure out a way to get it done as far as helping out the baseline people at the bottom, instead of like, because look, how hard is it to sell helping out business? Every president's harped that we're going to help out small business, we're going to help out business, we're going to do tax relief, and we're going to stimulate the economy. That's like they've been saying that since I've been a kid. Like, but nobody's done anything radical. Like, let me throw this out there. Let's get rid of school. Like, is school still worth it? I'm being hyperbolic, but I'm also kind of being half serious. Like, I went to my school meeting, and almost 85, was it 85%, babe? It was like 85% of the kids couldn't pass a reading test.
Damn.
And then 1% passed, and you're like, okay, that's good, right? That was like six kids, and one of them was my daughter. So, like, and the other was like 56 kids couldn't read on a certain level. I'm like, close the school down, keep them at home. Let's figure something else out, because why are we throwing a bunch of money at the education system to get these kind of results?
I feel like, okay, look, I went to high school from like 2009 and I graduated in 2012. And I feel like I pretty much had to teach myself a lot of times because like the teachers, first of all, classrooms are overcrowded. And I think it's like the fact that they don't have enough money. I think that's the problem because it was like every single year, it was like the budget was getting cut. And my senior year, or it was, I think it was either my senior year or my junior year when we were taking the graduation test. That same, I think it was my junior year because that same year they had announced that they were going to be firing like 20 teachers or something. So it was like we were supposed to be studying for the graduation test. And meanwhile, all the teachers are freaking out because they might be getting fired the next year. So I remember like having to like study for like the math graduation test. And our math teacher is literally crying and we're just sitting here like teaching ourselves. It's like, but yeah, that was like the school system in America is just like, I feel like
you got to watch a movie called Waiting for Superman. There's a documentary.
I've seen that.
And that was made by the guy that did An Inconvenient Truth. So he was a left-wing guy. He went in with total left-wing expectations, thinking that he was a big fan of teachers unions and all that stuff. And by the time he'd figured all this stuff, he's like, man, this place whack.
So I said this earlier, and this is a prime example of what I'm talking about. The school education system is broken, right? Everybody knows that. That's not a debate. What do you do about it? Me, I made sure my kids are the smartest kids people know. Me personally, like I made sure they know things that they need to know. They know philosophy. They know how politics work. And I'm talking about not like left and right. I'm talking about like, look, if your boss says do this, but then leverage it to them. I'm talking about that type of politics. So they're not going to go in this world with me depending on a broken system to educate them, right? And I think that's one mandate, once again, as a parent, you have to do, but you also got to do it for yourself.
Yeah.
You can't blame the school system after a certain point. When we have access, this is why I love modern times. We have access to so much data right now, and people still act like it's the worst times ever to be alive. When we have access to more stuff than we've ever had access to in human history.
Hey, real quick question, Terry. How many kids are in your student? And how many students in your kid's class?
It was. I don't know. I think it was like 33.
Way too many.
33.
Yeah, way too many.
So
And
that one class, I'm looking at Indiana funding per pupil. That one class gets about $330,000 a year. That
for
one,
all of Indiana.
no, that
Oh.
one class of 33 children.
There you go.
$330,000 a year. That teacher probably gets about 35,000 of it. The rest of it is going right down the freaking administrative tube.
So here's my radical plan.
In Georgia, you have almost the same spending per pupil, Quinn.
I say K through 6, teach them the basics. After that, trade school. After that, if you got kids that are popping out, they obviously are brainiacs. Let them continue on with school, on to college, and become the new elites, whatever. Well, how come we're not pushing, once again, mechanics, carpenters, micro business owners? Like we don't push it at all. We literally let everybody, like we let dumb kids like, I think I want to get a liberal arts degree, Dad. They're just blowing your money. Like, you know,
I'm just gonna make videos on YouTube.
there was a time when I was still bad.
I'm gonna go to school for journalism, and then this just happened in between. So I was like,
Yeah.
oh, well.
Did you finish journalism school?
I did.
Oh, well, there you go.
Do you have student loans?
Oh, I know. Actually, I did at first, but then like I got on YouTube and I was able to like catch up, and then I just paid for it with YouTube. Yeah, I'm just like really good. Yeah.
Nice.
You got to remember though, he doesn't have like 5 other human bodies he has to satiate. I'm jealous of you, man. I'm gonna come in those woods and find you, man. I'm so jealous of your life right now. I wish my son was up so I could show you. This dude is taller, more handsome, and better than me. Doesn't bring in 1 red cent.
All right, this has actually been really fun, but I'm gonna wrap it up. Thanks, guys, for being here. Terry, how can people follow you around the internet?
Look, I'm on Instagram. I'm on Facebook, Terry Huddleston Art for both of those. And that's about it. TerryHuddlestonArt.com if you want to check out some of my art and buy something, or just leave an angry comment on how dumb I am. Anything you want to do, really. Yep. So that's what they could do if they want to find me.
All right, Quinn.
Yes, you can find me, Ideas of Ice and Fire, all over the place: Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. Check out my upcoming graphic novel, link in the description. It's called Tadia. Get put on my mailing list. It's been fun, guys.
All right, and thanks everybody. This has been a good time. Ideas. I don't know the name of my own channel.
Ideas of Art of the Mike Terry.
Art of the people and the talking and the stuff. Like, subscribe, share, do all that fun stuff. And do go to the description and check out Lone Star. Lone Star still available. I'm getting the colors in now, so hopefully I'll be fulfilling soon. I'll let you know. Thank you, everybody. And just remember.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.